All right, welcome to Anointed Fire. This is a pop-up conference call today. I want to ask you guys a question. I'm going to do a little bit of teaching, and then after I finish teaching, I'm going to unmute the call so that we can have an open discussion. The reason I wanted to do this particular conference call was because of a conversation I had with my dad earlier. I was talking to my dad. My dad and I, we talk like every other month or what have you. But typically, when I talk to my dad, I love talking to him because I learn a lot about my history. I learn a lot about just my gifts. I learn a lot about my family. I learned a lot when I talked to him. And so today was no different. I learned a lot about myself talking to him. And one of the things we discussed, one of the things that my dad said to me while he was on the phone with me was that, he said, I always show your picture. He said, I show my children's pictures to people. And he said, people look at the picture and they're like, oh, you got some really attractive kids. And he said, yeah, he was like, he made a comment, he said for him to be an ugly person, he had some beautiful kids. And I said, who told you were ugly? And I realized I remembered all of a sudden that this is a conversation that my dad, this is something my dad has said pretty much all of my life. He's always called himself ugly, and it was something that he heard all of his life. So he finally went into agreement with it. He went into agreement with it a long time ago. And while I was talking to him, I started reflecting on a lot of our conversations and some of the things that he said in regards to himself. And of course, in that moment, I started to speak to him. I started ministering to him, and I started telling him, like, who told you were ugly? Who told you that about yourself? It's the same conversation that God had with Adam and Eve. Who told you were naked? It's a lie. It's deception. And one of the things I shared with him that I want to come out and share with you guys on today, again, I'm going to do a really, really quick teaching. And then from there, after that, I'm going to open up the floor so we can have an open discussion. Just to let you know, before we get into the open discussion, I'm going to put the call on speaker during an open discussion, and that is because I'm doing a video as well, so your questions will be heard on video. I probably will be uploading this video to YouTube, and so if you don't want to give any identifying information, if you don't want your name up, don't say your name. You can ask a question without saying your name. If you don't mind, that's fine. But I don't want anybody saying their name and then reaching out to me saying, hey, I gave you some personal stuff, and I see you put it up on YouTube, so don't put out any identifying information. But anyhow, I was telling my dad, I said, who told you were ugly? Or what have you? And I started to remember conversations that he had with us when we were young. He was talking about in school, the things that people said to him just over the course of his life. And I'm like, yeah, but who told you that you were ugly? And I began to reflect on my childhood, how I became to understand that beauty is subjective. And so one of the things I got a chance to see over the course of my childhood was that people change their minds about how a person looks based on what that person has going for themselves. I'll give you a good example. When I was growing up, when I was younger, the features, one particular artist I'd like to think of, the features of this artist were considered unattractive. But because he was rich, people said, oh my gosh, he's the finest thing. I'll give you two artists, as a matter of fact. From where I came from, people would, bash these type of guys if they walk down the street. But if you had a little bit of money, all of a sudden you became fine. That all of a sudden you started looking good. And that's because people have the ability, they have the power to change their own mind in regards to how you look. So one particular artist, when I was growing up, people used to laugh at dark-skinned people who had big lips. When I was growing up, the media propagated this whole thing that being dark-skinned and having African features was not an attractive thing, which was a lie from the pit of hell. It was a lie from the pit of hell. And so when I was growing up in the 80s and the early 90s, what you saw on television was typically fair-skinned women. If they put a black woman on the television set, most of the time she was fair-skinned and she had European features. She had curly hair or straight hair, but they did not feature dark-skinned women so much. They didn't feature women who had prominent features that much, and which put out the idea that the women who were of African or who had African features were not attractive. And so what ended up happening was this image started to kind of get into our minds, and we started believing that Okay, if I got big lips, I'm not pretty. If I got this going, I'm not pretty. We started believing that fact, and what happened was many people began to discount themselves. And some women began to overprice themselves, meaning they became prideful, meaning they sat back and said, if the guy not driving this, if he ain't driving that, then I wouldn't get with him. And they were saying that because they fit society's standard of beauty. But women they not so much fit the standard, but they went above the standard of beauty. There were people who barely made it, and there were people who were underneath it, or what have you. But that has constantly changed. So one of the artists that, based on my day and age, what I was told, I found him unattractive growing up based on what I came up hearing, was Johnny Gill. People were talking about, oh, Johnny Gill is fine. Johnny Gill is this. And because I had heard all of my life that guys that looked like that weren't attractive, it became a fact in my mind as a child. When I was 9, 10, 11 years old, anytime I would see him on the television set, I used to think to myself, he's ugly. Now, let me say this, he's not an unattractive man. But that was something that the media had put in my mind. And that was something I started seeing through the lens of the media, because media said if you weren't fair skinned, if you didn't have curly hair, if you didn't have European features, if you didn't have gray eyes, then you were unattractive. Another artist that I saw, and I would say to people from time to time, if this guy was walking down the street and he had no money, no woman would give him a chance, and that's Usher. Women were throwing their panties at their television screens and at their computer screens and going to his concerts and falling out and acting a fool. But I sat back and I said, but by our standards, society standards, if you find a little boy in society that looks like him, people will not flock to that little boy. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that beauty is a fact, but it's not a truth. That means it's subjective. It is based truly on the eyes of the beholder. Tonight, what I want to do is I want to help you to get free from society standards. Tonight, I want to help you to change your mind about your reflection and about the other people that you see, because it's an easy thing to miss even the man of God. For those of you who are waiting, it's easy to miss him if he doesn't come wrapped in the skin that you want him in. Now, let me go ahead and say this, because I can hear the cries. I've heard this many times where people will say, well, I don't want to be in a relationship with somebody that I'm not attracted to. I get it, and I think all of us are the same. As a matter of fact, one of the things I often say is that society tends to be a little bit unfair when it comes to women. So the way that society is, it says that if you are a female, you don't have the right to choose your husband. You don't have a right to actually have any standards when it comes to physicality, when it comes to looks. But when it comes to a man, society says men are visual creatures. Men are visual creatures. That means go work on that waistline, go work on that face, girl, go do something with your hair. But when it comes to a man, I found this, and I've seen this many times, when it comes to a man, if you deny a man because of how he looked, people will talk about you as a female. They'll say things like, you're going to miss a good thing just because you got all caught up in that. And so that's one of the things that we've dealt with as a society, and that is something that is unfair. But when it comes to, I know, again, some women are saying, well, I want my husband to be attractive. I'm tired of people telling me that I need to be in a relationship with somebody that I'm not attracted to. And one of the things I like to tell people is this. Don't decide that you're not attracted to somebody based on your first sight of them. The reason I like to say this, and I believe this goes for both men and women, sometimes you got to be purged from the world's eyes, because sometimes you are seeing people through the media's eyes. You're seeing the people through what you've been taught. It's not a fact. It's not a truth. It's just basically what you've been taught. If somebody was to go on the television set right now, somebody who happens to be famous, let's just say we get Idris Elba. Idris Elba was to go on the television set, and Idris Elba was to take a woman who, by society standards, is not beautiful. He was to take a woman who, by society standards, had certain features that were considered unattractive, maybe even a shape that was considered unpopular, and he was to show he was in love with her, and he was to go chasing after her. it would change the standard of society. That just to show you how powerful the media is. It would change the society. It would change the standard, because all of a sudden everybody will be going after somebody who looks like her. Give you guys another good example. You know, a lot of people went after Snoop Dogg. Now, how many of us know if Snoop Dogg was walking through our hood, you know, he had no money, women wouldn't give him a chance. But as soon as he hit the media, as soon as he hit the big screen, what happened? We had people running around saying, you know, girl, I met a guy, he kind of looked like Snoop. As a matter of fact, they call him Lope Dog, or they call him some type of dog. He identified himself by the name of a canine. And people started falling into this. People started biting into this because it was society. People are bound by the eyes of other people. Society has this overall view. And this is the reason why women, what we typically like to do whenever we find or we meet a guy that we're attracted to, typically we like to take that guy and introduce him to our friends. And what is the first thing we ask? What did you think about him? As soon as we get him away, what did you think about him? If our friends give us a negative report, if they say, girl, I mean, he's nice. He don't look like somebody I would imagine. I mean, but he is nice though. But he don't look like somebody I would imagine seeing you with. What would we do? We start changing our mind about the guy. And so what we start doing is we start looking at the guy through the lens of our friends. And then we start backing out of the relationship. Why? Because people's opinions are important to us. And so one of the things that has to happen, if you ever want to truly be happy in this world, is you got to die to the opinion of man. I'm going to tell you, if you ever want to go very far, if God has called you to any type of platform, if God has called you to greatness, if God has called you to do anything significant, you're going to have to die to the opinions of people. It doesn't mean that you should be rebelling against people's opinions. It does mean that you got to learn to weigh it. You got to learn to weigh it. I'll give you this. Before we get into the lesson, I always tell people this: a person's opinion is not that valuable if it's common. Anything that's common is not valuable. I want you guys to make sure that you remember that. Anything that's common, that means that if they loan their opinion to everything, we got this whole thing out where people are talking about the Juanita Bynum, Dr. Moore scandal or what have you, and people are weighing in. They weighed in about the Joel Osteen flood. They weighed in about the pastor who came in in the church. They weighed in about everything. That means that their opinion does not matter. Their opinion has no weight because they put their opinion every single place. Now, people who have weight on their opinion oftentimes reserve it, because when people hear you speak, when they finally see that you said something, they say, oh, wow, this must be significant because she never speaks or he never speaks on matters like that. So first and foremost, it's important for you not to weigh in on every single thing that goes out there. And so when it comes to beauty, when it comes to how you look, again, one of the things that you have to remind yourself is that it is beauty is subjective, meaning to one man, you're going to be beautiful. To another man, you may be unattractive. So I was having this conversation with my dad today, and it's like all of a sudden today I realized this is something he's heard all of his life. This is something he's dealt with all of his life. And again, I started to link it up to another conversation I had with him on another day. He started talking about, you know, the fact that he's never truly experienced love, like somebody to genuinely love him. And I told him, I said, that's something God showed me one time. He said, you've never, ever been in a relationship where you were actually truly loved. And I'm okay with that. You know, when he said it, it blew my mind because I've been married twice, but it blew my mind. It helped me to understand that that wasn't just a thing for me. It wasn't a time for me to play the victim. What God was showing me in that moment is that I've discounted myself many times, and listening to him, I realized he discounted himself. And so I started talking to him and what have you. And this is what I want to come out. And again, tonight, I want to do this with you guys. I want to help you to see beauty from a different standpoint. I also want to make sure that I open up the floor for questions. If you're just coming on, I want to make sure that I tell you that whenever we open up, and I'll remind you guys again, whenever we open up for questions, I think it's important for you to know that I'm going to hit speakerphone, which means that it's going to be recorded. I got a video going, it's going to be recorded. So if I choose to upload this video to YouTube, I won't be blurring out names or anything like that. So if you decide to ask a question, make sure that you're not asking or you're not using your name or what have you, because I don't want to get any emails from people saying That question was personal. I thought this was just a conference call. Could you take the video down? I'm like, no, of course not. So who told you that you were ugly? Who told you? Was it the media? Was it somebody in your school? Was it a wicked family member? Who told you that you were ugly? People oftentimes will tell you that you're ugly based on what they come to understand beauty as. So, for example, when it comes to the media, again, media tried to propagate this thing back in the 80s and the 90s that if you weren't fair skinned, if you didn't have what we call good hair, if you didn't have European features, you were unattractive. As a matter of fact, the more you look like you came from Africa, the more the media portrayed that as unattractive. And so we bit into that and we took it in as a fact. And it actually began to change the way that we saw people. So when we would see guys and we would say, he's dark skinned, but dark skinned people will tell you they hate that. He's dark skinned, but he's cute, or you're a pretty dark skinned girl. So what the goal or the thing was, the message was, being dark skinned was an unattractive thing. However, if you had certain features, people could look at you and say, wow, you're a pretty black girl. You're a pretty black girl. And that, of course, offended a lot of dark skinned people because, I mean, let's be real. Dark skinned people, just like fair skinned people, are beautiful people. So one of the things I want to say before we get into the lesson, I'm going to say to you what I said to my dad. I said, there's no such thing as ugly. There's no such thing as ugly. Now, I want to help you to understand. Ugly, the word ugly is subjective. The word beauty is subjective. There's no such thing as an ugly person. Most of the time when somebody calls you ugly, it's because of what they've heard. This is because of what they've learned. A lot of times it has everything to do with jealousy. A lot of times people see your potential and they don't want you to reach that potential because it makes them more conscious about the fact that they've never reached their potential. There are people out there, even in junior high and in high school, who know they will never reach their potential. I learned that when I was in school. There are people out there who will hold you back if you will allow them to. And so one of the things I had to do, as a young woman, was because I came out of Mississippi. I came out of a place, a region. Not so much I don't think the whole state is like that, but I came out of a community where there was a lot of crabs in a bucket mentality, and people would throw anything at you to hold you back. And so I had to learn to become hard-hearted when it comes to that. When I mean hard-hearted, I'm not talking about stubborn and ungodly, but I'm talking about I had to learn to be zealous for the things of God. I had to learn to listen to what God said. I had to learn to listen and close my ears off to what people were saying. And so beauty by definition is a combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. That definition was taken from Google. I want to read that again. Beauty by definition is a combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. So it's basically you trying to please the opinion of another person. That's all beauty is you trying to appease the opinion of another person. Somebody looks at you, and if they look at you and they decide based on what they've come to understand about life, based on what they've come to understand about what they feel beauty is you trying to appeal to that. And society has this general rule that, okay, if you look like this, and this, for example, as an African American, we tend to have wide noses. We tend to have prominent lips. We tend to have prominent cheekbones. And so if you have a really wide nose, if you have really prominent cheekbones and really big lips, society would typically tell you that you're unattractive. But society had to turn around and admit that this was a lie. It wasn't the fact, because then we have models who were not black who started, altering their face to have bigger cheekbones. More prominent cheekbones. They would raise their cheekbones, inject collagen into their lips, and do certain things to make them, go get a tan or what have you. And then we had black women who hated themselves, who started doing things like skin lightening, women who were doing things like putting contacts in their eyes. And there's even a thing where people have been bleaching their eyes, and many people have gone blind doing that because they came to believe what was on the television set or what was promoted in their community. So I want to jump into this. First and foremost, beauty is cultural. It's not the same in every community. Beauty is cultural. I've lived in many places. I grew up in Mississippi. I moved down to Mississippi, and I left, and I lived in Germany for 1 month one time, and then I lived in Germany for 6 months. straight nonstop. Lived in Germany for 6 months. Then moved out of Germany, moved briefly to Georgia. I won't even say moved. I would say that was a visit, because then we moved back to Mississippi, my ex and myself, and then I moved to Florida. My ex and myself, we lived in Florida all the way up until we got a divorce, and then I stayed in Georgia maybe a year. I mean, Florida another year or two. And, I kept getting these prophetic words, God's calling you to Georgia. And I knew that to be a fact. It was something he said to me as well. So I ended up moving to Georgia. So in every state, in every region I've gone to, I can tell you beauty is not necessarily the same. Now, we live in the United States of America. The television set does promote a certain standard of beauty. And if you don't fit those characteristics, it's easy for you to be considered unattractive. But let me tell you this. In every region, for example, you'll find a certain woman, or for certain type of woman, is more prominent. And so, for example, if you were to go to Florida, you will find that women are typically wearing brighter clothes. You'll find that depending on where you go in Florida, what's more considered popular, you'll still see a lot of colorism in Florida. You'll see a lot of colorism, whereas you'll see a lot of black guys, for example, who don't necessarily date black women. I saw that in St. Petersburg, Florida. I don't know, I didn't go out as much as most people, but from what I saw is that every time I saw an educated black guy, he wasn't with a black woman. But that's not an issue. I don't care anything about people dating outside their race or anything like that. But a lot of times, it's not that the person is dating outside their race because they found somebody they fell in love with. We can be honest with ourselves. A lot of times it has everything to do with what they've been taught. You have people who have been taught that dating within their race, dating somebody who who looks a certain way, is not the way to go. And so they feel like this is an epitome of my success. This is a reflection of my success. If I go and I show up with a woman who looks like this on my arms, then this is going to show everybody who ever laughed at me, everybody who ever talked about me, is going to make them feel like, they made a mistake. It's going to show them that I'm not everything that they said I am. So what's the issue here is that people are trying to please other people. Again, beauty is cultural. It's not the same in every place. If you were to go to India, there's a different standard of beauty than there is in the United States of America. If you were to go to certain parts of Asia, what's considered beautiful is they put those rings around their necks. I've talked about this in a video before, where they elongate their necks to make their necks grow long. And that's what's considered beautiful. In certain parts of Asia, like in Japan, the women twist their foot, or they try to make themselves look bow-legged. And I think even in some cases or pigeon-toed, there will have been cases where it's really popular over there for them to have their foot broken so that they can appear to be more attractive, because men find that attractive over there. Why? Because this is what media has been promoting. And if media promotes it, you have the ability to decide whether or not you think it's true, or you're going to accept it as a fact. Well, there are a lot of people who have accepted this as a fact. So again, beauty is cultural. There are different beauty standards in different regions. In Africa, in different parts of Africa, what is considered beautiful in Cameroon is not necessarily considered beautiful in Kenya. That's just the way that it is. So next, beauty is a fact, not a truth. Beauty is a fact, not a truth. What does that mean? It means that beauty is not something that God says, okay, this person is beautiful and that person is ugly. It is a fact. It's established by people. It's established by man. And again, is established in different regions. So if you find yourself feeling unattractive, I need you to understand that maybe personally, you may be in a region where you've been taught that, okay, this is popular, or this is what people should look like. So it's a fact, not a truth. Beauty is sensual. Beauty is sensual. We see this in a definition. Beauty by definition is a combination of qualities such as shape, color, or form that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. It pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. So beauty is sensual. It has everything to do with senses. It has nothing to do with the truth. Lastly, beauty does not qualify a person for love. This is where we get into the uh-oh moment. Beauty does not qualify a person for love. This is one of the things that I found a lot of women have gotten hurt because a lot of women have found themselves in this belief that if I look a certain way, that somebody's going to come along and everybody's going to want to marry me. Everybody's going to want to put a ring on my finger. And in some cases, it may work. The woman may be beautiful. She comes across this guy who happens to be mesmerized by her looks. He puts a ring on her finger. The two say, I do. They run off and have a honeymoon and they do their thing. They have a couple of kids. And then one day he gets up and leaves. Now, she finds out, based on when she goes back and she reflects on their relationship, she says, I gave this guy 5 years of my life, or I gave him 10 years of my life, however long she gave him. She goes back and reflects, and when she begins to learn what love truly is, not what she thought love was, when she begins to learn what love truly is, she realizes, and let's just say the dude's name Tyrone. Tyrone never loved me. Wow. He genuinely never loved me. Here's the thing. There's a possibility that Tyrone actually thought he loved her, because he had no true definition of love. And because she didn't know what love was, she accepted what he gave her as love. But she credited her relationship in a lot of cases to her beauty. So we saw a lot of women go out here and they were, by society standards, they looked good, the snatch waist. They had whatever color was popular in their region, whatever hairstyle, not so much as hairstyle, hair grade that was popular in their region. We saw women get snatched up, but we also saw them getting spit back out. And one of the things I found, having, friends, I think all of us got beautiful friends. We got friends who are above standard. We got friends who are below standard. And one of the things I found with many of my friends that were above standard was that there was a level of confusion there. There's a level of confusion. What does that mean? A lot of times they've been taught by society that they were so beautiful that they came to believe that they were actually exempt. I'm telling you the truth. It really, really blows your mind if you have conversations with people. I've had one-on-one, just talking to my friends or what have you, especially when I was younger or what have you. A lot of them actually came to believe that because I look this way, things should go this way, because society has opened doors for them. They've had so much favor in so many cases, but they always end up hurt. So that's why I always tell people who don't feel like they're attractive, I say, well, don't feel like your pretty friend has it better than you, because there's a standard that's being placed on her that in a lot of cases she probably won't be able to reach. People have an expectation of her that she can't reach. And so while you're over here feeling like a victim, she's over there feeling like a victim. She may feel like she got it going on at some point, but she gets into relationships and she gets dumped just as much as the unattractive woman. Surprise, surprise. She gets dumped. She gets put out. She gets divorced. She gets disrespected, rejected. She gets all that just as much as the unattractive woman. And so the question that I want to ask you again was, who told you that you were ugly? And did you ask them a series of questions? Did you ask them, what is it that you like to watch on television? Do a little bit of research on them to find out where they come from. Because a lot of times when people are talking to you, they're looking at you from a broken lens. They're looking at you from their own brokenness. So if you think you're unattractive or you don't think too much of yourself, you will, number one, get into relationships with people who are not attracted to you with the intent of proving that you are much more than a face. If you think that you're unattractive, you will get into relationships with people who are not attracted to you and with the intent of proving that you're much more than a face. We see this all the time. Woman gets into a relationship with a guy and she tries to prove herself. I was talking to a pastor friend of mine one day, and we were talking about how some women like to go to a jail, for example. A woman, she finds herself by society standards. Let's just say there's a scale from 1 to 10. On society's scale, she rates a 3, which means that she's unattractive. She's not that good looking or what have you. She goes into a prison. She comes across this guy. This guy's good looking. On society's scale, he's about a 9. But he's locked up in prison, so he doesn't have many options, right? So she comes up to the prison. She meets him by going up to the prison, maybe to visit her brother, her uncle, or what have you. She comes across this guy. She's like, wow, he looks good. Now, because society has told her that she was ugly, yet and still she is subject to society standards. She's looking at this man through society's eyes. She says, oh my gosh, who is that over there on that waist set? That man, he look good. Dude look good. And so the guy comes over, he introduces himself to her, and she exchanges, she gets his contact information. She can't exchange number because he's in prison. But the next thing you know, she's coming to the prison to visit him. Now, if he wasn't in prison, he would have nothing to do with her. But because he is in prison, he doesn't have many choices. Then he starts talking to her, and the next thing you know, she says, we're in love. Why? Because she's too busy trying to prove herself. She just felt like if somebody give me the opportunity to prove that I can be a really good woman. I heard about what they be going through with these pretty girls. If I can prove that I can cook, I can clean, and I can lay it down, then he's gonna love me. So she's starved of love. She's trying to fill a void, because when somebody tells you that you're unattractive, you hear that enough and you keep on listening to that, that does create a void. So she begins to try to prove herself. She's trying to create a void. And so she gets into this prison and starts seeing the guy. Next thing you know, he says, well, in order for me to have conjugal visits, according to this prison, I have to be married. Will you marry me? She gets married to the guy. She's feeling some type of way. Dude got 15 to life, but she feels like, at some point he'll get out. But either way go, he's a good looking guy. So she's putting money on his book. She's going up here. She's trying to prove herself to him. And one day he gets paroled early, good behavior. He gets paroled. He comes out of prison. He comes to live with her because he has nowhere else to stay. He lives in her house. She takes care of him for a little while, and the next thing you know, they have a child or two together, and then he leaves her for somebody who, society standards, is more on his level. What just happened here? You had a person, this is typical in today's society, who felt like, I can show him that I'm worth it. I can teach him, and I want to teach you a valuable lesson on self-esteem. God hides your value from blind people. Write that down. This is something that you want to make sure that you memorize. God hides your value from blind people. What does that mean? Somebody who is walking by sight but not by faith is blind. God says walk by faith and not by sight. But if a person is walking by sight but not by faith, they are blind. So God will oftentimes hide your value from blind people. He does that so that the right person can find you. The right people will see your potential, because they're walking by faith. But the wrong people can't see it. The wrong people are led by their eyes. They're led astray by their eyes anyhow. And so God doesn't always, and of course he has beautiful people out here. He has, when I say beautiful, I'm talking about culturally. He has people that by culture standards fit on different scales. And so a lot of times what happens is God will hide your value. Doesn't mean that even by society standards that you're unattractive. It just means that maybe you don't have the money to put into your appearance like other people do. So God will oftentimes hide your value from people because he doesn't want them to snatch you up, basically. He don't want them to snatch you up because he knows how shallow they are. So God likes to hide the valuable things behind his heart. He likes to hide the valuable things behind his heart. People that he feel that he's already decided, I'm going to do great and wondrous things through you. He likes to put those people behind his heart. And so the same thing with Jesus. The Bible says that he had no beauty that we should desire him. There was nothing about Jesus that would make a person take a second look at him. And so God oftentimes will hide something valuable in a not so beautiful place because he wants the blind people to pass it right on by. He wants the people who have his heart to see it. The people who want his heart, he wants them to see it. So again, if you think you're unattractive and you don't know or you don't think too much about yourself, you will, number one, you'll get into relationships with people who are not attracted to you with the intent of proving that you are much more than a face. And you'll waste many years because at the end of the day, the person's going to still be blind when you get done with them. They're going to still be blind, and you will find yourself tap dancing and constantly trying to prove yourself, and it's not worth it. The people who have sight to see you, those are the people who are called to your life. Everybody else, shallow people, God didn't call them into your life. Number two, if you think you're unattractive and you don't think too much of yourself, you will, number two, invest more in people than they're willing to invest in you. A good business owner knows when to cut their losses. A good business owner knows when to cut their losses. So there are times in business, I've done business with people, and while we were talking or what have you, the person sat back and I started realizing this is not a good business deal. This person is literally sitting here trying to tell me they want this, and this. So they paid me, let's just say $800 to publish a book, or $1,200 to publish a book, or what have you. But the stuff they're requesting is going to cost like $5,000. They want me to go all the way in, and it's not a good business offer. It's not a good business deal. And so I've had a few cases where I've just told the person, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do business with you, and then I'll refer them to somebody else. That's a good business practice. What am I saying? I'm saying I can make more money by getting rid of them than I could by talking to them and spending all that time trying to convince them and fighting with them. And so in some cases, I had to cut my losses. I had to say, well, this is just going to be a loss. Or what have you. I had to learn to cut my losses. So if you don't think too highly of yourself, you will invest more in people than they're willing to invest in you. In every given relationship, I always consider it, I always talk about it being more like a contract. So if a guy invites me out on a date, or we're on the phone or what have you, typically what's happening is we're having a conversation. The first few conversations are absolutely important. In those conversations, he's actually telling me a lot about himself and his expectations. He's telling me a lot about himself. Now, if I'm smart, I'm going to ask the right questions. If I'm smart, if I'm desperate, I'm going to do more talking than I do listening. If I'm desperate, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to start talking about, yeah, so I cook and I own my own business and this, and I'm gonna make him want me based on what I'm telling him, but he doesn't really want the person. He wants what I'm offering. But if I'm smart, I'm gonna let him tell me who he is. This is the number one mistake that most women make. Most women don't allow the man to tell them who he is. He asks the question, so he says, so tell me a little bit about you. And so in that, what happens at the table is when you're talking, the guy will tell you, if you listen, he'll tell you what he's looking for. He'll tell you, for example, you start talking about exes. You say, so how long have you been single? And he says, about 8 months. You say, okay, 8 months. What happened in your last relationship? He says, well, to be honest with you, I kind of lost interest because she started picking up weight. We've been in a relationship for like 3 years. She started picking up weight. She was hanging out with her friends, and I just started feeling some type of way. So right then and there, he's giving you terms of a contract, but if you're deaf, you don't hear that. If you're too desperate to get in a relationship, if you're paying too much attention to his dimples, you're not going to hear that, because right there in the moment, you're trying to see how you can take his place or take the other girl's place based on what he looks like to you. And so in that moment, you're sitting there and you're telling this guy everything there is to know about you, but he's not going to tell you that much about himself. And so you're over here pouring out because you're being blind to the facts. And what ends up happening typically in a relationship is you don't look at the small print that's on the contract. So you get into the relationship with the guy, and then you start finding out that there are terms to the relationship that you can't adhere by. And so you're sitting there like, that's not fair. You want this, and you think it's okay for you to talk to your exes, but I can't talk to my exes. He told you right there on the first few dates or the first few phone calls that I was talking to my ex the other day. I was talking to this person the other day. He told you right then and there that he is the type of person that communicates with his exes, but you were so caught up in his dimples that you couldn't hear that. So you end up investing more than they're willing to invest in you. And typically when you're dealing with a narcissistic personality, or you're dealing with somebody who's accustomed to getting with people who have low self-esteem, they want more of an investment than they're willing to make in you. You have to be quiet and allow people to show how much they're willing to invest in you. That way you can match their investment. If you are sitting there and constantly talking and you're putting more out there at the table, if you're telling him everything there is to know about you, everything that you can think of, including your favorite color, you're not allowing that person to show you who they really are. And so again, in these type of relationships, you will invest more in people than they're willing to invest in you. You'll find yourself cooking and cleaning and trying to prove yourself. And you said that you were abstinent, but you know what? You fall into sexual immorality with the person trying to prove yourself because you want to prove that you can lay it down in the bedroom. I'm worth you marrying me, dude. If you would only give me a chance, you end up doing those things because you're trying to prove something to the other person. I'm going to tell you something that's not going to work. A lot of women have learned this, and I'm telling you, not just unattractive women, absolutely gorgeous women by society standards who rate at the top of the chart. They broke the charts. Have found out, because their self-esteem is not always high. Some of the people that have the lowest self-esteem are people who are considered beautiful by society standards because they've been told that for so long. They give the power of society to determine how they look. And so a lot of times their self-esteem fluctuates or what have you. It fluctuates. And they come and they give themselves in relationships. They start having sex and they find out while having a sexual relationship that the guy's not committed to them, and he dumps them just like he would dump Bambusha over there. He dumps them and he goes and bees with somebody else, and they get their feelings hurt as well. So you end up investing more in people than they're willing to invest in you. Number 3, you discount yourself in relationships, friendships, and just about every arena of life because you'll see others as being more qualified for the roles than you are. I'm going to give you an example. I said relationships and friendships. One of the things you see in our society is that there are women, for example, by society standards, they're considered to be beautiful. And they typically, a lot of times, have drones. What are drones? We call these the followers. These are the little Ahabs that get behind them because they feel like she's so pretty. She gets so much attention. I just want to get a piece of that. I want to get a piece of that attention. So they end up walking alongside her, but slightly behind her. You've seen the picture on television. We've seen it in a lot of movies where they're walking slightly behind her. They're walking along the side, but they end up forming a V with her being at the front. And so typically in a relationship like that, they basically relinquish their authority to her. This is a Jezebelic relationship in a lot of cases, but they relinquish their authority to her because she's able to gather the attention of men. She's typically popular. She goes to school, she goes to a place and she gathers or she gets a lot of attention. So you have people who follow up behind her, people who, if she drops something, they jump to the floor, pick it up. They're ready to fight her enemies. You know, if somebody has a problem with her, they're ready to go out and go to war on her behalf. Why? Because they're too busy trying to prove themselves. So they discount themselves in their friendship. Now, in a lot of cases, the drone is smarter than the person that they're following. But because society has beat them down, they've fallen into agreement with the devil. They don't realize how important or how beautiful or how smart or how gifted they are. They don't know these things about themselves. And so they discount themselves just to fit into a relationship with her. And then what happens is she continues to discount them. So they continue to pull themselves down. I've seen cases like this where, for example, in high school, you will have those type of relationships where nobody is allowed to date the queen bee's ex-boyfriend. Like if she broke up with a guy, nobody in her clique is allowed to date her ex-boyfriend, but she can date all of their ex-boyfriends. And they will sit there and they say, oh, no, it's okay. While their eyes are bloodshot red or what have you. Oh, no, it's okay. It's fine. But the reality of it is they relinquish their authority. So you will discount yourself in relationships, romantic relationships, friendships, not friendships. We're talking about your friendships with people that are non-related to you and people who are related to you, or just about every arena of life, because you see others as being more qualified for the roles than you are. So whenever you go do a job application, you're sitting beside somebody who looks beautiful, and they ask her, they say, or let's just see, you have a conversation with her in a lounge and you guys are auditioning for the same role. Now, she's not as qualified as you, but because you've allowed society to beat you down, you end up having a conversation with her on the lobby, and she says, yeah, because this company, I had a friend who used to work here, so I'm going to ask them for $45,000 a year. So you discount yourself, even though you have a higher degree and you qualify for $60,000 a year, because you're looking at her because society told you that she would be more preferred than you. You end up going in there asking for $35,000 a year, which is $25,000 less than what your college degree says that you should be making. But you're constantly discounting yourself in an attempt to get into roles, and that is low self-esteem. Number 4, you'll neglect to extend the same measure of grace to yourself that God extends to you. That means you're hard on yourself. You're always hard on yourself. Every time you say something to people and you come back home like, dang it, I can't believe I said that. Or you do something, you're always overthinking it. You're hard on yourself. Let's move on. Number 5, you will neglect your health or hygiene. That's usually high level self-esteem. When people start to neglect their health or their hygiene. Now, let me tell you this. That's something God's been dealing with me about. I have to get myself back up when it comes to food or eating right or what have you. But a lot of times when you see people, the more the enemy tears down their self-worth, their self-perception, their self-esteem, the less they start taking care of their hygiene. You'll see people start gaining hundreds and hundreds of pounds. I hate to say it this way, but you see people who have half-washed tails. They don't like to wash themselves. They don't go take a shower like they should. They don't take care of themselves because they figure, what's the use? Why am I going to go and run water all over myself when society says that I'm not that good looking or what have you? So that's usually when the enemy has really broken you down. Number 6, neglect to build a bright future for yourself unless you have an incentive. This is important. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here. You will neglect to build a bright future for yourself unless you have incentive. That means that you won't go to college unless you have somebody motivating you. Somebody got to come along and I've seen cases where women are sitting around. They got 2 children, they're on public assistance, and they're struggling. And they won't do anything for themselves. Then they end up meeting a guy who happens to be, let's say, a nurse or what have you, or he happens to have some type of career. And then they all of a sudden get motivated to go back to school. Girl, I'm about to go back to school. You're like, okay, that's good. I'm proud of you. So, but what happened? No, I just think it's time. I just need to go to school or what have you. Okay, what's his name? Girl, what? No, what's his name? I did meet a guy named such and such. And so they neglect their future. They base their future on their relationships. They base their future so that same female can get in a relationship with a guy who doesn't have any type of motivation, and she'll just stay where she is, or she won't do much of anything. So they base their relationships based on they base their relationships, or they base their future based on who they're in a relationship. They need some type of incentive to move forward. And one of the arguments you guys have heard me have is, one of the things I don't like is when women are sitting back and they're mad at their children's father. And they're saying he doesn't take care of his child. He's not present in the children's life, and he don't do this. He's stupid. He's sorry. He over there taking care of somebody's child who ain't his, but yet still he don't do anything for our child. And they say, we sit up over here and we starving and we hungry and we trying to keep the lights on. I'm like, well, okay, why don't you get up and go back to school? Why are you sitting there neglecting yourself? Why? Because typically when women think like that, society has beat them down, and it come to the point where they are waiting on somebody else to come along and to make them feel worthy of doing something. They make them feel worthy of writing the book, make them feel worthy of going back to school, make them feel worthy of doing something significant. That's what low self-esteem will do to a person. I'm not going to get tongue tied no more. Number 7, you'll base your worth on the people who are around you. In other words, people will have the power to change how you see yourself. So a lot of times, for example, you ever see a girl who doesn't necessarily have the best self-esteem, then all of a sudden she gets a bunch of pretty friends, or she gets a bunch of successful friends, and all of a sudden she starts acting high-minded. So what this girl is doing is she's basing her worth on her perception of her friends. That's what she's doing. She doesn't think too highly of herself, and a lot of times people get mad at her, but I don't, because she's basing her self-worth on her friends. For me, I want to heal her. I want to help her to go further in her thinking. But a lot of times we as females will get mad at her and we'll be like, oh, because she hanging around such and such, then she thinks something. She thinks this about herself, but the reality of it is she's basing her worth on her friendship. We see this all the time. Women like to get around other women who are considered beautiful, popular, or successful. Why? Because they feel like I can steal your shine, or at least borrow, or just stand in your shine. I can borrow a little bit of it, or I can stand in your glory, and I can get people to come over to me just from me standing in your glory. So that's low self-esteem. Let's go ahead and move on. Number 7, you'll base your worth on the people who are around you. In other words, people have the power to change how you see yourself. We just said that one. Number 8, you'll stay in toxic relationships until the person either leaves or kills you. You'll stay in toxic relationships until people either leave or kill you. You will also tolerate abuse, neglect, or mistreatment in relationships just because you won't think you deserve to have someone who loves you the way that Christ loves the church. One thing that God is laying on my heart right now is that people will oftentimes say things like, I'm tired of starting over. I don't want to start over. So they'll stay in a toxic relationship where they're mishandled, mistreated, just because society's told them that they were ugly, because society told them that they were unattractive. And so they fear that I'm going to have to be single for a long time. And it is the truth. I want to tell you something I've learned about God. He likes to keep you single for as long as it takes to get you to mature. He likes to keep you single so he can build you up. He can grow you up. He can heal you. He likes to keep you single. And that's oftentimes our fear when we've been in a relationship for a long time. Even though the relationship is toxic and it's taking away from us and not necessarily adding to us, a lot of times we feel like, well, I want to stay in a relationship because at least I have somebody, and we do have good days, and I do see his potential, and God is trying to deliver you. And so people with low self-esteem, people who've been told that they were ugly, people who've been told that they're unattractive or they're not worth being loved, will stay in toxic relationships until the person abandons them, or the person kills them. And in some cases, they'll stay in a relationship until they meet somebody else who's willing to tolerate them. They will never leave one relationship until they have another alternative. They have another person they can get in a relationship with, meaning they never give themselves the time to heal, the time to hear from God. They never give themselves the time to develop, because the reality is every time you get into a relationship, you're at a certain age spiritually. And I'm talking about your maturity. And some people need to come out of relationships just so they can grow up. They need to mature. Number 9, you will forsake your God-given identity and embrace personalities that are not your own. That is one of the most common things in society today. Most people are not wearing their personality. They're wearing the personality of what's popular on television. Most people are wearing Gabrielle Union's personality or Beyonce's personality, or they're wearing, some guys are wearing whatever famous rapper's personality. People are wearing personalities that are not their own. And they do this for so long that they forget who they are. They really forget their own personality. They forget their own identity. And that's the reason why they will either love or hate somebody who reminds them of who they truly are. Whenever you have low self-esteem, whenever you have low self-worth, you will forsake the identity, the personality, the very thing that makes you unique. You will forsake that, and embrace personalities that are not your own, because those personalities are largely favored by groups. And so you're accepted by people just because you're wearing a personality that is not yours. You're coming along and you're like, what's up, y'all? And you come over there and you're acting a certain way, and people are accepting of you. And so you end up in all these fake relationships only because you're accepted. But guess what? It makes no sense. It's absolutely silly to be in a relationship where you're accepted but not loved. See, people will accept you in a lot of cases, but they're not really accepting of you, because they don't know you to accept you. But they've only allowed you into their corner. They've only allowed you into their life. They've only allowed you into their clique simply because you came in wearing a mask. So you're deceiving them. And a lot of times people end up getting hurt, because eventually who you really are will bleed through the mask, and those people will get away from you. So it's important for you to hold on to your God-given identity, because your God-given identity, surprise, surprise, is designed to run those people away from you. The very people that you're trying to get close to, your God-given identity is designed to keep them away from you, so that God doesn't have to deliver you from those people. Your God-given identity is designed for you to walk into large spaces where there are cliques, and not to be invited into any clique, because God has something specific He wants you to do, and He doesn't want you getting toxic, or He doesn't want you getting polluted by the people around you. Because here's the thing: anytime you get into a clique, there is a sound in that clique. There is an expectation of that clique. There is a limitation of that clique. There is a boss of that clique. There's a lot of different things. And if God has called you to do great and wondrous things, a lot of times He won't allow you to fit into situations that are going to limit you. Number 10, you will make idols of people. It's the last one. You will make idols of people. You will make your friendships an idol. You will make your romantic relationships an idol. You will hold on to toxic people. You will make idols of those things, because you're basing your self-worth on those things. So let's talk a little bit about healing. Number 1, I want you to remember this: you are a masterpiece because you were created by the master. Write that down. Because if you've been struggling with self-esteem, and you look on the television set and you say, well, I don't look anything like Halle Berry, I don't look anything like Gabriel Union, I don't look anything like, what society says is, gorgeous or beautiful, this is something you have to remind yourself of. You are a masterpiece because you were created by the master, which brings us to number 2. Your face is a language that not everyone understands. Your face is a language that not everyone understands. So there are some people who are going to come around who look at you and they don't necessarily understand your face, and that's okay. When people come into your life, there are some people who are blind. That means that they are so blinded by society's what society says is beautiful. They're blinded by ambition. They're blinded by their desire to fit in, that they're not going to see you. They're going to be blind by that. And so your face is a language that they're not designed to understand. Your face is designed to actually repel them. Your face, your shape, everything about you, your personality is designed to repel fake people. If you walk in your authenticity, if you sit there and decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to be who I am. I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I'm going to be who God has designed me to be. If you walk in your authenticity, what happens is people begin to get away from you. People won't invite you out. There are a lot of things that happens, and that's okay, because what God is doing is He's teaching you, I don't need you in the crowds, because the crowds represent what is common. I'm bringing you in as a leader. I'm taking you to the top. So I want you to get used to being alone in some cases, because a lot of times a leader, before they come out and they preach, or before they come out and they teach, they have to be alone or what have you. They got to spend time in seclusion with God. They got to spend time in the secret place with God. And so God doesn't want you always having noise in your ear. He doesn't want you always having people around you who are influencing your thinking or influencing how you see things. So your face is a language that not everyone understands, and that's perfectly fine. You got to stop trying to make people understand it. You got to stop trying to teach people the language of your face or your love language. You got to stop trying to teach it to people and come to understand if they don't speak it, if they come around you and it's not somebody who wants to be in your life, you got to give them the permission and even the space to walk out of your life. Number 3, you are a hidden treasure. This is something that's important, guys. You are a hidden treasure. Hold on, we're going to be doing open floor in about 10 minutes. But you are a hidden treasure. Only those submitted to God and not this world will seek you. You are a hidden treasure. Again, the Bible says that Jesus didn't have any beauty that we should desire him, but he was still a treasure. I found that God hides treasures in sometimes places that we wouldn't think to look. God will hide wisdom in a child, because you have to humble yourself to get it. God hides wisdom in a wife, because the husband is the head of the home, so the man has to humble himself in order to get it. God hides wisdom in homeless people sometimes. He will hide wisdom inside of a fool. He will hide wisdom in people that you would never think to get it from, because you have to humble yourself to get it. He hides it for a reason. He wants only the humble to find it. It's all around us. There's wealth all around us. There is opportunity. There are opportunities all around us. There is joy all around us. And God wants to give us those things, but he hides that wealth in places we would never think to look. See, we're too busy looking in the pretty girl's face or the handsome guy's face, looking for something that they don't have access to, when God has hidden it. For example, on the homeless man, in the homeless man on the corner, the answer to your prayer is hidden in his mouth. And all you have to do is go over there and say, hey, are you hungry? And you give him whatever, you go over to McDonald's and grab something to eat and give it to him. You hand this man a sandwich. He looks at you. He says, thank you. And then you start talking to him, and then he starts to give you the answer to your life. Because God will oftentimes hide wisdom in places like that. He will hide the answers in places like that. And a lot of times I believe that we're going to go before God and we're going to say, I prayed and I asked you for this, but you never gave it to him. And he's going to say, my promises are yea and amen. I actually gave it to you, but I hid it from you. And I wanted you to humble yourself to get it, but you never would humble yourself. So you got to remember that you yourself are a hidden treasure. Only those submitted to God and not this world will see you. So somebody who's walking in pride, somebody who's shallow is not going to seek you. So you can stop jumping up. You can stop trying to get people's attention. You can stop trying to get them to love you, to like you, to do whatever. You got to stop trying to fit into society and come to understand that God is hitting you. And so if he's hitting you, even when you go dancing in front of somebody, even if you take your clothes off, no matter what you do, you can get into a relationship with a person, have children with him, even marry a guy or marry a woman for the men of God. You can get into a relationship and that God will still hide you in that relationship. I'm a living witness of that. God will have you in a marriage where you're hidden, where your husband, your spouse cannot see you. They can see the natural, but there's a lot of things they can't see about you. They can't see who you are in Christ Jesus. So you are a hidden treasure. And it's important for you to know that you got to find yourself before God reveals you to the right people. It's important for you to know that you have to find yourself before God reveals you to the right people. Next one. You have to build your worth, not your appearance. Build your worth, not your appearance. Why is this important? Because right now we live in a society where people think that I need to build my face. So I want to come over here and I want to get this done in my face, and I want to get that done in my face, and I want to get my hair done like this. And I heard about this new makeup. They call it Two-Face. I want to try that. And I heard about this, and girl, I got these outfits, and these outfits look really good, and I want to get this. And so we spend so much time and money trying to build our appearance, and it's great. It's good to look good, if for nobody else but ourselves. It's great, but you want to put more value in your work. How do you do that? By going to church, studying the Word of God, reading books, going to school, starting businesses. Build your worth outside of people's value of you or people's opinion of you. Because if you find yourself constantly having to rely on your beauty, people will tell you that you'll start to age, which means that you not only depreciating value to the people that you've surrounded yourself with, but you begin to depreciate value to yourself. And there's nothing worse than having low self-worth. There's nothing worse than you looking in the mirror and not feeling so great about yourself. So build your worth not your appearance. You build your worth by, hey, listen, I want to go back to school. I want to start this business. I want to start that business. I want to invest in this. I want to invest in some land. I want to invest in some property. I want to learn more. I want to get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I want to surrender myself wholly to God. And I just want to spend time in his presence. Build your worth. Now, that doesn't mean that you're building your value. What it means is that you're building your worth. That means that people are willing to pay more for you. People are willing to give more for you. People are willing to do more. As a matter of fact, the more you raise your standard, the less people that are going to try to talk to you. Did y'all know that? For those of you who say, I've been single for a long time and ain't nobody trying to talk to me. The more you build your worth, the more you come to understand your worth, the less people that are going to try to talk to you. You're going to find that as you build your worth in God, you're not going to hear the hisses anymore. I don't hear the psst anymore. All of those things die out. Now, it has nothing to do with physical appearance, because I can tell you right now, there are some women by society standards who don't look the part, but yet still they go out and they get the hisses because of what's on the inside of them, because they are in need of deliverance or what have you. But they get the hisses and the stares because of what's on the inside of them. But the more God delivers you and the more God gives you your worth and the more God gives you your identity, the less people that are going to hiss at you, the less people who are going to look at you. And that's because people who typically do those things, they bank on you not knowing your worth. They can discount you because you've already discounted yourself. They're not required to reach a certain standard to have access to you. But whenever you have a certain standard, like you're writing books and you're starting businesses and you're doing great things and you're going to church and you got this relationship with God, you are constantly raising your standard. So what you're doing is you're disqualifying yourself from people who would typically run out of your life anyway. You're disqualifying yourself. So build your worth and not your parents. Number 5, I only got number 5, then we got number 6, and then we're going to be done. We're going to open up the floor for questions. Number 5, go into the secret place and let God clear your heart of all the clutter until you see yourself the way that God sees you. This takes time. It's important. Listen, in a relationship, it's important for you to know this. As of right now, every single person on this call and every person that's watching this video, every single person has a certain value that they place on themselves. Every single person. How do I know this? For every female that is on this line, if you're single, for example, there's a type of guy, if he was to come after you, you would say, girl, he came after me. That, he ain't even my type. When people say that, they're not saying I'm not attracted to him. What they're saying is typically a man of this caliber will never look my way. Typically a man of this caliber, I don't even know what to do with a dude like that. Typically, a man of this caliber would never look my way. And that's usually because they've been discounted in their community, in their family, and by the media they put in their head. How dare you watch music videos that degrade you as a woman? How dare you watch TV shows that degrade you? How dare you watch things that begin to tear down your self-worth, listening to songs that tear down your self-worth? But this is what people do. This is why you need to get rid of all that stuff, throw that stuff out, and go into your secret place and let God clear your heart of all the clutter until you see yourself the way that he sees you. This can take months, and a lot of times it takes years. But I'll tell you this, it is well worth it, because during that time, God's going to do some purging and some cleaning. He'll start to clean out your perception. He'll start to clean out the lies that you've been told. He'll start to clean out all of these cultural practices and all of these things that you come to believe. He'll start to clean that out, and he'll start to clean up the lens of yourself so that you can see yourself the way that he sees you. And when you do that, even if you don't meet society standards, let's talk about the scale again. If the scale of beauty is 1 to 10, with 10 being ugly and 10 being beautiful, if you are a 2 on that scale, one thing what happen is, if you let God clear that clutter out, you will walk in the confidence, a greater confidence than the person who is a 10. The person who is a 10 may be walking in pride, but you will walk in true God-given confidence, and it'll confuse people because they'll look like, well, by society standards, she's not that great, but she has a lot of self-esteem. And at the same time, it also establishes something, or it changes the way that people see you, because remember, people are not looking at you through the lens of truth. People are looking at you through the lens of what they've been told. It's culture, it's media, it's just what they've been told. Their brains have been stained by the fingerprints of everything they've watched on television. And so whenever you have confidence about yourself, when you walk in that confidence, it starts to clear up their sight in regards to you, and they begin to see you a different way. And so they just like, well, Yeah, I mean, she may not be your flavor, but I think she's pretty. I think she's this. I think she's that. Why? Because when you see yourself the way that God sees you, a lot of times you cause other people to see you the way that God sees you. Lastly, healing. You're gonna have to go heal someone else. That's the last one I wrote down. You got to go heal someone else. That means you got to go the same thing I did with you guys. You need to go do for somebody else. You got to help people to understand their worth. You got to help people to understand that, listen, not everybody understands your face. Not everybody understands your shape. Not everybody understands your voice. Not everybody understands your ambition. Not everybody understands your personality. But you have to be okay with you. You have to be okay with being who you are. You have to be okay with not necessarily being accepted by society. You have to be okay with that. You got to be okay with being different. You got to be okay with not being invited to the party. You got to be okay with being ignored. You got to be okay with, because I'm going to tell you something about society. This is something I've learned in my 41 years on earth. Society, a lot of times when you're dealing with cliques and what have you, a lot of times people will keep you out until you bow down to a mindset. But if you want to be a leader, if you want God to do something great for you, you have to learn to be okay with not getting the invite. You have to be okay with not getting the recognition or even the acknowledgement. You have to be okay with that. As a matter of fact, you can't even take it personal. You can't even take it personal. You have to see things from a different perspective. You have to see things from a different perspective, meaning you have to get to the point where you sit back and say, well, I'm different and I'm okay with that. I'll tell you guys this, and then I'm going to open up the floor for questions. This is a prayer that I prayed. One day I said to the Lord, I said, Lord, make me strange, make me unique. I was living in Florida. I said, make me unique. I don't want to fit in. I don't want to fit in. I want to fit into what you said about me, not what people think about me. And I didn't even realize what I was praying, but I do remember thinking at that time, Tiffany, are you sure you want to pray that prayer? Are you sure you want to, to take that prayer? Are you sure? Are you sure this is what you want? Tiffany, are you sure this is what you want? And I said, yeah. So I went ahead and I prayed that prayer, because what was I doing? I was saying, I understand that I'm not going to be invited to everything. I'm not going to be invited into every clique. Not everybody's going to go out of their way to get to know me or to come to understand me. I'm going to be off standing by myself from time to time. I came to understand it, but I said, but you know what? I want to be my authentic self. I want to be who you designed me to be. I want to reach my full potential in Christ. I don't want to be so caught up in the clique that I can't reach my potential. I don't want to be so caught up, because whenever you get into a clique, you're going to have to morph into the leader. You're going to have to morph into whoever. So if you're hanging out with a bunch of girls, and let's just say Tamika is the leader of that clique, and Tamika likes her hair dyed, let's say purple or what have you, before long, you're going to have purple hair in your head. You're going to be doing things to prove that, that you're a part of that clique. And that's not the will of God. It is the will of God for you to be your own unique self. So this is the thing I tell my friends, and I'll say to you, and then we'll open up the floor for questions. I tell my friends, be you. Be you. Don't be nobody else. Just be yourself. Now, what happens when you are yourself is people manifest. Oh, gosh. A lot of times we want demons to manifest. We want folks to sit there and show me your true colors. And I tell them, I said, when I learned to be myself, people manifest more before me right now than I did when I was fake and phony with them. I didn't get a chance of friendships I would have for 4, 5, 6 years. They could have been avoided had I been my authentic self. Had I not tried to fit into people's perceptions of who I should be. Those friendships I would have never got into. As a matter of fact, James 4:7 says, submit yourself to God and resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Those people would have fled away. They would have got away from me. But because I was willing, because I wanted to fit in, because I was willing to conform my personality, because I was willing to be quiet and play whatever role they felt like they need, whatever, I was willing to fit into their voids. Because I was willing to do that, I ended up having friendships and stuff like that, the friendship was fake and, and all in all itself or what have you. And I had to accept their flaws and everything that was wrong with them, but they didn't have room to do that for me. There was no grace in it for me. And I had to learn, Tiffany, you got to love yourself to stop doing it. Love yourself enough to set yourself up to be loved by people. Now, when you take on that attitude, I'm going to tell you something. You're taking on an attitude where you are going to be rejected, because society teaches people that if you're not trying to fit in with me, then you are my enemy. Society teaches that. If you're not conforming and you're not doing this, then you are my enemy. Because everybody else in this high school or at this job or in this community, everybody else is trying to fit in, but you're not necessarily trying to do that. And so you are an enemy of mine because you're trying to preserve or you're trying to be who you really are. And I want to tell you that's demonic within itself. That's just society. You cannot fit into that. As a matter of fact, I dare to tell you this, woman of God, if you ever want to be found by your husband, you better be found in your own identity. Otherwise, you're going to be found by somebody else's man. If you want to be found by an authentic man of God who loves the Lord, who surrendered to God, you better be okay with being yourself. You got to be okay. Now, what I'm not saying that if you 450 pounds, that you should stay 450 pounds. Of course, you should want to do that for yourself, but you got to learn to be okay with your own face. You can't be, and I'm going to do this because I'm probably going to upload the video. You can't be smiling because somebody told you got big teeth, smiling when you cover your teeth like, I've seen women do that, beautiful women who society's told them that they weren't pretty or they didn't have pretty smiles, and they do the Miss Seeley smile. Every time a camera's pointed at them or somebody says something to them, they drop their head and they do this Miss Seeley smile. What is that? That's a representation of them being beaten down by society, but by the words of society. And now I want you to understand that these words are going out there for anybody who's willing to receive them. That means that they'll pass by the girl who on society's charts is just a 3, but she didn't receive that because she had a mama and a father. She had a family or a community who told her, you know what, you are worth it, you're beautiful. And because she told that to herself repeatedly. Those words will pass by her, meaning it's like the blood over the door. It has no power over her. So when the enemy comes looking for whom he may devour, those words have no choice but to pass her by. Or for the man of God who's told himself, man, listen, I know I'm a good man. I know I'm this and I'm that. I know I got this going for myself. Those words pass him by. They have no power over him because of the report that he has believed, the report he's told himself, because of what his community, his family, or if nobody else told him, he told himself that. He told himself, I'm worth it. He told himself, I'm this and I'm that. I said this to my dad today. I said, Dad, when I was in school, I said, you always hear different reports from different people. I said, I'm just like everybody else out there. I've had people to tell me, oh, you're so pretty. And I've had people to tell me, oh, you don't look worth nothing or what have you. And I said, here's the thing. People learned about me. I said, Dad, I'm stubborn. And you know that. And when I say stubborn, I'm not talking about the bad type of stubborn. I'm talking about this. Whatever I believe about myself, I believe it. You can't change my mind. It's just the way that it is. It's just the way I've always been. You can't change my mind. You can sit here and tell me what you think of me, but at the end of the day, I'm only going to believe what God said to me. I'm only going to believe what he put in my head. I'm not going to let that go. I can let go of a lot of things, but I'm not going to I'm not going to let go of his report. And I told my dad, I said, Dad, see, here's the thing about me. I know that I'm not only a weapon, but I'm a treasure. I know who I am. I know what's on the inside of me because God has given me a preview, a sneak preview. He's helped me to see that. I know my value. I know my worth. I know I'm worth more than a lot of these folks out here. When I say worth more, I'm talking about investment wise, getting wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I'm dying to myself. I said, Dad, I know that, but I don't mind people passing me by. I don't mind being overlooked. I said, it's not a good thing, but at the end of the day, here's the thing about me. The reason I'm okay with it is because I know that I'm hidden. That's why I'm okay with it. So if I'm being overlooked, if I'm being passed by, that means this is somebody that God doesn't want to see me. And it's important for you to hear that so you can stop trying to make people see you. Stop it. You can stop trying to get their attention. You can stop trying to make people love you. You can stop trying to make people like you. You can stop trying to show people, hey, listen, I can tap dance. I can really sing. I can really dance. I can really do this. And just get over it. Get over it. I sit around people time and time again, and I never tell them anything about me. I don't open my mouth. I don't sit back and say, hey, you should check me out. I've written this many books. You should check me out on YouTube. As a matter of fact, most people who sit around me know nothing about me. And most people I come in contact, they know nothing about me. Why do I do that? Because I want people to want, I want the authentic people that God has called in my life to want to be a part of my life based on their assessment of me and not because of what I told them. And this is important for my brothers in Christ. You got to stop walking around you got to stop telling women what you're worth. I'm talking about career wise. You got to stop telling them, well, I have a job in this and I make $75,000 a year, and you wonder why you end up in a relationship where there is no love. Did you know the average person, and I believe this, the average person has never truly experienced love? Or we can at least say 50%, because 50% of marriages end in divorce. We can at least say 50%, or I believe it's higher than that, of people have never truly experienced authentic love, because most people are no longer authentic. This is why God hides us, because he wants us to find the fullness of his love. He wants us to grow up in his love. He wants us to get into that place where we finally understand that it doesn't matter what society says or thinks about me. I am worthy. I am valuable. Man, I'm a masterpiece. God created me uniquely. God did some things when he created me. Man, look at the treasures on the inside of me. Look at this. And then you can sit there confidently, and you can sit in a place where, for example, you go out to somewhere with your friends or what have you. It happens to be, let's just say, maybe a wedding. And so at the wedding reception, there are good looking guys walking around, and they're checking out the females, and they're going after all of your friends, and nobody comes after you. But you can be okay with that. Because, let me tell you why. What makes you okay with that is because you know what's on the inside of you. See, they may be displaying something on the outside, or maybe it's their season to be found. Maybe it's not your season. But at the end of the day, you know what's on the inside of you, and you can have that confession. I want to tell you this, and again, we'll open up the floor for questions after this. I know I said that like 10 minutes ago, but we're going to do it for real this time. But I'm going to tell you this. When you come to know your worth, when you come to know who you are in Christ, when you come to actually agree with God in regards to your price, when God starts to show you your worth, you become okay with just being alone. You become okay. And that's not to say you're going to be chronically alone for the rest of your life or what have you. You're not going to discount yourself. You're not going to sit there and try to fit into people's perceptions of who you should be. You're not going to conform. You're just going to sit there, and you'll let everybody fade away that's supposed to fade away, because you come to understand that the right people, when they come into my life, they're going to see me, because God opened their eyes to see me. They'll see my value. They'll see my worth as more, and they'll see my identity. They'll see the treasures that God is hidden in me. And then not only do they see those treasures, then they want to invest in that treasure. They want to say, hey, I want to, I see you need this, and I want to be a part of that, or what have you. They're going to want to be invest in that. But that comes with you being still. That comes with you coming to know who you are in Christ Jesus. So in order to do that, you have to build on your relationship with Christ Jesus. You're going to have to actually spend time in the presence of God. You're going to have to spend time just saying God, and be honest with him. If society told you that you're not attractive, or if you think that if I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate yourself? And you would have say a 3, which is low. Then that tells me what you need to do is you don't need to be in a relationship right now, because you've already discounted yourself. You've already discounted yourself. You don't need to be in a relationship right now. What you need to do is spend time letting God build your self-worth. You need to spend time getting to know, and not so much as building, but actually reaffirming or opening your eyes to see your self-worth. It is a dangerous thing to have self-esteem. It's a dangerous thing. It's a beautiful thing, but it's a dangerous thing, because whenever God begins to build your self-esteem, it changes your perception, and you can't agree when people try to discount you. You just can't. Something in you, God puts this weight in you. It's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm sorry. I love you, but I'm good. I'm not going to try to fit into all that. I'm not about to go through all that, because I know my worth, and I know what's on the inside of me, and I know that if you don't see that, then God blinded your eyes to it. So I'm going to open up the floor for questions. Again, let me go ahead and make this clear. For those of you who may have just come on the call late or what have you, I want to make this clear. I'm going to open up the floor for questions. Now, first rule is in questions, don't ask more than one question at a time. If you got 5 questions, ask one, and then let everybody else ask a question. And then when we have that moment where I say, is there any more questions? And everybody goes quiet, then you can say, I have another question. I don't like it when people try to dominate the call and they say, okay, I got 2 questions and I got 5 questions, and other people start hanging up because they're unable to get their question in. Next, make sure you show respect for everybody that's on the call. When I unmute the call, it's also important for you to know that I'm not going to take this call down. So I'm probably going to post the video. I did a video. I'm going to post the video to YouTube. So if you don't want your name being said, don't say your name, just ask the question, because I'm not going to be accepting emails from people who say, hey, I didn't realize that this was going to be post it to YouTube. So can you take the video down? I'm going to tell you no. So if you don't want to post it to YouTube, either don't ask the question or you just don't give any identifying information. I want to start the questions off for those of you who have questions. Well, no, we'll just say this. You can ask questions about anything, especially self-worth. Those are the ones I want to get the most. Two, this is important because I get this on every conference. Being loud, the loudest one, doesn't mean you get to ask your question first. Being the loudest one doesn't mean, like somebody says, hey, Tiffany, I got a question. You say, I got a question. It doesn't mean that you get to go first just because you were louder than her. I'm going to say, no, what's the quiet one in the background? I want her question first. It's usually who asks first. So I want to make sure that we understand protocol. Make sure you're being respectful. Please note that I can see phone numbers and I know who's making noise. And so if you go to acting silly, I will hang you up and block you. Anyhow, I love you. I'm about to take you off of the lecture mode and put you on
all
speaker.
Participants are unmuted.
All right, who had a question? Questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
For the last few years, I've been single, and my older sister, she keeps telling me that she feels like I'm very closed off, and that's what's keeping me from being in another relationship. But at the same time, I feel like because I'm growing in my relationship with God, that that's the reason why guys aren't really approaching me. So I'm not sure if I'm doing what's right, but I do feel like this message was very encouraging for me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Because a lot of times I feel like my family, they try to make me feel like, getting closer to God, that's all I think about, but it isn't.
Yeah. So remember this. Everybody has a scale. Everybody has a perception. Everybody has an expectation. And so sometimes one woman, her scale, I'll give you an example. Older women like 50, 60 years old, sometimes they feel like you shouldn't be nappy headed. As a black person, they'll say, yo, your hair's nappy, you need to go do something to your hair. So they feel like, you got natural hair. Oh, you need to go. So that's their measurement. That's how they measure beauty. That's how they were taught to measure beauty. And they feel like, well, you need to get out there. You need to go out here. And so even when they get in ministry, a lot of times they bring those cultural beliefs with them. So they believe that you need to get out. You need to dress up. You need to make yourself more available when God is trying to hide you. That makes sense? They feel like you need to put yourself out there so somebody can see you when God is trying to hide you. Now, I agree that we shouldn't go hide ourselves. That means that don't sit there and say, well, I'm just going to go over here and I ain't coming back out, and somebody going to have to come knock on my door and get me. Because, I've had that said to me. People like my mom, when she was alive, she would tell me, you can't expect a man to come knock on your door. I'm like, Mom, I get out enough. God is good. God know exactly where I'm going. He know how to get me out of my house. He can make it where I'm hungry for some turkey bacon. And, I'm like, dang, I got to go to the store. And he can send a man of God in the store. I believe he's mighty like that. But a lot of times they don't necessarily believe that. So they think that you got to decorate yourself like a Christmas tree and go stand out in the mall and just stand there and smile at folks when they pass by. And while that is effective, it helps you to get in a relationship. It doesn't help you to get in the right relationship. So some people are more relationship focused versus being right relationship focused. So they don't understand that you're waiting on the right relationship, the lifetime marriage, the lifetime relationship, the one that God approves. They don't understand that concept. So a lot of times people have that belief. So what I would tell you to do, now I don't know how much you're in the house. What I would tell you to do is continue to hide out in Christ. Continue to stay and before the Lord, spend time in his presence, because I'm going to tell you, the more you get full of God, you become so content that you ain't trying to hurry up be in a relationship. Everybody more in a relationship rush for you to get in a relationship than you are. It's like, dang it, y'all, could y'all please stop trying to, tell me how old my ovaries are. I'm good. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm good. God's got me. So I would just tell you to keep spending time in his presence, keep getting to know him. He'll bring your husband. He knows how to, And then, you just say, Lord, if I have an issue getting out, like if I'm isolating myself, then that's unhealthy. If I'm isolating myself because of fear, because of rejection, fear of rejection, because of anything, then Lord, I ask that you deliver me. And then you will have to get counseling and deliverance for that type of stuff. Then you have to force yourself sometimes to come out a little bit more. But it's not to get a man. It's for you to break the isolation chain. It's for you to break those things off of you. But other than that, no, you don't have to go and put on a lace front and some long eyelashes and go stand out. You ain't got to go through all that. That's what people
Don't
think.
forget contouring.
Right, contouring your face, and next thing you know, you don't look nothing like yourself, and some guy come walking up to you because you look like the girl that left him. Because that's what you did. You decorated yourself. She was in love with the same makeup artist that you were in love with. She was in love with the same look that you were in love with. So you end up decorating yourself, and you get the guy's attention because you look like somebody to him. It's a great thing to do your face and keep yourself looking good. Those things are great, but you don't want to use that as a tool to get somebody, because you will age. And I think that people forget that you will age at some point, and we don't all know how we're going to age. Some people age gracefully, some people not so, And so we don't want to sit up here and, put the weight on our face, and then next thing you know, we don't age so nicely, and oh boy, at the house talking to us like crazy because he mad at how we looking. You don't want somebody who's shallow. So take your time, just stay in the face of God, ask God, am I in isolation? If you're isolating yourself, then you want to make sure you get counseling and deliverance and stuff like that. But if you're not in isolation, if you're just cool in your content, hey, you're not doing anything wrong, as long as you stay in the face of God. And just remember, not everybody's going to understand it. If you talk to a woman who's 80, a woman who's 50, a woman who's 20, everybody's going to have a different perception of what you should do. The 20-year-old going to be like, girl, I'm about to contour the crap out of you. She gonna put a lace front on you. She gonna put some eyelashes on you.
Yeah.
She gonna put something around your waist to snatch your waist. You ain't gonna be able to breathe. She gonna put some high heels on you, 6-inch. She gonna have you walking. You gonna be walking out there like the Walking Dead, trying like, Lord, please let somebody hurry up and find me because I'm about to collapse. If you go to the 50-year-old, the 50-year-old is gonna put a butterfly. She gonna put a flower in your hair. She gonna put some nice little girl earrings on you. And she gonna tell you to come to church, baby. Or she gonna take you somewhere. Well, she'll take you to a family reunion. I'll take that back. She'll take you to a family reunion or someplace like that. She's gonna try to, get you out a little bit more. And she's gonna be like, look at that police officer over there. I don't see a ring on his finger. Like, yeah, but I see a ring mark on his finger. So yeah. So she's gonna try, but the 80-year-old is gonna be like, come to church with me, baby. She's gonna try to hook you up with her nephew, she's gonna try to hook you up with everybody, because people come from different eras who have different opinions. Even when they get into ministry, a lot of times they still bring that with them. So yeah, you're okay, you're good. Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're most welcome.
Okay, this isn't a question that has to do with the topic. I think that my mom might be being influenced by the Jezebel principality, and things have really gotten out of control. I'm not sure what to do. What should I do?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you live with her?
Yes.
You do? Okay. So
yes, I do.
All right. First and foremost, one of the things you have to do is you want to make sure that you get out as fast as you can, as much as you can. While we love our parents, you got to always remember this: everybody has free will. They have the ability to exercise their will. You can give her information. You can talk to her, give her books. You can give her the truth and love. If she's not familiar with spirituality, don't come to her and say she got a Jezebel spirit.
Oh no. She's Catholic, and she's Catholic, and she has a relationship with God. It's just that we're very different right now. We're kind of in a hard place.
Yeah. And the thing is, in cases like that, if that's not a part of their theology, it's not much you can do but to pray for her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not much you can do. And also to demonstrate the love of God. You have to demonstrate. So this is what you do. This is how you get somebody who is not of your same faith. You get their attention. I'll tell you what I did with my mother. I just kept talking to her about the wonderful things that were happening at my church. or at the conferences I was going to, because even before I got to my church, my mom, and this isn't to offend anybody who's on here Baptist. I grew up Baptist, but I'm no longer Baptist. Okay. So, my mom grew up Baptist and she just believed in, that. And so, long story short, I knew my mom needed deliverance. I knew that she needed a lot of things that she wasn't going to get from her faith, from what she believed. And I was trying to tell her about it. So I did it the wrong way when I was younger. What I would do was I would talk to her and, I would try to push it on her and I would offend her. And I learned that was the wrong practice. So what I would do was when I would have conversations with my mom, I would tell her, Mom, went to this conference. People were getting healed. They were getting delivered. And at first she was just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's good, what have you. Because she had been brought up in religion. It is religious people are the hardest people to convert. They are hard to get through to. Very hard. So I told her about it. So one particular day, my mom started fighting with cancer. And they were having a conference in Detroit, Michigan. And I said, you know what? It was a David Taylor conference. I said, I'm going to get my mom to this conference one way or another. I spent just about the last dime of my money flying my mom out. I flew out from Georgia to Michigan. Well, we flew to Chicago to an old friend of mine's house. But I flew to Chicago, and I flew my mom and my sister because my mom needed somebody to come with her. I flew them out to the event. When they came to the event and my mom saw people getting healed, it changed her life. See, because she had never seen that before. It changed her life. When you're dealing with a religious person, you cannot tell them anything. I always tell them you got to show them the power of God, because they become deaf. They've heard it for so long that everything that you say that's biblical, it just sounds like jargon to them. They've just been hearing it all the time. And so this is the wisdom that God gave me. They need to see the demonstration of God. And so in a case like that, I invited her out. I said, Mom, I'll get your ticket. I paid over $3,000 to get all of our tickets and stuff and hotel. I flew my mom out. I flew my little sister out, and we went to this conference, and she saw people getting healed, and she got knocked down by the power of God one good time. And from that point on, she was a believer. From that day on, my mom started following him. Then she stopped and she started following John Eckhart. She started following, she fell in love with Jesus, but she had never seen that. So what I tell you to do with her is pray for her. But at the same time, if there's ever an opportunity to take her to a conference, call it a girls outing. I want to take you and my sisters out. Put some money up to go to an event and just show up at an event that God's going to show up at. Typically not a local event because she's going to make an excuse, but just maybe an event that states away to give you an excuse to fly out and just say, yeah, we're going to this and I would love for you to come. I really want us to go, or what have you. And then you buy the ticket. You can give yourself a year to prepare for that. But you buy the ticket. You say, Mom, this is going to be me, you, and maybe your sister and maybe an auntie or something like that. I can tell you this. If you go to an event where the power of God is moving, she will change her mind. She will change her mind, because when she get up in that event and she see God moving up and through there, she's going to be like, wait a minute. So just try that. Put some money up to the side. Just keep praying for her. Plead the blood of Jesus over her. Fast for her. That's one of the things I wish I had done more for my mother. I wish I had a fast for her more, but fast for her. And then whenever you just tell her, say, hey, Mom, they're having this event, but I don't want to go by myself. And if you got a sister, let's just say you got a sister named Terry. You say, Mom, I want you and Terry to go out to this event. I really want you to come. Oh, no, baby, I ain't going. No, Mom, I'm already looking at the tickets. I've already talked to them. I get I can get it for this much if you're coming, but you can get her to come. If you talk to her and you show love and what have you, get her to come. She see the power of God that will do something. Now she gonna get back up and go back to the church she's been going to. That's only normal because she's been going there for a long time. However, you've sown a seed. But God, He uses one person to sow a seed, then He uses another person to water it, and He gives the increase. So just take your time and be patient. Trust me when I tell you, God's got it. Don't worry. Just do it that way and watch. You're most welcome. He'll change your heart.
Okay, Tiffany, hi.
Hi.
There was this guy that I used to date, like back in 2014, and he was a Christian, but he was like new to the faith, and I was kind of like, I was still a babe as well, but he was like new.
But anyhow, like we were talking or whatnot, and all of a sudden he just disappeared. He disappeared. He vanished. Like he just what they call ghosted me. That was back in 2014, and I was really hurt about that. So here it is, 2019. Uh, a coworker of mine said that they go to the same church and whatnot, and he was like, "Oh, you used to talk to such and such." I'm like, "Oh yeah, we dated, but so we tried to reconnect or whatever, and in that time it didn't work out." But out of nowhere, he just inboxed me and tried to start a conversation, and we've been like just inboxing each other. But then all of a sudden, he goes missing 2 days. I'm like, "Nah, this is not, this ain't it." And I'm like, I believe it's a counterfeit. I already know it's a counterfeit. But I'm just like, I like the feeling. Who like you? I remember you saying in one of your videos, we like the pursuit. Like women, we love the pursuit. There's nothing wrong with being pursued. It feels good. But for you to go missing for 2 days, I'm like, nah. And then he just texted me not too long, a couple days ago and said good morning. I just ignored him. And I feel like God is telling me to just leave that situation all the way alone. What are your thoughts on it?
Leave it so much alone that you tell him to stop texting you. You have to tell him to lose your number. This is what this is. There are some guys who build their self-worth by knowing that they have options. Some people just want to know that I can have you if I want to have you. So the door is always open. So people like that will go ghost out of your life or what have you. They'll go after other people. They'll do all those other things. And then as soon as you close that door, you begin to close that door, they'll reach out to you just to see if I still got it like that. And if you start responding, they say, I got it like that, then they can ghost you again. And then they keep on. So this is a person who likes to keep the door open, is usually indicative of narcissism. Even a slight version of narcissism. And so when you're dealing with people like that, the one thing that you don't want to do is entertain them. It's a mistake to entertain them. One of the things I learned to do with guys is, because I know that I'm a wife in waiting, I don't entertain the wrong guy. Like once I realize he's not him, I tell him to lose my number. You got to lose it, to lose my number. If he doesn't lose it, I'll have to block him. Because what am I doing? Even though I've had, a case where a guy said, well, can we be friends? I'm like, no, because at the end of the day, when my man of God finds me, he's not going to find me on the phone with you. He's not going to want to I'm having to explain, oh, no, this was a guy that came after me at one time, but it ain't nothing like that. He rejected me and we cool, but, we talk on the phone, so there's nothing there. Because he's going to understand as a man that this other guy has me on reserve. This guy's playing games with me. Also, he's going to understand that obviously there's still something in you that wants him. And so from there, it causes him to either walk out of my life or to become insecure. So insecurity enters the relationship. And so our relationship begins to crumble in the beginning. So what I do as a single woman is I always make sure that I'm single for real. I always make sure that I'm single 100% for real. That means that I don't allow guys to entertain me with the idea of, we're friends, let's just go out for lunch. I don't allow them to do that because I understand what they're doing. I had enough uncles and I got brothers. I've seen enough games to know what that is. That's just the guy putting you on layaway. That's just the guy taking you off the market, but not necessarily taking you off or paying the price for you. So in this particular case, what you have to do is realize first and foremost that it's a game on his part. It's just him trying to make himself feel better. It's just him trying to make himself feel like I got it like that. He probably is in a relationship, but he wants to feel like I have an option. And so in a case like that, you have to tell the person, hey, listen, I respect you. I wish the best for you. But at the same time, you're going to have to stop calling me. And he says, well, why? And you don't argue with a person like that because it's just like going back and forth with a car salesman. They're always trying to sell you on the idea that it's a good idea for them to call you. And they know good and well they're not trying to be with you. One of the things that I always say is men are some of the surest creatures on earth. Meaning if a man wants you, you're going to know it. He will pursue the crap out of you. Every man that I've ever had in my life, even when I was in the world, I think every time I was in a relationship, I was in the world pretty much most part or coming out of it. But they pursued the crap out of me. They pursued the crap out of me to the point where I get up and I look at my phone. I got a missed call. I got calls several times a day. It was never a case where they went ghost. It was never a case of a guy went ghost. It was clear he's not interested. You can ask any man that. When a man genuinely wants a woman, there is no question that he wants you at all. Zero. But anytime a guy, where there is room for questions, it's somebody playing games. And it's just somebody that's trying to make themselves feel better. And you never allow yourself to be a pawn in that game. So you always have to tell people, and I don't care, because I'm gonna tell you what religious pimps will do. I'm talking about the ones who sit in church and wear church shoes, but they like to play games with women. They will try to convince you that you're being unrealistic. I'm just trying to build something with you right now. I want us to be friends. What have you know, dude, you're making it really clear that you're not interested in me. You know good and well that I'm waiting. And so you want to ask me on a date and confuse me. But at the end of the day, you're not interested in me. And if you were, I would know it. So since I don't see that, then no, you can't call me. And they'll pimp you out if they can. But at the end of the day, those same guys will play games, but then they'll go get in a relationship with somebody else and they'll confuse her. And you'll find that they got a litter of people around the church that they kind of broken the hearts of, and they'll always use "we were friends" thing or what have you, and so they use that so they don't have the responsibility. A lot of times when guys are not ready, they are afraid. They are really afraid of commitment and responsibility. Those two words scare the crap out of a man who's immature or who's not ready. And even a man in transition, those words scare him. And so a lot of times they try not to make a commitment. They try not to. And if you remember, we talked about in the beginning, relationships are like contractual agreements. When I'm sitting across the table from a guy at a table, when he's talking to me, he's actually telling me the terms of his contract. Now, it's up to me to decide whether or not I am in agreement with those terms. So if he sit back and say, well, I don't think I want to be in a relationship right now. I just want to be friends and maybe we can hang out and, this, that, and the other. And I'm discerning he doesn't want responsibility. When he finishes his conversation, then it's my turn. I either sign that contract or I reject it. So I reject it. I just sit back and say, oh, that's yeah, I understand it. I'm believing God to bring your wife in due season or what have you. I believe she's going to be an amazing person when you're ready. Because this guy is being honest. He's saying, I'm not ready, or either I don't want you. And in a case like that, it is not wise to think that you're going to change his mind. It's not wise to think that you're going to convince him, that I'm going to show him my worth, because that's the biggest issue we have as women is oftentimes we see our worth, but we feel like if I can show you my worth, then you'll realize that I am everything you prayed for and then some. It's not true. At the end of the day, God still is going to hide you. Now, the wrong relationship, God will still hide you. So the short answer is tell him to lose your number. And don't ever entertain somebody like that again. The minute a person goes ghost,
Amen.
As soon as a man goes ghost, when he tries to reappear, well, I lost my phone. I left my phone in the car, what have you. Okay, that's fine, but you need to lose my number now. At the end of the day, because what I'm doing is I'm saying I'm worth so much more. Because if you give into that type of stuff, you begin to let people lower your self-worth, which is a trick of the enemy. They keep lowering your self-worth until the point where the enemy can finally get you in a relationship with somebody who's so beneath you. And so you don't allow somebody to lower your self-worth. As soon as it got pulled at, well, it was really nice knowing you. So you're just going to let me go like that? Yeah, of course I am. Because what's amazing about men, and any man will tell you what's amazing about men, a man will be in a relationship with a female who knows her self-worth. He will get in a relationship with somebody who doesn't necessarily know her self-worth, and then he'll tag her along for several years. He'll have her and he'll say we're friends, or I'm not ready, for like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Turn around, they break up because old girl get tired of waiting. They break up and he go out there and get in a relationship with somebody, and he with her for 5 months, and all of a sudden he got a ring on her finger. Why? Because when they got to the table, the terms of the agreement, she rejected those terms. She's like, what? Boy, please. No, that is not me. Anyhow, it was nice meeting you. And he realized, oh, this one is different. This one is not like the other one. This one's not. And so he realized, I got to hurry up and take her off the market. I got to hurry up and snatch her up. It's not to say that he is an admirable man or even worth being married if he has that mindset, but it is to say A man is always willing to pay what you're willing to accept. And so if you will accept less, that's all he's going to give you. And then you're telling him that's what you think that you're worth. But if you feel like, no, I'm sorry, I don't accept that, you're telling him either you're going to go through this or you just can't afford me. You want to always hold your standards so high that low men can't afford you. You always want, and you want to stay in that space. You want to stay right there.
You are so dope.
Thank you. Yeah. You want to hold your head up high and stay right there. I don't care how fine a man is. I don't care what I don't care what he drive. I don't care how shiny his church shoes is. At the end of the day, you got to look at him and you got to look, spiritually speaking, can you afford me? Can you cover me? Can you cover me? Yeah. In my prayer time, can you cover me? Can you hold me up? Or are you trying to bring me down? Are you insecure? You want to look for those type of things. But if a man shows you that he does not respect you, or he comes disappearing out of your life, when he reappears, send him right back out. No, brother. No, brother. No, brother. This ain't that type of party. And, if anything, he loses. The one thing that I love with that is he walks away. If I don't have nothing else, I got his respect. See, that's all I need. When I walk away, when I tell him to lose my number, I have his respect. And that's important to have. I don't want to feel like I've been nice to him. I'm going to be nice in it. I'll be nice, but at the end of the day, his respect is more important than being in a relationship with him. That's the one thing you want to make sure in everything is that you have people's respect. And sometimes to get that respect, you have to tell them no.
Amen.
Amen. Questions?
Okay, Tiffany, up here. Hi, Tiffany.
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question is, how long does it take? It goes back to the question you had brought as far as who told you that you were ugly.
Uh-huh.
So how long does that image take, to, get out of your soulish area and stuff as far as that? Because I do know that growing up, I've been told a whole lot by boys, in school and high school, guys that I found that I was interested in, they wasn't attracted to me, and I was just told a lot that I was ugly growing up, to the point to where I believed it and stuff. So, and I know, like, even right now, being 41 years old, I've come a long ways, but I do still know that there's still more that I need to get out of my system regarding that. And even like the shape of my body, I'm not, like the world, they would want you to be built up like, Beyonce with the big old butt and big old hips, and I'm not built up like that and stuff. So it's just like, how long does that image and that imprint, how long does that take to get out of you?
Okay, first thing I want to do is make a statement. The first thing I want to do is ask you this. As beautiful as Beyonce is, as gorgeous as she is, did it make the man faithful to her?
No.
Okay. So is the goal to get a man or the goal to get someone who loves you?
Yeah.
Right. You want to have somebody who loves you. Society overemphasizes the idea of having a man. So much so that Beyonce is so iconic that there are a lot of women looking for miniature Jay-Z's, and they end up finding. And I'm going to tell you something. They get into a relationship with a person like that, and their hearts they're bleeding out every day. So I want you to take how you feel as a single woman based on all the things that you feel about yourself and what you've been told. And I want you to magnify that pain times 10. And I want you to understand that's how the average person who's married to somebody like Jay-Z feels. Magnify that pain times 10. That's how I know I was married in a relationship where I was being cheated on. You take the pain of being a single woman, it does not even compare. Neither does it even slightly measure up to the pain of knowing that your husband is out there with somebody else. So first and foremost, I wanted to introduce every woman on here to this concept that being single is not being the lowest place. The lowest place is being in a relationship with somebody who doesn't love you enough to be faithful. That's the lowest place. That's a low place. Because there's nothing like being in a relationship and realizing that you're not enough for that person. Now, I want you to understand that nobody is enough for that person. They're not going to be enough because they're trying to fill a God-sized void. Now, to answer your question, when it comes to the healing, it starts with a statement. It starts with a confession. First, you have to tell yourself, I'm beautiful. It's not about what people tell you. I want you to remember that the devil has no power unless he can get you to agree with him. He has zero power unless he can get you to agree with him. And so one of the things that you have to do is you have to absolutely fall out of agreement with him, regardless of what you heard over the course of your life. You got to understand that you lived in a society. Here's what happens. If somebody tells you that you're ugly and you hear it and you start to believe it, you actually begin to take on the face of what they said. So your features, you start doing different things based on what ugly is or what society says is ugly. So I saw this on a friend of mine. Beautiful girl. I used to tell her all the time, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. For whatever reason, she didn't like her smile. I don't know who said what to her about her smile, but she had all her teeth, but she didn't like her smile. So what she would do when she smiled, she would cover her teeth with her lips, which would make her smile unattractive. See, what she did was she started making herself unattractive based on what she had been told. Now, I've also saw women who by society standards were not that pretty. However, they had fine men. And I'm going to tell you what they would do. When they smile at you, they smile like they were the sexiest thing out there. They walk like they walk their because they missed it. All the things that people said to them, these are darts that the devil is throwing at you through people. Understand that Satan has no power to attack you unless he has people. He has to have puppets to use. He uses puppets. He needs a body to exercise through. And so these people are nothing but puppets or what have you. And so when these puppets come along, these puppets are talking, they're talking, and they have absolutely zero power. Now, if you start to believe them 10%, 20%, 30%, that represents the amount of power that they're having over you, that you're giving them. So you take your power back by changing your confession. So you change your confession to say, I am a beautiful child of God. Next, stop watching stuff on television that tells you otherwise. Because this is what people typically do. They'll watch television, they'll watch a show that promotes the idea that you have to look this way in order to be beautiful. Don't put that in your soul. Then you have to change your surroundings. The people around you, don't be around people who make you pity yourself or people who don't treat you like you're attractive. You want people around you. I like to study the behaviors of people. My dad said that about me. I study people. So if I'm around somebody and let's just say it's 5 women in a car, and you got one sister driving it. Let's just say, because it's got to be a truck since it's 5 people. But it's one woman driving the car. And let's say we're all headed to some type of event. And in the car, all of us on beauty scale, we all range, on the world's beauty scale, we all range from different places or what have you. If somebody's in the car, the driver, what have you, if she's in a car and let's just say she has some type of power at the pageant. I mean, not pageant, but the event. Or what have you. So she gets to pick the star speaker. She gets to pick who's going to go up there or what have you. But there are other people who get to pick. But I noticed that she's a little bit shallow. So she keeps talking to the girl who ain't got no sense because she cute. But she talking past me and 2 other people who are overqualified. But she keeps talking to the girl because she cute, but she ain't got no sense. What am I going to do? I'm going to get to the event and walk away from her. See, what I'm doing is I'm saying I don't agree with your report. That's what I'm doing. When I do that, people are thinking I'm stupid or crazy. But what I'm saying is I don't agree with your report. Even though you didn't say it with your mouth, I see what you're saying. And so I don't have to hear what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And so I'm not going to agree with that report. So at the event, I'm going to get me an Uber. I'm going to catch another ride home. I'll tell her, hey girl, hey y'all, I'm going to be over here. Now other women who are overqualified, they're going to chances are follow me. Why? Because they come to understand this is a shallow female. I mean, we've seen it. And so you don't want to spend your time trying to win the favor of shallow people because they're blind anyhow. They're blind and you're not going to change that.
Yes.
And so always remember that you heard it so long and then you start taking that on. And so now you have to change your confession. You got to look in the mirror and tell yourself that you're beautiful. You got to decorate yourself like you're beautiful. Do your makeup like you know you're pretty. Wear your clothes like you know you're pretty. When you go to a place and somebody don't understand your face, that's fine. You're not for me. You walk into an event and you pay attention to who is drawn to you. Always pay attention to what God says about you. He puts this report in your belly. And there's this report that says you are invaluable. You're a good friend. You're loyal. You're going to be a great wife. Put that report in your belly and you hear it. You hear it. You're going to be great. But you're just like, but I just got to get people to get past, what people think of me. Get over that part. Because what happens is people who are not blind will be drawn to you. Forget the whole shape of the body. Don't worry about that. That's society standards. That's society. And unfortunately, there are people in the church who are bound by society standards, which is why the majority of people in the church, or a large number of people in the church, miss God. But you don't have to miss him. They miss God because that's the reason why a lot of church guys end up marrying Jezebels. Because they get caught up, and Satan knows that if you're led by sensuality, Jezebel she got you. She got you. So they'll go out there with an immoral woman just because she got them hips and she got them lips and she got this, and that's fine. Don't take that personal. Don't let that reflect your self-worth. Just smile and let him go on by. Because at the end of the day, when the man finds you, when your husband finds you, I can tell you this. This is what I learned when I was married. This is something that's going to bless every single woman on this call, because the folks that hung up going to miss this one. This is what I learned when I was married. Even though I was married to the wrong guys, times I got married, even though I was married, I was still a wife. I was a wife in waiting. I just didn't know it. And despite however I could have ranked on society's scales at any given moment in my life, I've always heard this when I was married, because when you're married, it's like everybody sees you. I was working with ministries and stuff like that, and I would always get this question: do you have a sister? Like, man, you are everything I would want in a wife. And when they say you married, I'm like, yeah. Do you have a sister? And it used to blow my mind, because all of a sudden I got all these guys are like, man, do you have a sister? Do you have a sister? Why? Because I was married. So God's like, I ain't got to hide her. I'm hiding from my husband. I can let, and so people can see that you are a good thing. They can see it, and they're just like, man, do you have a sister? And so your worth doesn't change. Regardless of what you do, your worth doesn't change. It's just that sometimes God will reveal your worth. He will start to let people begin to see your work. But first, before you can put yourself on the market in the price point that you should be at, I'm not talking about monetary. I'm talking about spiritually. I'm talking about morally. Before you have to first have that relationship with a God and come into agreement with him in regards to your work, and fall out of agreement with the world in regards to how they see you. And when God does that, I'm going to tell you, it does something that scares the crap out of you. When he does that, it's like, God, hold up. For me, I'm like, Lord, I'm 41, and guys my age, typically, they like to go after the 20-year-olds. They like to go after this guy. Come on now, God, you're constantly giving me books and stuff and strategies and ideas. You making me more and more, less and less likely to get married. And he said, yes, that's exactly what I want. And I'm like, really, God? That's exactly what I want. He said, you know what this looks like? He said, I want you to imagine a pyramid. I'm singling you out for the right one. So at the bottom, it's broad. Everybody's competition all at the bottom. Every woman is trying to have a nice size badonkadonk. Everybody's trying to go and get breast implant. Everybody's trying to do that. The more God brings you to the top, the less hisses you're going to hear, because it gets less noisy at the top. And he says, okay, now I want you to go do this. You're like, God, you telling me to go and do something that's going to make me even less likely to get in a relationship. And he said, aha, you're catching on. I want you to get all the way at the top of that pyramid. I'm taking you up. That means growing you up in maturity so that you can see yourself the way that people, once your husband finds you, everybody says this: do you have a sister? Because a woman like you is unique. I can't find anybody. It don't matter. You get to set a new standard when you get to the top. See, society only believes what they've been told. So if you get today's society, if we took, we went out here and we were to choke out all of today's society, celebrities, just a joke, guys. We don't want to choke them out, but just a joke. If we would go and put them all to sleep, and we would have locked them all inside of a room or what have you. And we would have raised up new celebrities. These people have the power to tell society what is beautiful and what is not beautiful. So people are under the influence of what they've been told. That's it, and that's all. They're under the influence of what they've been told. So the thing is, you have the ability to hide yourself and to grow in Christ till he gets you to the top of that pyramid. Then you get to influence that. Because now people celebrate you. What is a celebrity? The word celebrity means a celebrated person. That's all. And so now you get to set the standard. And so now guys start looking up to you and they say, man, I want a woman who's shaped like that. I want a woman who looks like that. This is what guys, let's be honest, this is what they did with Usher. I mean, Usher, by society standards, is not what we would chase after. But because he had all that money and because he could dance, we started screaming and folks started throwing their drums at him. And now folks are out here going after everybody. But when I was young, they would talk about people like that. It's not to say that he's unattractive. I'm saying by society standards that he wouldn't rank that high. So the thing is, beauty is subjective. But you cannot subject yourself to what society says. You have to take the word of God and subject yourself to that. Then you have to make a confession over yourself again and again. And what's going to happen? And then I'll move on to the next question. What's going to happen as your self-esteem begins to grow, as God begins to mature you and help you to see yourself as the people around you are going to begin to manifest. Jealousy is going to start manifesting. People are going to start getting angry. How dare you have an attitude? How dare you have the nerves to have a choice? How dare you have the nerves to even not, try to fit into this clique or what have you? Do you see yourself? People are going to start getting mad because people are afraid of any person who dares to know their worth. It scares the crap out of society. Wow. It scares the crap out of society. People are afraid of people who are nonconformists. When you have that type of attitude that I don't care if I walk into a room with 900 people and every last one of them look at me and say, what have you, and I don't conform, I am a threat to every breathing thing in that room. I am a serious threat to every breathing thing in that room. Why? Because they don't have the power to conform me. See, the same power that was used to get them to where they are in the low place that they are is not working on me. There's 900 of them. They had 3 people that told them, and so it's 900, so they don't have the power to move me. I take that power back. I've taken that power back, and I constantly take the power back from people to control me with their opinion. Because if they can control you, they can decorate you. If they can control you, they get to tell you if you're worth it or if you're not worth it. They get the power to determine your worth. And when you show people they don't have that power, you're going to have people who are going to decide that you are an enemy. But that's fine, because God says, I will set a table for you in the presence of your enemies. So guess what? You get to sit at the table with your pretty self. And you get to sit at the table, and they'll sit there and look, and they go through thoughts. Like some women go through thoughts based on what they were taught. Society said I'm pretty. Society said I'm gorgeous. How is it that she got a man? How is it that she got a fine man? How is it that she's successful when she don't look nothing like me? People actually feel like that. People are really entitled. They really feel. There are women. I grew up around women like this. I have friends. I have best friends with women like this. They really feel like doors are going to open just because they're cute and because they know it. They feel like that because they look a certain way, but they find out the hard way, which is the reason why half of them a lot of times end up acting real crazy, because society blinded them, society retarded them, society stunted their growth. Where they should have been building, where they should have been doing this and they should have been doing that, they were too busy expecting doors to open. So they were too busy flirting, looking at people in the eyes, giving them eye contact. They were too busy. And what ended up happening was that average looking girl sitting up in the corner who wasn't hearing that much, who heard, what have you, or didn't believe in that, who felt like, I'm not about to let y'all ruin me with that. She actually went out and did something with herself. So she was over there going to school, doing all this stuff, getting herself, and all of a sudden one day, the light shifted over there on her. See, I love how God works this thing. The attention shifted to her. When the attention shifted to her, she over there, sister girl, been working on herself outside of everybody's eye shot. Everybody was too busy paying attention to, the other women. But she was over there getting herself together. She was over there studying, getting closer to God, getting her waist snatched. I'm talking about girl who was over there in that corner working out. And by the time society turned their attention to her, she was I'm talking about being used by God, got a mighty man of God on her arm who genuinely loves her, and it blows their minds. So hide,
Yeah.
stay in Christ, and make a different confession over yourself. Ask God, say, Lord, teach me to see myself the way you see me. And understand this. Don't try to take that prayer back, because when you do that, it's going to be some offended people around you. Because they're going to want you to conform to how they see you. They're going to be mad. They ain't going to understand. But you keep staying the course. Let them manifest. Let them fall away. I let people manifest around me. And I just sit there and let them go and fall away. That's how I do. I let people be like scales. You were scales in one season, but you're falling off in another. In the next. You let them fall away and you keep moving forward. And before long, you're going to look in the mirror one day. Mark my word. You're going to look in the mirror one day. You're going to say, man, I am a beautiful sister. Wow, I am a beautiful sister.
I've come a long ways though, Tiffany. I mean, I confess that, and I'm working out. I'm drinking water. I've come a very long ways, you know. So I just, I touch and agree with what you're saying.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Okay, next question.
I have a question.
Okay, the one that said I have a question.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
First of all, this is really blessing me.
Thank you.
And for the past about 9 months, I met a guy at my church, and great man of God. We hit it off really, really well. And over time, you know, feelings started to develop, and then he would tell me, like, I love you, things like that really fast. And I was looking at it like, okay, is this a red flag, or is God just moving really, really fast? And then over time, you know, it started feeling really relationshipy, like the way we would speak. And I knew in my spirit that something was wrong. And I would bring it up to him like, hey, I feel like we're going the wrong direction. Something doesn't feel right. And he would always tell me like, oh, be patient. You know, everything's going to be okay. And so it started stressing me out, mental health going all over the place. And I was feeling like I don't want to be here. Like, I don't want to be here. And I would talk to people that I was close to, you know, see what they felt about that. And of course, praying about it. And they'll be like, oh, you know, before all this happened, like, oh, he's the one, you need to stay, you know, all that kind of stuff like that. And I've been in a situation before where I didn't, you know, consult wise counsel, and that messed me up. So I was like, okay, I'm going to talk to some people. But over time, it started getting more stressful, and he's like, I don't even know if God wants me to be married or wants me to have a wife and children. And he posted that on Facebook, like in a comment, and I was like, okay, well, why am I here? You know, and it really hurt me. He doesn't know that I've seen it, but it hurt me. So I was like, okay, what's the whole point of us talking? What's the point of me being here? And I recently went to a trip to Italy with my church, and I was just so stressed out. Like, I was in my hotel room, like, crying, because I was like, why am I even here? I don't want to be here. But I still had this nagging voice, like, I'm going to miss my husband if I leave, because this is a great person, you know, and wanting to let go. And then the other day he told me, like, 9 months in, like, hey, God is telling me, like, we just need to be brother and sister, but I'm still here for you. I'm still here if you need me. And I'm like, I don't really want that, because I don't want to block, like, I don't want that to be uncomfortable for my future husband. And this whole thing, like, stressed me out, and, you know, I need my edges back. Like, this is a lot. This is a lot.
Yes, and you know what?
So I was just wondering, like, if you've seen a situation like this before, and
yes,
what your advice to me would be, because I want to go, like, no contact, but he still wants to be in my life, even after all of this. And
it's not his choice. He doesn't get to choose that. I actually warn on those type of situations. So let me ask you this question. He's always said, let's be friends first. It was a friend, and let's just see where it's going to go type thing.
The thing about it was, we started off as friends, and that's exactly what happened. But then emotions started getting involved too early, and he would go on Facebook like, oh, I love her, and, you know, stuff like that, and made it real public. And I didn't really want that at first. So it was like a whole lot of unnecessary pressure on me from that too.
Okay, I want you to all to say one word: commitment.
Commitment. Commitment.
Responsibility.
Commitment. Responsibility.
Okay.
Responsibility.
This is a thing that I like to teach, and I see in the millennial age, this is something that's really common. So this is what a lot of millennials do. It's something that the Bible says there's nothing new underneath the sun, and I see that. I completely agree with that. So this thing that he did is actually kind of common. It was actually out when I was young, but we didn't fall for it. We didn't go for it because we knew what it was. So for me, I saw my pimp style type uncles doing this to females. I had uncles who were womanizers, and they would oftentimes come and live with us. And I got a chance to watch them. I'm an observer, so I would watch them how they were with women, and I would learn some of the tricks and stuff. And so now, in the millennial age, I see this is one of the tricks of the enemy. This is one of the things that the enemy uses against women who are in church, especially millennials, because millennials are oftentimes prone to it. So a guy comes up, they use the spirit of confusion. A guy comes up and he flirts with you around church or what have you. He confuses you. So in a sense, as a female, we typically tend to be kind of loyal. So we kind of pull ourselves off the market, even though we're not off the market. We kind of pull ourselves off the market. So the guy gets you to believe that you're in a relationship, or he even takes you out on a date and he calls it a friendship. And on the date, he holds your hand. He tells people about you. He even says something to his mom. This is going to be my wife right here. Now, you over there, you took yourself off of the market because you believe. Now, he hasn't made a commitment, nor has he trying to get any responsibility in regards to you, because you are a responsibility. I got a message up called "You Are Woman of God." You are a responsibility. And so when a man comes along and he takes you, he's saying, "I want the responsibility of a wife." And so typically, this is what happens. I've seen a lot of millennials fall for it, and I've talked to millennials, and I've warned them. Then I've watched them with broken hearts when they get, the ones who said, "No, no, 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 this is not how it's supposed to be." And I'm like, all right. So what happens is typically the guy confuses you. He gets you to think you're in a relationship, or you're about to be in a relationship with him. And he leads you on a string for months at a time, sometimes even a year or so. He keeps you on this string with your hopes and everything, and then everything's confusing because every time your feelings getting involved and all this, he plays with your feelings. One day he's, all like he's into it with you, and then another day he kind of backs off. Am I giving you a clear, am I describing something that happened to you? He starts pulling away. Then he comes back close, and then he starts pulling away. There's a lot of confusion in that type of relationship. What is old boy doing? Old boy is keeping you off of the market because he's unsure. One thing he's sure about is, I don't necessarily want to be with her. However, she's a pretty girl, or she is the wife type. She's a good girl. I don't want to put her back on the market because somebody's going to snatch her up. But at the same time, I don't want to commit to her because she's not necessarily what I want. And so as women, we tend to be faithful because one of the things we fear is that we'll go out and start dating somebody. We'll go out and we'll go on a date, and then boy will call us up and say, "Hey, what's up? What you doing?" And you say, "Oh, I'm dating somebody now." He's like, "I'll call you back." Then he comes back around us and he says, "I really believe God is blessing me, by this guy, because, I was talking to God the other day. And I was telling him that I'm ready to settle down. And, he put you on my heart. And then I come to find out you're dating somebody else." And so now we feel like crap. Like, oh my gosh, I just ruined the perfect opportunity right when God was speaking to him. God didn't speak to him. He didn't pray. What he's doing is he's manipulating you because he's trying to make you feel like you just ruined something. God didn't speak to him. He's trying to make you feel like you just ruined your opportunity. Why is he doing that? Because he's trying to get power over you. He's had a measure of power. And so now, all of a sudden, you feel like he's the one, and you feel like you messed it up. So what's the first thing you're going to do? Break up with the other guy. You're going to stop dating the other guy. Right. You're going to stop dating the other guy. You're going to go around. You're going to be sitting up there, and then you're going to see the guy in church, and you're going to say, "Hey, just want to let you know I'm single." So now you go through months of him being mad at you, and you chasing up behind him. What is he doing? He's getting you to run out of your authority. He's getting you outside the will of God because it's spiritual. The Bible says we don't war against flesh and blood. This is a spiritual thing. So he's getting you to run outside of your standards, to lower your standards. The more you chase him, the more you lower yourself. The more you pine away from him, the more you lower yourself. Then he comes back in and he says, I don't know if I trust you right now because, you broke my heart the last time. What's he doing? He's getting power over you. He doesn't want a relationship any more than he did the first time. He's just making sure that you don't go get with anybody else because he enjoys the game, because he needs deliverance. He enjoys having your attention. He enjoys having options. I often warn women about men like this. They are very, very common. They're also sitting inside of churches wearing church shoes and doing a huckabuck all around the church. They ain't ready yet. And so here's the thing that you got to always remember about men. I want y'all to say this. Men are the surest creatures on earth.
Men are the surest creatures on earth.
You need to tell yourself that all the time. You can ask any guy, men are the surest creatures on earth. What does that mean? When a man wants you, you'll know it. There is no, I'm confused, he hadn't called me. There is none of that. When a man wants you, you're going to know he wants you. He's going to pursue you. He's going to call you. You're going to know that he wants you. So anytime confusion enters the picture, you can bet your by golly, wow, there has been a change, a shift. Another female is into the picture. Something has happened. He doesn't want you. See, every relationship has a temperature. Every relationship is a body within itself. It's a body that's beginning to merge. It has a temperature. When the temperature changes, something happened. When the temperature, how do you know? When I was married, my ex came to me one day and he asked me, he said, Tiff, and this was toward the end or what have you, he said, I got a question for you. He said, how, all the time I cheated on you, how did you know I was cheating? He said, I would literally meet a female, like exchange phone numbers with her. I come home and you already on me. You already know. And he said, he used to drive me mad. He said, he's making me so mad at you. He's like, I just exchanged phone numbers with the girl. He said, so it's always plagued my mind. Because this is during the time of confession, He said, it's always plagued my mind. How did you know I was cheating? I said, the temperature changed. I knew something was wrong because I knew our relationship had a temperature. I knew that when there was nobody involved in the picture, he held my hand. We were best friends. I knew that. But when things shifted and things changed, I'm like, wait a minute. What's up with that? And I'm like, he come walking through that door and I noticed he's not doing all those lovey-dovey things. I noticed that I wait for a few signs and I'm like, who is she? He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I know you ain't out here trying to play that game again. I think we talked about that. He's like, Tiff, ain't nobody. And of course he will lie. Every relationship has a temperature. As a matter of fact, every relationship has a standard temperature. Now, when it comes to a body, the human body, I think is the temperature should be what, 98.6? That's a healthy body. Anything that's beneath that, it starts to get to a certain temperature, is sick. So every relationship, not just your relationship, every relationship should have a certain temperature on the start. If it doesn't have that temperature where you feel wanted, you feel like the person is pursuing you, it's sick, it's dead. It's not real. So if I got a call and say, hey, I didn't hear from you. I left my phone in the car. I wasn't feeling good. He's not pursuing you. He doesn't want you. And if there's ever a question as to whether somebody wants you, that's a sick relationship. The relationship is not real. It's not authentic. The person doesn't want you. We just have to believe that because as women, God gives us a sneak preview of our worth. And a lot of times what we're trying to do is trying to show the other person, if you can really see my heart, you can see the loyalty, you can see the goodness, you can see the love. And so in this case, this guy played a game and he was really just feeding his narcissism. That's all it was. He was feeding, because every issue that a person has to be fed. He fed his narcissism. And so what he did was he enjoyed playing this cat and mouse game with you. He enjoyed keeping you on the string. He enjoyed it. It made him feel worth where he's already feeling like a low person. It made him feel good. Every time a girl broke up with him, every time a girl rejected him, he could call you up and make himself feel better. That's what he did. And so when you get a case like that, you don't feel bad about telling that person to lose every digit of your phone number carefully, to lose every single digit, to erase it from his phone and his mind, because that's a broken soul. You can refer him, say, hey, you need to go check out such and such. Maybe he can help you. Maybe he can minister to you, but that is not your husband. A person like that, he will keep you on the string as long as you're willing to be caught. As long as you're willing to be a slave of his narcissism, he will keep you on that string. And every time you start getting away from him, he will suddenly start acting like he's in love with you again and that he's repentant. He's had to change your heart. Because what is he doing? He's playing with his intelligence. See, narcissistic people tend to be very intelligent. And for them, they get a kick out of playing with their intelligence because they like to see the power they have over people. As a matter of fact, if you would ask him what is the occupation you would love to go into, he would probably say psychology. He would probably say psychology. Narcissistic people tend to like the idea of psychology, or intelligent people like psychology, because I wanted to be a psychologist, but I've met a lot of narcissistic people, and they almost always say they wanted to go in psychology. What are they saying? They're saying, I like to play with the mind of people. It's something about the mind, because I've learned that I can manipulate people. I can get them to do whatever it is I want them to do. I can puppetize people, and it has worked for me. And so in a case like this, what you have to do is tell him, you know what, I respect you, and I want to keep it that way. I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want to have you to waste mine. So I respect you enough to release you.
That's it.
I respect you enough to release you. And so from this point on, you can't call me, and I'm not going to call you. As a matter of fact, I don't want you calling my number. Don't even text me. If he doesn't respect that, I always give people 2 times to respect it. He don't respect it, I ignore the first text message or the first call. The second time he does it, I'm going to, there's an app called Mr. Number. That's a blocking app. He getting blocked. Now, if I got to see him around the church, that's fine. But at church, I'm going to make it clear. He comes up to me. I speak to him. I'm going to pass by because I'm not mad at him. Hey, how you doing? I keep it going. But if he comes up to me, he says, can we talk? I say, for what? There's no point. I respect you. I just wanted to apologize. You got one time to get it out your system. Because after that, I don't want to talk to you. Besides, hello, how you doing? Or anything regarding to ministry, that's the only thing. We going out to evangelize and you work in the same group as me. Other than that, I don't want to talk about the relationship or the lack of your manipulation attempt, because a narcissistic person they're fed off of being able to manipulate your emotions. They love it. They're fed off of that. And so you tell him to carefully lose your number. Tell him to make sure he loses, but at the same time, you be nice about it, of course, and then tell him, when I see you at church, the only thing I want us to do, you see me at church, is hello. That's it. Hey, how you doing? You good? And you keep it walking. We're not going to stand and have a conversation because it's not necessary. We're not going to stand and have a conversation. We're not going to talk about what happened. I forgive you. If you feel like you got to get it out your system right there, let's get it out right now. Go ahead and tell me you're sorry. All this what you want to tell me. Once you tell me that, let me see who's snoring. Why do I always have somebody come on the line and go to sleep? I never understood that.
I thought somebody was blowing their nose. I'm like,
I wish. And the saints always come up on here. They treat it like they treat church. They just go to sleep. They just start snoring and stuff. It's just like, okay, you sleep, just hang up and go to bed. But they just sit on the phone and fall asleep. Okay. Well, I think they woke up now. To the saint that fell asleep, please hit mute. If you're not gonna hang up, hit mute. You will sleep, sis. You will sleep. But yeah, in a case like that, just tell him to lose your number. And remember this, never ever let somebody play that game with you again. Y'all have been schooled on this game. If somebody wants you, you're going to know it. When a man starts pursuing you, if you're questioning it, he's not pursuing you. If I got a question, he's not pursuing me. Just because he's willing to post me on Facebook doesn't mean he's pursuing me. It could be that he's manipulating me. He's having fun with me. I've seen this before. I've seen guys who have fun with, my dad had a best friend. I learned a lot with these womanizers I grew up around, guys. I'm telling you, they were nightmares, but they blessed my life. My dad had this best friend. And my dad's best friend used to love to play a game with women. My dad's best friend had got a job as a truck driver. He was making a lot of money as a single truck driver, what have you. And he wasn't bad looking. And so he used to love to play the hero. See, I learned different types of personalities, like different things that guys. So his thing was he used to play the hero, and he would get lost in his role. The best actors are the ones that get lost in their role so much that they convince themselves. Those are the ones that we look on and be like, man, they got so lost in their role. He would get lost in his role. What he would do was he would meet a woman. He would oftentimes be faithful to that woman, but he was a faithful assassin. That's what I call him. So he would meet a woman. He would take this woman. It was usually somebody who didn't have that much money. Maybe it was on public assistance or something like that. Maybe she had a child or two or what have you. He would get in a relationship with that woman. He would buy her the world. I'm talking about taking her to places that she didn't take herself to. Nobody ever took her to. Nice restaurants, taking her on vacations, cruises. He would spend money on her. He would surprise her with a car. She had to pay the car note, but he would surprise her with a car. He would do all types of things. He would pay her rent for her. He would do all types. He would get them women, we used to say, their nose wide open. He would have them he would come up to their job and bring roses to their job in front of everybody. He would be sitting, doing all types of stuff. He would even come to their job and propose to them. I mean, he would have everybody around that woman in love with him. Everybody. But what she didn't realize, she was nothing but a billboard. She was building his self-worth, his self-esteem, but she was also an advertisement for other women because it was helping him to access other women. So she would always say yes, because he came into her life and he sweated all over her. He didn't got this woman thinking they're about to have this beautiful relationship. And as soon as she would get too comfortable, as soon as he would break it off with her. And every woman he was in a relationship with would darn near lose her mind. At the end of it, she would darn near lose her mind. She would be chasing up behind him, crying. She could not figure out, like, what happened? What did I do wrong? Like, I loved him. I was faithful to him. I did everything. What did I do wrong? But the issue was, it was just a self-esteem thing for him. It was just a game. He was too smart for his own good. A perverted person with intelligence doesn't know what to do with their intelligence, so they wasted on evil. They wasted being evil. So he would do that, and we would see him go and get in a relationship with somebody else, and he would start again. And the thing was, he would get so lost in his role that he would convince himself that he was in love with the woman. Now, after woman like number 3 or 4, I caught on. This is just a game for him, because he would say, I met a woman and I think she's the one, and he would convince himself, he would convince others that she was the one, but toward the end, he would manifest and he would show his real personality. Nah, I knew she wasn't, but he would get so lost in his role that he would have everybody around himself, including himself, convinced that he was in love with that woman. And so the woman would literally be at the edge of her mind by the time he walked out of her life. Why? He utilized something because, first and foremost, she didn't do for herself. And this is why I tell women, take yourself on a date. Take yourself on a cruise. Spend money on yourself. Get your hair done. Do stuff for yourself. That way when somebody come along and do that for you, you're not so easily impressed. Because these women would be so easily impressed because he paid a car note. They would be so easily impressed because he did stuff for them. And so men like that, they play on those type of women. They play on them because they're fun to have. It's fun for them to get into a relationship. I don't know if I can be this raw. I don't know, because it's the middle of the night. When I was out in the world, I wrote about this in my book, Devil Bait, High Heels and Spiritual Warfare. When I was in the world, I came in contact with a guy, and the guy was drop dead gorgeous, over the top gorgeous, like beauty scale 1 to 10. He was like a 30. He was drop dead gorgeous, absolutely. What have you? Very debonair guy. Very well-to-do. When we say well-to-do, we mean wealthy or bordering wealthy.
Right.
I came across this guy when I was in the world. I didn't think so highly of myself. I was overly confident, but my self-esteem wasn't there. Now, that doesn't make sense to the average mind, but what that means is I was confident in my flesh, but within my own self, I didn't have the confidence that I can keep somebody. So I put all of my value in the way that I looked. I put all my value in my flesh because I was a skinny little thing. I had to snatch waist and all this other stuff. So I was sensual. I knew how to get a guy. So this guy, he met me. And because he looked like he was torn from the pages of a magazine, I was used to dating good looking guys. But this was a different type of good looking. This was a different type of guy because this is a well-to-do, wealthy. I'm used to dating guys that are kind of either ghetto or a little bit middle class, lower middle class, or something like this. But this dude is well to do, even to the point where even though he lived in Mississippi, his accent is different. He's like, hello, how are you doing? It's like, dang, dude, I don't even know what to do with you. And so because I was so broken when I was in the world, I said to him, I said, hey, um, I looked at him and the demon in me recognized the demon in him. I'm going to be honest with you. And I looked at him and realized this dude ain't about to be faithful to nobody. Any woman who get in a relationship with him and give him their heart is an absolute fool. That's how I thought to myself. If a woman, because he will crush the crap out of her heart. This is a principality. This ain't even a dude no more. This is a principality. But this ain't even a demon. This is a principality. This dude's so good looking. But I told him, I said, look, I told him I wasn't ready for a relationship. And I told him that I was getting relationships with guys and the relationships would end, and I didn't want to be a hoe. That was my exact words while I was sitting in his Lexus. I was like, I don't want to be a hoe. I said, so I asked him if he would be my splackavelli. Like the same way people propose to folks, that was my proposal. My man get on his knee and said, will you be my wife? I was like, will you be my splackavelli? And he knew what that meant. And I was like, in between relationships, when I'm not in a relationship, I be wanting to do. So can I come to your house and we do it? And he was like, yeah, of course. But it blew his mind. He was like, can't believe a woman is sitting in my car offering herself freely and saying she want to have sex with me with no strings attached. Because that's what I was offering. Now, as a human being, if we can be honest, if we can be transparent, that was my low self-worth on display. That was my low self-worth. Why? Because I ranked him according to the world standards. And I was like, dude, I'm in the ghetto. He ain't gonna want nobody like me. He ain't gonna want nobody like, he ain't gonna commit to nobody like me. And so when I made that agreement with him, I was doing that so I wouldn't get my heart involved. I was doing that so like I want a piece of him. I want an experience with him, but I don't want to get my heart involved. And so I made that agreement with him. And I followed through with that agreement for like 3 years, probably more than that. You know, on and off between relationships, I would call him and say, hey, what you doing? And that was the extent of our conversation. What are you doing? Nothing. You want to come over? Yeah, I'm on my way. Women lower themselves like that all the time because they don't know their worth. We're always discounting ourselves because we don't know our worth. People are always willing to give you what you're offering. If you're willing to offer yourself with no strings attached, of course. Yeah, that's what you want. So when you have guys, and I knew he was being, I was honest with him to go ahead and get him to be honest with me. See, in that car, I think a part of me, now that I'm older, I think there was a part of me that wanted to hear him say, no, I'm not accepting that. I want you. I think there was a part of me that wanted to hear him say that. But, of course, he was like, all right, okay. I was like, all right, so I'll call you. And that was that. Every female knows her worth. And some women out there, they're in denial, but they hear God saying it. Like, even when I sat in that car, I knew I was valuable. I could hear that. But there was something in me that I was trying to fit into society's things. And so every man's going to come and offer you something. He's going to offer you based on what you're putting yourself up as. So if I post a logo up on my site, and I say $200. Now I have my prices are firm, but if I didn't have one of those type of businesses that was firm, and they can negotiate, people would say 200. Nope, and they're gonna tell me what they think it's worth. And so if I subject myself to that, then the logo that I could have made $200 from, I could be making $20 off of. That's it, because somebody in their view, and because according to their wallet, they decided that you're not worth it. They decided that I'm not going to pay you any more than $20. When I raised my price for my logos to $200, I ran off every customer I had back in that time. I lost all of those customers. The guy gave me a new brand of customer. I got a new customer. And the customers I have now have different accents. Amazingly enough, the customers I have now, the ones I had back in the day, when I was charging like $65 and $75, they sounded like this. How much is your logos? You ain't got nothing cheaper than that. The customers I have now sound like they say, hello, woman of God. I'm like, hey, how you doing? Hi, my name is Dr. Such and Such, and I'm with such and such ministries. I'm looking at your logos. I got a different branded client. Why? Because I raised my standard. And I still get I got one of those today. I got them on the phone real quick. Now, they'll still play. I got somebody on there. I was on your website. I saw something for 59. I said, sir, I told him where to go. He kept acting like he was lost. I'm used to that. I'm like, sir, I said, sir, it's on the page I told you, but I was getting ready to get on a conference call, really important conference call, and I just couldn't just, no, it was yesterday. I couldn't just stay on the phone with him. I couldn't just stay because I know people like that generally waste your time. This is why God wants to grow us up. God wants to get you off in seclusion because even the men that come after you, the access are going to be different in a different realm. See, your realm of thinking invites a certain type of guy, but even the ones that you don't think you're qualified for, you're overqualified for. Because that guy I once looked at and thought, oh my gosh, this dude is 30 shades of cute. This guy is wealthy. This guy is this. That dude don't even nowhere near qualified for me right now. You know where he's at right now? Impending on my friends list for the last year. I have no problem with him at all. But I'm going to tell you, I don't put exes and people like that on my friends list. People I've had, they don't come on my friends list. I don't believe in all that because I'm a wife in waiting. So I don't even remember the question. Y'all forgive me about that. I know I got lost somewhere. I got lost in a message. I went down a rabbit hole. It happens. It happens. I am my pastor's daughter. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, first of all, thank you for your insight. It's really, really helping me. But I was gonna say that in the situation I was in, the guy, he never stopped texting me. Like, would always text me, always call me. That would be something consistent. Like, he looked like he wanted me, but not enough to be in a relationship with me. Yeah.
Well, that's absolutely normal. See, remember I told you my dad friend, he went after women like that. Some people are y'all hear this? Some people are dedicated in their assassin of you. Just because he's loyal don't mean he's loyal to the right thing. Just because he calls consistently don't mean that he has the right motive. My dad's best friend, oh, that man, he called them women every day. He went after them every day. He took them roses as often as he could. He spent money on them. He gave them money. He would walk up to them. Now, these were struggling women. He would walk up to them and say, you need anything? Now, the woman sitting up there, she's just like, I'm good. He said, no, here's $200. Now, back in the day, $200 was the equivalent of $500 here nowadays. So he would handle like $200, in some cases even $1,000, and blow the crap out of her mind. Now, that same woman would be sitting there like, he had to be into me. Can you imagine the level of confusion when he walked away? He straight up went ghost out of their lives. Can you imagine the level of confusion for somebody who bought you a car, somebody who's been buying you roses, somebody who's been kissing on you, telling you that they're in love with you, crying over you, doing everything they could. You know, if you got a baby daddy, helping to come against your baby daddy, doing all of that. And then all of us, come up on your job, come to your church and get on their knees and propose to you, have your pastor even sewn up. You know, can you imagine the level of confusion? Because this is what he would do to women. Can you imagine the level of confusion when he went ghost? You imagine the level of confusion. This is why God says, get this, test the spirit. Test it.
No man by the flesh.
Right. Because God says, Satan will appear as an angel of light. And Satan is one of the most dedicated men you ever come across. He's loyal to killing you. So just because a man calls every day, texts every day, or even spends money on you doesn't mean that he necessarily wants you. That's why you want to test that spirit. So I know the question is, how do you test a spirit like that? No sex. Let's pray together. Let's study. When you're dealing with a Jezebel spirit, the narcissistic spirit is usually Jezebel spirit. Huh?
That's what we would do too, like constantly pray about all this. That's why it was kind of like getting harder for me to tell, like, okay, are we going the right way? Because we would constantly pray on it, everything looked good, and then everything just went left. No. So I was like, what am I supposed to do?
No, I'm talking about praying, having Bible study together over the phone. Not praying about the relationship. Yeah. And so people like that, you have to wait them out too. Some demons, you got to wait them out. And the thing is, the way that you overcome them is by not giving in to what they want. Meaning, I'm not giving you my feelings. You're not getting my heart. The Bible says, do what to your heart? Guard it. Guard the heart, for out of it pours the issues of life. You're not getting my heart. We haven't made any type of commitment. Dude, I'm going to treat you. I'm going to talk to you like a friend. I don't want to hear Keith Sweat in the background. I don't want to talk to you about love. I don't want to talk about kids or marriage. We're not there yet. We're not having that conversation. Because what guys like to do when you're dealing with the narcissistic personality is to play on your desire to be married. They play on it, and they like to get lost in it themselves. It makes them feel good because there's something about that cloud nine that folks are addicted to. People are really addicted to cloud nine, and so some guys know they're not going to marry you, but they're going to cloud nine with you, meaning they'll lose themselves. You know it's possible to do that. They'll lose themselves. How do I know it's possible? Because I used to do that. I was narcissistic. I needed deliverance, and I used to love. I could be in a relationship with a guy and know that I'm not going to be with him, but I can lose myself and fall in love with him. Why? Because I just wanted the experience. I just wanted the experience. That's what demons do to people. I just wanted the experience. I wanted to experience what it was going to feel like to have this guy obsessing over me. I wanted the experience. Once I got the experience, I was over it. I needed deliverance. I had been around so many broken men, I started acting like one. I had been around so many. I seen men breaking so many women, I started acting like one. So I didn't see anything wrong with me hurting guys. I saw nothing wrong with it because it was what they were doing to women. And I, just like any true narcissist, guess what I would do? I used to play with my intelligence. So because I get to see, I can stretch him and see what kind of game I can play with him. So God calls me up on the phone. I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you too. I'm in love with you. I want this. And there's some people I would just be my raw demonic self with. I would just be straight up like I got in that car and manifested on that dude. Hey, I just want to hump you. That's it. You know, because I saw that his demons were sitting on the outside. They weren't even hiding. I'm like, dude, you good looking and demonic. So I didn't feel like I needed to hide with him. That's the way that it looks. This is the reason I learned so much. This is the reason the enemy wanted to get rid of me once I got saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit, because he knew I could reveal his secrets. See, some people, that same guy that come around you and play churchy and play holy and all that, can get around a demonic girl and straight up manifest and show her a side of himself that you ain't never seen. Just sit up there and show her a side to himself. And people, we are multidimensional. We got many sides to us. We can show you many things about us. There are sides of me, like every friend of mine knows a side of me. Every friend. If you really get close to me, then you're going to see more sides. There are some friends that I don't talk to that much, so they only see like 2 to 3 dimensions of me. So what that means is they don't really truly know me. They know this about me. They know that she's a good friend. She's loyal. She got my back on here. But they don't know. There are certain things that they don't necessarily know about me. And that's fine. That's fine. But they can never really go and give a true report about I know Tiffany. They couldn't. You know, we talk about certain things, they can't give a true report about me. It's the same thing when it comes to people. You got to always remember that every person you come in contact is multidimensional. So that man can show you one side to himself and another side he doesn't show you. And there's another thing I call a demon striptease. So this is what demons do. I love revealing the enemy, guys. I love exposing him. This is what the devil likes to do. Everybody has this word potential because God gave it to them. Whoever hung up just about to miss something. But everybody has this thing called potential. This is what God gave them. The root word of potential is power. So it's power that they haven't touched yet. It's there, but they haven't tapped into it. So this is what happens. I have potential. I have gifts. I have talents. I have strengths. I have treasures. There are things about me that make me unique. There are great things about me. When I was demonic, when I was bound by the enemy, this is what the enemy did. When somebody came into my life, it's called a demonic striptease. If the guy was really trying to be in a relationship, like really wanting to marry me or really wanting to be with me, the devil would flash my potential to him. So he gets so caught up that he's no longer looking at my outside or looking at the things that I'm doing because he's so focused on my potential. So for the rest of the time, I can be crazy demonic, but he's lost in my potential. He's playing tug of war with my potential. And as soon as he starts, saying, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'm not going to keep going through this. I'm going to do that. The devil, all he had to do was flash my potential to the guy again. Get him drawn back in. I see this happening all the time with men. A man gets in a relationship with a demonic woman, and the devil will flash her potential. And he does that with women too. He will flash a man's potential to you. And you'll fall in love with his potential, but you end up divorcing his reality. You'll fall in love with his potential, and you'll keep pulling on his potential. And then you find yourself saying things like, he's a really good person. I mean, I got a chance to see there are so many things about him. Yes, the devil flashed a side of him to you. But the enemy turned around and spin him back around and let you deal with the person that the personality he was in agreement with. And so you find all this time constantly trying to spin around to get to the personality you fell in love with. So you end up having children and everything. And all the time you're constantly trying to, and then every once in a while, Satan lets that part of him come out to play. Especially when you start backing up from him. Especially when you start, you know what, I don't want to be in a relationship. I'm tired of this. And what have you? Then Satan lets that side of him come out to play. So here he comes and he's like, hey, I want to talk to you. Just the minute you say, you know what, I'm done with him. I'm tired of Tyrone. I'm tired of the crap. I'm tired of it. I deserve better. I don't deserve to be treated like that. The minute you start to say that, somebody's listening to something. Come on, guys. But the minute you start to say that, then all of a sudden, here comes the guy you're in love with. That part of him spins around. And he comes up to you and he says, hey, I just wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, I know.
I've been thinking about you lately, and I realize I've been making a lot of mistakes in this relationship. I haven't treated you well. And you think, man, right in the nick of time, I was just about to dump your dusty self. But now you done turned around. No, he didn't turn around. His demons let him know what was up. That's all. And so Satan let that part of him come out to play to bring you back in. That part of him, his assignment was to come bring you back in. As soon as you fall in love with that side of him, you get to see that side for a couple of weeks, couple of months, take you out to dinner. It just feel like everything's changed. Stroking your hair, I'm in love with you. I want to have all your babies. You know, I get you right back in. As soon as you get caught up again, he spin around. And you're like, dang it. I thought I was done with that devil. I thought you weren't going to act like that no more. I thought you weren't going to hit me no more. I thought you weren't going to do this anymore. Why? Because he never got free the first time. It was just, he has different parts of him, and Satan let that side come out to play. So to my sister, when it comes to that, it's a classic game. But in a case like that, people like that, you just have to wait it out. You don't give your heart. I would never give my heart to a guy who has not made a commitment to me, ever. He won't even touch my heart. Yeah. There are certain conversations, because women, we are the one who set the tone for the relationship. There are certain conversations he's not going to have with me. If we're not in a committed relationship, I don't want to hear about marriage or children. I don't want to talk about that. There are certain conversations. You're not going to hold that stuff over my head because you know I'm a female. You're not going to hold that stuff over my head and be like, you see this? You see this? Jump. No, not. You're not going to do those type of things. You're not going to confuse me. I'm not going on the cloud nine with you. I'm not going to get lost in thought with you. I'm going to sober you up the minute you call me. As soon as I hear Key Sweat playing in the background, I say this all the time. I'm going to say, turn it off and talk to me. What are you doing? I don't want to get drunk. I don't want to get high on this phone. Turn up Key Sweat. We ain't going there. We friends, remember? Cut that off. I was just listening to the radio. Okay, call me back when you get off the phone. You know what happens? James 4:7. Submit yourself to God. Resist the devil, he'll flee from you. When I do that to a guy, I chase him away. And guess what? I'm okay with that. I want him to run. Because he ain't the right one. See, because we've been taught as a society, you need to try to keep him. That's a lie. You're supposed to be trying to run him off if he ain't right. James 4:7 him. Submit yourself to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. That includes everybody who got the devil in them. They're going to flee. So my goal is to submit and surrender to God until old boy gets up and runs away. I want him to run. I want him to run for his life. I want him to know that you ain't finna have no sex with me. You ain't finna bring me under no spell. I'm not gonna fall in love with you. I ain't finna be confused about anything. I'm gonna ask questions. And if you can't answer those questions, I'm gonna tell you to lose my number. I learned from being around guys and guys who taught me this, Tiffany. This is how you handle the guy. This is what you have to do. I mean, this is what you have to do. Ask questions, because the right man don't mind. The right man wants you to ask questions because he's happy to show you who he is. The right man don't mind. The wrong man don't like all them questions. I'll say this and then I'll get to the next question. I got a sibling, my brother. And thankfully, I'm believing God for that he's delivered now, or he's on his way to being delivered. I watched my brother play games with women all of my life. And I watched the games that he would play. And I used to just sit there, what have you, and just learn. I would tell him he was wrong, but I would just sit there and learn. One of the things I watched and I learned about my brother was that he was a chameleon. He would be whatever it was that you wanted or needed at any given time. So for one woman, he was a man of God, and he actually knew the Bible. That boy could quote scriptures on you like it was nothing. I mean, you tell him a scripture, he'll tell you where to find it. To this day, he can tell you where to find that scripture. He was to another woman who was just perverted. He would be twisted. He would be anything that I watched him navigate through different personalities to be whatever any woman wanted. And I learned the way to flush him out was, first and foremost, people like that, they gotta have you to fall in love with them quick. So they say, I love you too fast. You ain't getting it back. You don't love me. I'm gonna tell you right then and there. You call me up in a week or two or even a month talking about you love me. I'm gonna say you don't love me, boy. Okay, so what is love to you? We don't have a conversation about that. Next, I'm going to be accountable with the relationship. The Bible says there's safety in the multitude of counselors, meaning I got people around me, men of God. I got guys in ministry who are like spiritual uncles and stuff to me. And then I got my spiritual father. He gonna have to go through all them. He gonna have to talk to all them. You're not gonna confuse me. You're gonna talk to some men who can flush you, because men can flush a man out like it ain't nothing. They can flush a man out. Why? Because one spirit that's always in the narcissistic personality is pride. And when another man comes along, pride comes on the scene because it's a territorial spirit. So when you got to talk to my mentor, and the mentor go to asking questions, then that pride manifests itself because I don't feel like I need to ask all them questions. But somebody who wants you is actually happy to see the accountability because they know that this guy has kept the wrong people away from you. So you have to flush them type out through prayer, through fasting, and you never, any guy that says I love you too fast, that's a red flag. They're trying to hurry up and get the feelings involved before you know anything about them. You don't need my feelings right now. Right now, we need to be logical, not emotional. I need to hear about you. I need to learn about you. You need to learn about me. That's it, and that's all. So you flush those type out that way, through time, through prayer, and through accountability. Just remember that: time, prayer, and accountability. Time, prayer, and accountability. You don't give them your heart. I don't care how much key sweat and those little silent times on the phone. Ladies, hear me on this. You don't need to be on the phone having silent moments with guys who you're not in a relationship with. Matter of fact, even if I'm in a relationship, I don't want those silent moments. Those times when we just get quiet and just go off into daydreaming. He's like, you there? I'm there. I'm here. He's like, you say, what are you doing? He says, I'm thinking about you. No. We too grown for that. But dude, wake up. Hello, you there? Yeah, I'm there. What you doing? Thinking about you. Don't think about me. Let's talk. Let's talk.
What you doing? Know what you doing.
Right. What you doing? Because he might be over there playing with himself.
What are you doing?
Right. What you doing? You sleep? We ain't gonna do that because he might be over there slapping himself around. I need to know.
I'm hanging up now. You hanging up? Okay, I'm hanging up.
Yeah. Like, no, dude. Sober up. Talk to me logically. Remember this. Logical conversations are the ones that flush out the wrong people. Because men are logical creatures. Logical conversations where you're asking questions, and lastly, don't be the one who dominates the conversation. Ever. Women, don't ever be the one who dominates the conversation. We love doing it because there's so much to us that we want to tell. You have to tell yourself to shut up. You have to tell yourself, be quiet. He don't need to know all that about you right now. Just take your time, let him talk. Because I found that 80% of men will reveal their devils in the first, I would say within the first week of a conversation. If you listen, they'll tell you what devils they got. But the problem is we just don't listen. We be so busy trying to tell them about, and then I went over here and I got invited to Harvard. And he's like, Harvard Law School? No, it was Harvard University, but it was like Harvard. But I got invited to Hartford and I had this and I had that, and then this dude broke up with me. We're too busy wanting to tell him because we're hoping that he says, wow, this is a worthy woman. No. How about this? Sometimes we try to be worthy women for men who are not worthy of us.
Ooh.
Sometimes we're too busy trying to audition. Think of it this way. Sometimes a woman with a law school degree could be auditioning for a crackhead and not even know it.
Ooh.
So she's over there trying to prove herself to somebody, and the equivalent, he may not be on crack, but maybe he may be addicted to porn. He may be addicted to something else, but she over there trying to impress him because she didn't wait it out and she didn't pray. And she didn't have her accountability partners on deck. Get you some accountability partners, male accountability, saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost guys who are not attracted to you. I'm not talking about folks you talk to every day. I'm talking about like uncles and stuff that you can be like, typically married guys who will flush them out. And that way you don't waste your time with people like that. One of my friends has an accountability, her spiritual father. I'm her accountability partner. She called me up. We talk about this to this day. We still laugh about it. But she had a guy that was trying to play the friend game with her, and he was like, I just think you're a nice person and all this other stuff. But I saw right through him. I'm like, he's trying to stumble into a relationship with her, and he want to confuse her. He want to have the relationship without the responsibility, the commitment, or the accountability. And so she was fussing with me on the phone. No. And I said, okay, I told her, call your spiritual father. She was like, what? I said, call him. She said, okay. Because she figured Tiffany's not giving me good advice. I'm going to call my spiritual father. Oh, he had fun. I wish I was on that line. I've said this before, but he flushed that dude out like he was a turd. He was like, what do you want with my daughter? Flushed that guy out in a matter of minutes. And she was freaking out on the phone. But I told her, I said, but look at it this way. That would have been months or even years of you being confused. It would have been a long time. I said, a spiritual father, he flushed that thing out in a matter of minutes. Well, we would have done in months. That's why in the biblical days, the man couldn't get to the daughter without going through the father. Because women will get confused and we're easily manipulated in a lot of cases. But when you have to go through the father looking at you like, dude, I know your type. I used to be you. Come on now. Come on. What you want? Okay, here go my bride price. You want my daughter? This is the bride price. You gonna pay it? This is the price you gotta pay. Go down to yourself. Go. Do you got a pastor? Are you in church? Are you surrendered to God? Are you? Here go your bride price. And most of them can't afford it. Most of them can't afford it. So yeah, you just take your time in the future. That's all. Next question.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Miss Tiffany. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
My question is, when you were teaching about the self-esteem, when you were listing the signs and the symptoms of low self-esteem, it's something that I dealt with. It was not too many on that list that I couldn't identify with, but I don't even believe that it's like about the way that I physically look. It's a lot deeper than that. And so, like that, it's kind of like that emptiness and that like even a lack of vision and a lack of goals. And it's like once upon a time I had those things, but just being beaten and broken down. And this is no sorrow, sad story, or no victim or anything like that. But my thing is, I watch your teachings, I read your books, I look at other things, and the issues are clear before me, But it's like I don't know how to build and restore myself. I don't know how to like take that knowledge and use it to build, because I don't want to go through this for so long and be singing the same song next year. I don't want to do that. And at one point before the revelation happened, I felt like God was going to birth something in me. And now it's not that I feel like He's forgotten about me or anything like that, but it's like some of the things that I thought were bad turned out to be good. Some of the things I thought were good turned out to be bad. And I don't know where I am on this journey. I've been through depression. I've been lost people that I thought that I needed that weren't good for me. But it's like always being in a storm. And it's like I want to get out and I want to build myself and I want to have clarity. But I don't know where to start because there's this being lost and being empty and
being worrisome and just anything that you can think of that goes with low self-esteem, because it's like you don't have that value to buy, to, I don't know how to say, to purchase what you need, to build what you need, is but you don't have that inner resource. And I'm like, how do I get that back and take my power back in my life?
Okay, a couple of questions I want to ask you. First and foremost, are you in a church home? Do you have a church that you're going to consistently?
Not at all.
That's going to be an issue. A lot of these things that you're describing are accountability issues. So here's the thing. The world is having a conversation with you, and it's a consistent conversation that happens through media, through telephone, through relationships, through family. It's a consistent conversation. But God is trying to have a conversation with you as well. So everything you described are the lies that the world has been telling you, that the enemy has been telling you through the world. And because you don't have a church home, you don't have that accountability, you hear more lies than you hear truth. And so you're constantly hearing this, and that's going to weigh you down to depression. Because really, every time a person talks to you, y'all, I did a teaching called Fingerprints on My Mind. Really, every time a person talks to you, they're putting their fingerprints on your mind. They're putting an impression on you. And the word impression, the root word of impression is press, which is also one of the words in depress. And so they're putting the impressions on your mind. And every time you hear that and you come to believe that, eventually it begins to break you down as a human being. So the first thing I will tell you is that you want to make sure that you get some accountability. You want to make sure that you get into a church home. And that comes through prayer. You don't want to just walk into a church, have an emotional experience, and join. You want to make sure that you pray and you ask God. This is the prayer that I said when I was but a fool in the world. I was going to the club. As a matter of fact, I think I prayed this when I was half drunk. I asked the Lord, I said, send me to the church you want me to go to, because I don't know the difference. Because I was studying with Muslims, I studied with Jehovah's Witnesses, I studied with Mormons. I've done all types of studies because I was trying to find myself in religion. But I asked God, I said, God, I know you're real. Because I grew up in church. Well, not so much. My dad was playing piano or what have you. And I went to church with him many times. But I asked the Lord, I said, I don't know where to look for you. I said, show me. So he sent me to the church he wanted me to go to. And in that church, I got a lot. I'm talking about the stuff the pastor said. Now, it doesn't clear out confusion in 20 days or what have you. There's no pill that clears that out. What has to happen is you have to unbelieve the lie. Then you have to believe the truth. You unbelieve the lie by hearing the truth. So that begins to dismantle all the lies. So the issue that you're having is that you are full of lies in regards to yourself. And that's what causes the depression. Because that's what causes you to look in the mirror and see yourself the way that you see yourself. That's what causes you to look at yourself and not feel like you're worthy. Like, why do people come into my life and it's like I really love them, but they don't love me back? Why is it that I do this and my good is often evil spoken of? It's because you got more lies coming at you than you do truth. And so God wants to change that balance. So you need to get into a church home. And then get this, once you get into a church home, once God sends you to one, don't just go there, commit. Because the issue is, if you got commitment issues where you're afraid of church, chances are you're going to attract people who have commitment issues. And you're going to understand them. You're going to be able to relate to them. And so you'll find yourself in a bunch of relationships with people who have commitment issues because you're afraid of committing. I found the average person who goes to church is afraid of commitment. They're afraid of getting caught up in a witchcraft church. They're afraid of committing to the wrong church. But if you get God involved, he will never allow you to get involved with the wrong church. As a matter of fact, the times I got involved with people who I never involved myself with their church. Well, the churches that I did, well, the church I had a not so good experience with, and then a lady that I had a not so good. These were not people I prayed about at all. These were just emotional encounters that I had. And I learned not to go off of my emotions. Matter of fact, I went to see a personal trainer today, posted this thing up on Facebook saying, hey, we're giving out free 6-week training, and we're going to give you a nutritionist and all this other stuff. Got in there, it was not what they said it was. It was nothing like that. So I get up in there, the guy starts trying to sell. He tells us all these great things and how much weight we'll lose in the 6 weeks and what have you. It's me and another woman. So they were doing 3 people per session, me and another woman. One of the women did show up. So it's 2 of us sitting in this room with him. And he's telling me, you'll lose 20 pounds in 6 weeks. I'm thinking to myself, I could do that on my own. But he's telling me you'll lose 20 pounds in 6 weeks and what have you. Then he spends, okay, this is how you get it for free. So you get it for free. You got to pay $500. And if you do what we told you to do, you get your money back. So I'm like, okay, this is one of those fast talking things. It's an emotional thing. It's to get you to commit before you can think about it. It's to get you to commit. So I'm sitting there, I'm listening to this guy, and he says, the thing is, we want to make sure people commit. And I said, I get that, or what have you. So he tells me both ways to get in the program is basically paying the money and then getting them giving your money back. You sign the contract, all that. And I told him, I said, well, no. I said, I have to go home and think about that. I said, because I didn't come mentally prepared for that. He was like, well, no. So he started, okay, what if I dwindle the price down to 100? I said, either way it go, I still didn't think about that. Now, did I feel pressure? Of course. I don't give in to the pressure because right then in that moment, I can't be emotional. I have to remain logical. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, everything he's saying sounds good, but that's what liars do. Not to say he's a liar, but that's what liars typically do. They're going to sound good in the beginning, always. A liar doesn't come to you sounding like a liar. They come to you sounding like the real deal. So he's talking. Then he finally says, when he realizes I'm not about to pay no money, he realizes, and then he says, how about this? I get you to sign the contract, and you sign this contract right now. And when he say sign the contract, and by Friday, if you don't want it, I'll tear the contract up. I said, no, because right then and there, you got my John Doe. So you're not obligated to tear that contract up. So what was I doing? I was refusing to have an emotional experience. I was refusing an emotional experience. It sounds good. It feels good. However, I don't trust my emotions. See, because my emotions led me into 2 failed marriages. I don't trust my emotions, but I can trust my logic. Logic says, pray about it. Take it home, think about it, pray about it. That's what logic says. But all too often, we want to go by our emotions. That's why I say when you go into a church, don't go in and have an emotional experience and join. Take your time and pray. Let God bring you. When he brings you into the church home, then you commit. This is a new level of commitment. I'm going to serve in my church. Then you start serving up in the church. After you start serving up in the church, you want to make sure that you pray and ask God, send me some accountability partners. Send me my multitude of counselors. Once God sends them, I'm going to tell you this. The reason I say this because I'm doing a mentorship program and it blew my mind, the number of people that quit. Once God sends your multitude of counselors, these are your mentors. Do not quit. Mentor is designed to take you from one mindset to another. And they're not going to counsel or coach you the way you want to be counseled or coached. They're not going to tell you what you want. Like, they're not going to sit up on the phone and listen and let you talk about where you were. A mentor's job to take you to where you're supposed to be. That's it. They're not there because a lot of times people want counseling and they get mentors confused with counselors. And so when they come, they join mentorship programs. They're wanting to talk about what they've been through when the mentor wants to take them to where they're going to. It's 2 different vibes. So you got 2 different things going on, and then they end up quitting. In my mentorship program, I started off with 38 students. I'm down to 9. So people typically say they want this, but they don't want that. They don't know what they want. All they know is that I want my life to be different. So let me tell you what I teach my students, especially my students that are in the class now. This is what God does. My pastor teaches this as well. This is what God does. I want to see if I can demonstrate it on camera, what have you. But this is what God does. God takes you, I'm going to use these 2 wipes. God takes you from one mindset to another. So when you get a prophetic word, God says, I'm going to send you a husband. God's going to release a husband to you. He's going to give you houses, cars, all that beautiful stuff. God is not saying I'm going to send somebody in your mindset. What he's saying is come out of your comfort zone. That's how you got to hear a prophetic word. He's saying that in this comfort zone over here, I got a husband waiting for you. But in order to get over here, because what we hear is that God is going to send a man in our mindset. He's going to send a man in our rebellion. He's going to send a man in our fear to rescue us. That's our Tyler Perry syndrome. Okay, we love our Tyler Perry movies. We love that. That's our syndrome. He's going to come and he's going to rescue us. God's not trying to send an alternate Jesus to us to rescue us. So God is saying right here, this is where you are. And so when the prophet says God's going to do this, he's saying God's going to take you from one mindset to the other. And then just when you think I've made it, because I'm not like I was yesterday. You like, I'm good, God. I'm ready for my husband now. I'm ready. He's like, we just started. You talking about we just started? I've been in this for like what, 3 months, 6 months. You told me we just started. He said we just get started because I done stripped one mindset off of you, but I'm going to take you to the next and to the next. And he's going to bring mentors. He always brings mentors to get you delivered. Mentors. The design for a mentor is not a coach. The mentor is designed to disrupt your comfort zone. A mentor is supposed to come and overthrow all the tables in your comfort zone, all your places of comfort. They're supposed to come into your life. If your mentor has not destroyed your comfort zone, you don't have a mentor, you got a friend. A mentor is designed to come into your comfort zone and completely disrupt it. Just throw everything around to the point where you're uncomfortable living in that mindset anymore. And that's why I say, ask God for your multitude of counselors. But when they come, the real ones, not the fake ones, when the real ones come, they want to disrupt your comfort zone. They're going to tell you, girl, where your book? Girl, come to church. Girl, we going on a fast. Girl, we doing this. They're going to tell you, and that's going to scare the crap out of you. As a matter of fact, it's going to offend you. A mentor comes to break your, to offend your way of thinking. Because you will never leave something you're not offended with. If you're still in love with it, you will never walk away. You break up with people. Why? Because they offend you, right? If a man doesn't offend you, you're not going to walk away from him, chances are. Or you're going to leave the door open. That's the same thing with a comfort zone. You have to become offended with your comfort zone. So your mentor comes to offend, to disrupt your comfort zone till your comfort zone offends you. 80% of Christians get offended with the mentor and not their comfort zone. So they'll get rid of the mentor so they can stay inside of their comfort zone. Now, here's the thing. It doesn't stop God from talking about your potential, even through the prophets. Prophets come along and say, hey, God's going to do something great for you. God's going to, and you still hear it, and you still receive it, and you still hallelujah. And what God is still saying is, I'm going to deliver you from your comfort zone. But God doesn't do anything outside of your will. Meaning, he won't rape you. You have to give it up. You got to surrender. You got to say, okay, this person in my life, she's offending me, she's disturbing me, but I know God sent her. You can't convince yourself that she's a witch, because that's what the devil gonna tell you. If it's a female, the devil gonna tell you it's a witch. I'm telling you the truth. If it's a female and she start pulling on you and start getting on your nerve, the devil gonna say it's a Jezebel or a witch. That's how you gonna get you away from her. You're gonna be watching a video from somebody, they're gonna be talking about Jezebel, you're gonna be like, that's my mentor. Ooh, oh my gosh. And it's not the truth. It's just that's what you want to see, because right now you're being wooed by your comfort zone and you want to go back. And so now you're trying to find a way to get away from the person who's pulling you out of it. And so you got to get inside of a church home. Get your multitude of counselors. Surround yourself with good, godly people, not folks that you understand, because the average Christian wants to be around folks from their old clique. They want people they understand. They want people who get crunk just like them. And I dare to tell people that at the end of the day, if you want to grow, you need to get around some people who force you to listen. You don't want people that you can talk nonstop to all day. You want folks that you sit around them and they like, man, they dropping so much revelation on me. I can't do nothing but listen. They be like, why you crying, girl? I can't do nothing but listen. Yeah, and then when you get those mentors, always remember to honor them. That's one of the biggest issues that I have. Always remember to honor them. That means if they're pouring into you, pour something back in. If it's a seed, or if you can do hair, you do their hair. Do something. Do something to show your honor. That's how you balance a relationship out. You never want the person to do more for you than you do for them, because then you become disposable. Because then they start realizing that you're not doing nothing for me. All you're doing is taking, but you're not giving. God will deliver you and renounce depression. Depression is a mindset, but it's also a spirit. It starts off as a mindset that opens you up for a spirit. So you're going to have to renounce it. And depression often comes in through lies that were told, and those are fingerprints. Those are the impressions on your mind. It also comes in from lack of movement in your purpose. Your spirit man starts to starve because he's not having interaction with God. And so he wants to have this interaction with God, but he's not getting that. So it starts to cause your spirit to crack or broken. It becomes a broken spirit. So you have to give yourself your daily bread. You're going to have to study your word every single day. You got to pray. You got to read your Bible. I go into worship every single day. There are days I get in the bed and I'm tired, but I still will worship from the bed. I'll be in the bed. I don't sing well, but I will still give him his praise. I will still give him his glory. What am I doing? I'm refusing to neglect that part of myself. And so that's the issue to your, that's the problem. That's the solution to your issue. Is not people, it's your relationship with God. That's what you're feeling. That's the weight, that's the depression, that's the failed relationships. This is all a manifestation of your lack of a relationship with God the way that you should have it. And so what you're going to have to do is build that relationship with God. And understand this, if you're in need of deliverance, the enemy is going to try to discourage you quick, fast, and in a hurry to make sure that you don't build on that relationship. He's going to tell you don't take all that. Matter of fact, he'll send people to tell you don't take all that. Or what have you. He'll do anything. I found out that the devil is more committed to you failing than you are to you winning. That's why you got to be crazy. You got to actually step outside. You got to really, you got to lose your mind. That means lose the way you think. You got to lose your mind to get past him. That means I got to I'm going for broke. I don't care. I'm finna sit here and fight him. He is not going to have me. He ain't going to have my future. He's not going to have my finances. He's not going to have my marriage. He's not going to have none of that. So I'm going to go for broke on him. That's when I really, truly believe God. However, the average Christian won't go for broke. The average Christian it's just like, I'm just so tired of this stuff. And they just give up and they just feel like, well, you know what? God's not trying to help me. I'm going to church. I fasted. I feel like people don't understand me. People just don't. And then they just settle in their depression. They just settle there. And the enemy sends them a relationship here and there to, just to keep them tapped off or what have you, so he can use them the way he wants to use them. The average Christian settles for that. Don't settle for it. I'm telling you, if you want to get away from the enemy, I've had stalkers in my life before, and I found at first it was funny when I was in the world, when I had stalkers. Like, it was cute funny because it was like, oh my gosh, what is going on? Would the dude want to stalk me? It was funny till I met somebody who was crazy for real. Then I found out stalkers come on levels. I found out that people who got demons, when you come across somebody who's a stalker for real, like not that little cute stuff where he won't stop calling, he's showing up, he's knocking on your room window, he crying, not that little stuff there. I'm talking about folks who be sitting in the car eating pork and beans in the can. I'm talking about folks who like, man, you ain't leaving me. I'm talking about folks who be sitting up at your job. You got an 8-hour shift. You got to be there at 8 o'clock. You come out, you go in at 8. He's sitting in the car looking at you. You come out on your lunch break. He's still sitting there. He done fell asleep in the car. And I'm talking about when I met crazy for real, I stopped playing with folks. I stopped playing in folks' heads because I just love to play in people's heads. No. When I met crazy for real, I realized, you don't play with that. So it is to say, just build on your relationship with God. That's right there, going to sum it up right there. Your relationship with God needs to be rebuilt. That's the altar in your life that got torn down, and the altar that's still standing needs to be broken. Rebuild your relationship with God. Spend time in his presence. When I'm telling you, when I've dealt with depression, even nowadays, if I deal with it, I spend time in his presence until it breaks. And I know it don't sound logical, but it does happen. I will get in, turn on, I get my iPad, I will turn on some worship music, go into my prayer room and lose myself in worship until it breaks. And it works. I will lose myself. Now, in the beginning, I'm still in the natural, still in my flesh. I'm like, Jesus loves me. Then after a while, I get lost in worship. Oh, that break. And once I get lost in worship, get this. This is the beautiful thing. I take myself through deliverance. Once I get there, I said, demons of oppression and depression, I renounce you. I take authority over you. I command you to leave me now. Why? I'm in the presence of God. I got authority over the enemy either way it go. But I'm in the presence of God. I got the help of the angels. I will lose myself in worship. And then I got my accountability. There's safety in the multitude of counselors. I got accountability. So if I get too far gone, I got people that I can call and say, hey, listen, I'm depressed. I feel like this and I feel like that, who are going to take time out and spend time counseling me, talking to me, pouring into me, strengthening me, encouraging me. And here's the beautiful one, the ones that people don't like, rebuking me. They'll tell me, I knew good and well that you were going, I knew you were about to go through that because I saw you do this and I knew you were finna go down that road, and I knew that. I got those people in my life. And when they rebuke me, I don't cut them off and I don't dodge them, which is what 80% of Christians do. I don't cut them off and I don't dodge them. Huh? But I don't cut them off. I don't dodge them. I realize I need what they're giving me. I need it. I ain't gonna trip. I mean, nobody likes to be rebuked at the end of the day, but I'm going to submit and take my rebuke because I know that God is doing something in and through me, and I know that I have to have my mindset offended. I'm trying to get all the way over to every prophetic word that was spoken over my life, not a half of it. I'm trying to get all the way over to the other side. Like I want the stuff that my family had that they never claimed. I'm in his for generational word. There's wealth over my family that's flying around like birds that nobody ever pulled down. Prophetic words that were spoken hundreds of years ago, maybe thousands of years ago, that are still in the atmosphere that never pulled down. Nobody ever pulled them down. Guess who's gonna pull them down? Tiffany. Tiffany. But I know what I have to go through to pull them down. I study the word. I go to church. I serve in my church. I don't feel like doing none of that. Let me put that out there because I think the saints be thinking that we supposed to wait till we feel it. I don't feel it. I don't be feeling like it. I get ready to go serve at church. I'm like, man, listen. Today is Sunday already. It's Wednesday already. Good God, I just feel yeah. But I still do it because I know I need that level of discipline and accountability. So that's my word for you. Get into a good church home. Get into a good church home. Ask the Lord to send you and stay there. Don't miss a Sunday. Don't miss a Bible study. Keep going. You have to break that off of you. You cannot think that there's going to be another way. Because this is the lie of the enemy. The enemy said, don't take all that. He always tell people, don't take all that. Favorite lie he likes to tell people, it don't take all that. And so they fall for it, and they go back to their comfort zone where depression is sitting there waiting on them. They go back to their comfort zone and where lack and poverty is sitting there waiting on them. They go back to their comfort zone where there is no advancement. And they say it must be another way. And then when they pray, God sends another person to bring them out. And they go back to their comfort zone. It must be another way. It can't take all that. It can't take all that. But it does. It takes all that in a bag of chips. It takes a lot to come out of one mindset and go into the other. But when you make up your mind, it's a lot easier. When you make up your mind, I'm going all the way with this thing. That's what I said. When I asked God, I said, God, send me to the church you want me to go to. I was out of church for 9 years. I didn't have a church home. I said, God, send me to the church you want me to go to. Then once God did, even before he did, I started making commitments to him. But once he did, I really started talking to him. I was like, all right, I know they're going to offend me. This is what I told him. I know they're going to offend me. I know they're going to do some stuff I'm probably not going to understand. Maybe it's going to remind me of something that don't look right. I know that, but I made a commitment to not leave unless God told me to. And not when I say unless he told me to, I'm not talking about the fake. I think I heard from God. I had a bad dream, so that was God telling me to leave. People will use anything to allow God to get out of it. No, I'm talking about unless I know for a fact that God is telling me, like he confirms it. I'll sit there throughout my offense. I'll sit there throughout my hurt, my confusion, whatever it is that I'm going through. I will sit there until I hear from God. You know why I made that commitment? I want y'all to hear this. God said, how dare you be more committed to a man? You were committed to men who were cheating on you and mistreating you. How dare you not have that commitment to my church? Did y'all hear that? We oftentimes will commit to a man and stay in a relationship with somebody who mishandles us. But when it comes to a church, as soon as the pastor offends us, what's the first thing we do? We say church hurt and run. We go running back in our cave. And we say it don't take all that. But yet and still we're going to give ourselves over to a guy who takes us through way more hell. Way more hell than that. So, yeah, that's my word for you, sis. Just get into a church home, stay there.
Gauge.
Huh?
But the gauge. I didn't want to make this longer, but the gauge, like one of the things that you just said was like we get scared that we're gonna enter a witchcraft church or something like that. And if you've been, like I haven't really had like bad romantic relationships, but with the whole church thing, it's like your gauge sometimes is off because sometimes you go to what we're used to. I know you said pray, but even I don't know because I don't want to go in circles. It's like you don't want to go back to a situation that's familiar. Like that comparison is like some people might have that comparison. They might have stayed with the wrong guys or committed to the wrong thing. Like if you committed to church before and you almost kind of like, I'm in a season of building my like identity. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like I don't want accountability is one thing. I think you did a teaching on how people get so used to worshiping other people and they will take a minister and start worshiping them. Like literally when you're a part of such a controlling environment like that, it's like how do you preserve yourself? I don't know. It's like I'm really trying to really lean on God by myself at least first. You know, like I'm at the process where I'm just like I have every day I wake up, I just remind myself that He loves me, and that's where I get my strength from because I struggle with not feeling like He loves me, and so I want to get out of the situation, and I don't want to give a lot of excuses, but it really just Miss Tiffany, it really does feel that hard.
Yeah, I understand. And let me tell you what you just got through describing. These two words, trauma and fear. Trauma and fear. Whatever traumatizing experience you had with the church, maybe it was watching something on YouTube or hearing somebody else's experience, or maybe it was your personal experience with a church, and that's got you running into a cave and got you afraid and got you saying, well, I don't think I need all of that. I just want to have my relationship with God. Trust me, I get it. I was in a cave for 9 years. So in those 9 years, I didn't want a church home. Well, I did. I got to a point where I finally started wanting one, but it was not the will of God for me to be in that church. To be in that cave for 9 years, because God blesses us through relationships. Believe it or not, He does bless us through relationships. Like He blesses us through connections. But the average prophet runs into a cave because they're running from Jezebel. Because Jezebels come after people who have a prophetic call. Anybody who has any type of call on their life, the devil will chase them inside of a cave if you're running. And so a lot of times we have one or two bad experiences. And believe me when I tell you, I've had bad experiences. Thankfully, I joined a church. I prayed and I asked God what church to go to. My first church was a good church. Thank God for that. And so when I came across the churches that weren't necessarily good, my first experience outside of my church that I joined, I didn't join this lady's church, but she was trying to snatch me into her ministry. I did a website for a lady, and the lady ended up stalking me. That lady she was trying to control me, even telling me she's going to pay for me to get a divorce because me and her had work to do. It was really traumatizing. So those type of things scared the crap out of me because she had such a witchcraft spirit on her that I never wanted to be in that type of experience again. And I was afraid that I would end up coming across somebody like that again. I was terrified. So once I left the state of Mississippi, I felt like there were no other good churches, or if they were hard to find. And so I only wanted my pastor in Mississippi. I didn't want nobody else to pastor me. I just wanted my pastor in Mississippi because I've been a part of that church for 9 years, and he was consistent. What have you? I didn't want to deal with nobody else, so I went hiding inside of a cave. And while I do believe a part of that season was God, I believe the majority of the season was not God. The part that was God was when He took me to Germany, or He allowed me to go to Germany so I can get some development. But the part that wasn't God was when I came back to the States, but I was too afraid. I was afraid to go inside because I was afraid I would fall into the hands of a witch. I was afraid that, and John Eckhart talks about that. As a matter of fact, he does deliverance on people. I've seen him doing deliverance where he talked about people who are afraid of going into witchcraft churches. That fear will drive a person outside of the church, which is outside the will of God, because there is safety in the what? Multitude of counselors. There is safety, and God said, don't forsake the coming together of the saints. However, I was so afraid that the enemy was going to find some type of way to get a witch attached to me, and then I was going to lose my peace, and my finances were going to want to, because I've seen that happen to people, and what have you. And then me having to get rid of that woman, it was not easy getting rid of her. I didn't even meet that woman physically, but that woman, it was a lot of crazy stuff happened. So I say that to say this: fasting and prayer. Fasting allows you to hide from the enemy. Anytime you're in a fast, the enemy is confused because he can't find you. You fast, and you fast and say, God, I'm fasting for my church home. 2, fast fear off of you. You got to renounce fear. You got to get rid of the fear of going into, because there are more good churches that, good godly churches than there are bad ones. There are bad ones, but bad churches are really there for people who have lust issues. People who get caught up in bad churches are oftentimes people who want a husband more than they want God. So what they do is they go to a church, or they want houses and cars and profits more than they want God. So they go into a church where they're prophesying and everything. They go into churches where they see that kind of stuff because they don't want to serve God. And I think that that's part of a punishment. God allows them to fall into the hands of a witch because they're obsessed with marriage. And marriage is an idol for them. They're obsessed with cars and houses and prophecies. They're obsessed with themselves. They're not obsessed with the kingdom. And when you become obsessed with the kingdom, something wakes up in you when you don't hear the kingdom being preached. If you go into a witchcraft church and you see all they do over here, lay folks out, and they, talking about this and talking about that, but they ain't talking about the word, your spirit will wake up and let you know something is wrong. God will let you know that something is wrong. I found him to be a good God, an intentional God who will not lead you into the wrong place. Your flesh leads you into a witchcraft church. And when you join, like I just got to talking about that gym, that guy was trying to get me to hurry up and join emotionally, I wouldn't do it. So if you go into a church and they're trying to hurry up, they're like, come on up to the front. I believe God is calling you. Come on up to the front. You just say, no, I got to go home and pray about it. You don't run and jump into something just because it sounds good. You don't run and jump into something just because you had an emotional experience, or even if they were accurate in regards to that prophecy. You wait it out and pray. You fast and you pray. You fast and you pray. And then when God speaks, don't deny his voice. You go ahead and say, I know he called me to this church, and so I'm going to go to this church. And you have to get past the fear of that. Once you get past the fear, now fear is a spirit. The reason fear is holding you back is because fear knows the call on your life. The enemy knows the call on your life, and he knows that once you connect to the right people, you're going to get activated and empowered, and you're going to go out here and be slaying it out. He knows that. So what he does is he works hard to make sure that you stay in the house and say, I don't need nobody but Jesus. I'm telling you, I lived there. I was in a cave for 9 years, so I can tell you better than anybody.
I cut you off, but this happened to me. Like, I'm listening to you, and this happened to me. I didn't go to church for almost 6 months.
Yeah.
Because I swore God was trying to tell me I just needed to stay home and read my Bible.
Because you feel like God told you that?
Yes.
Okay. Not to
church, come straight home, and then I suddenly was not going to church.
Yeah, and so what you have to do is you have to get to the point where you have to get past, that's why God said test the spirit. Because at the end of it, you're going to hear voices that say don't go to church. You don't need church. You don't need God. You don't need this. You don't need that. You don't need people. You do need relationships. You got to have relationships. Even when I was in my cave, God gave me relationships. He gave me good, godly relationships. I had mentors that mentored me when I was in a cave. But those were the equivalent of manna. Eventually, I had to come out and eat a real meal. Eventually, I had to come out and I had to face my fear. Because I had the same fear. I feared going into the wrong church. I feared that I get connected to the wrong people. I'm going to tell you something. Let me be transparent. My personality is just not like everybody else. Like, I don't really try to conform, to people. I just like to be my unique self. So one of my biggest fears was being, since it's, one in the morning, let's be transparent. One of my biggest fears is, as an African American, I dealt with a lot of African Americans who were controlling. And so one of my biggest fears was that I would get around people who would try to force me to become their idea of who I should be. And once I resisted them, they would resist me. They would either get mad at me, do something, they would resist me. And I got tired of being around people who were trying to conform me to their ideal, trying to get me to fit into a mold. And so I decided I didn't want relationships with people. I just wanted to be me. And when I say me, I'm not talking about being bad. I'm just talking about, let me be nice. Let me be loving. Let me be me. I had to get beyond that. And I had to learn, Tiffany, can't nobody conform you. Can't nobody force you into anything. And I had to learn it's okay to offend people. It's okay. And once I got that revelation, guess what? I came out of my cave. And I said, well, I'm going to offend. Well, as a matter of fact, God had me offending people in my cave. People come up to me and they start telling me their idea of who they thought I should be. I started offending them. Because I'm just like, no, this is who I am. This is what I do. This is what I believe. Or what have you. Sit down and have a logical conversation with me. Come and let's slice this thing up. But you're not controlling me with your emotions. Like getting mad at me or threatening to remove yourself from my life, that is witchcraft. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to fall for that. what was I saying? I had dealt with the narcissistic personality many, many times, which is true for many people. But at the same time, I had to get beyond my fear, and I had to come outside of that fear and just go ahead and start having relationships with people. And I also realized I was actually really afraid of my own personality. When I found that out, I realized one of my biggest fears was the thing that my parents always told me as a child. I tell people the truth. Like I don't know how to mix things up. I'm gonna tell them the truth, and the truth is not always welcome because we live in a cotton candy society that preaches that or teaches the idea that you just gotta be really nice and say what people want to hear and just ease your way into it. I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't know how to do that with people, and so I realized in that, and that's why I'm doing this soul management course, guys. I realized in it when I started searching my soul. I realized one of my biggest fears was not people. My biggest fear was that I would find people that I would genuinely love, and then they start acting some type of way, and then I would have to tell them the truth. That was my biggest fear because I am a chronic truth teller. And I did not like that about myself. I am chronic in telling the truth. Like you sit me down and say something wrong with me, I will tell you if you got a demon. I will tell you what's wrong with you. I will tell you what you need to do. I will tell you. And I was so afraid that I would tell people that. I do that with my friends. And so I started not having relationships with friends. I didn't want friends too much around me because this is the way that God wired me. God wires us all a different way. And I started realizing the way that he wired me was different. And I realized, man, I'm going to get myself in some trouble. And I'm not saying, because some people say I got a mouth. I'm not talking about that. Not the disrespectful, condescending, controlling people. I'm talking about the loving. I straight up told a friend, and she called me. She said, Tiff, it was an old friend of mine. She was trying to come back into my life. And she asked me, we started talking about spirits. She said, do you think I have a demon? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, for real? She said, what demon do you think I got? I said, Jezebel. That's the type of thing. That's just how I'm wired. I told her, I said, Jezebel. I said, but that's all right. I know plenty of people that got Jezebel spirits. They just need deliverance. It's not a big deal. Or what have you. I haven't heard from her since. Why? Because people don't want the truth like that. They want you to tell them, no, ain't no wrong with you. Ain't no wrong with you. They want you to tell them that. No, I want people around me who sit me. Huh?
No, that's how you get free.
Yeah.
With the truth.
You get free. And I realized that I stay away from people because I'm going to tell them the truth. I'm a loving person. Everybody who knows me knows I'm consistent. With my personality, I'm consistently smiling. And I was afraid. And so I had to face my fears. When I joined the church, when I walked up to that altar at that church to join, trust me, I was facing a fear. When I had commitment issues. I didn't like having commitment. When I started volunteering in my church, I was facing a major fear of mine. I was facing a strong man. That's a strong man I had commitment issues. Those commitment issues come from brokenness. They come from failed relationships. I like easy in, easy out. I don't want to, you go to acting silly up in here. I don't want my name down nowhere. I just want to leave. That was my issue. God had to deliver me from that. And get this. The last fear, and I'm going to tell you that I'm going to open up for any more questions. Last fear I had was that I would love people and I would have to lose them. That was one of my fears because it's like, okay, I will invite these people in. They come into my heart. They come into my life and I love them. And then I have to lose them because maybe they don't accept me. Maybe they don't accept my personality. Maybe I need to conform. Maybe I got to do this. Maybe I got to do that. And God got me to the point where he said, Tiffany, stop worrying about that. Because guess what? In life, you're going to love and you're going to lose some. And you got to be okay with it. But the right people, you don't meet the right people if you're afraid, if you close yourself off because you're too busy trying to avoid the wrong ones. So you want to make sure you get up, get past the fear. Listen, make no more excuses. Excuses, you can have a lot of them. Trust me, we can go all night. You can give me like 250 of them. Don't make any more excuses. Make up your mind instead. Hey, I'm going to go. I'm going to face this fear. I'm going to fast and pray and ask God to send me to the church he wants me to go to. If you left any church in the wrong way, reach out to him. Email, say, hey, I want to just say, I thank you guys for your time. I apologize for the way I left or what have you. I just wanted to make things right. Get all that stuff out and just go ahead and go where God leads you. If you allow God to lead you by his spirit, and you do that through praying and fasting and reading your Bible and stuff, getting to know his word so you can know his voice. If you allow God to lead you by his spirit, you won't have these encounters no more. Watch. I mean, you'll come across, trust me, it's not going to stop you from coming across bad people. But at the same time, and it's not going to stop you even from coming across bad people in a good church. Because they go to good churches. Bad people go to good churches. You'll come across them. It's not going to stop you. But you have to remind yourself, I'm not here for them. You have to tell yourself, I am not here for them. And even if I am here for them, maybe God's going to use me in their life. Or maybe God is training me. You got to have these conversations with yourself and tell yourself, a church family is like your own family. There are sane people and there are crazy people in there. So you don't abandon your own family because of the crazy ones. You stay there because there are some sane ones in there too. And so you're trying to offer balance to it. So just take your time, and you got to let God heal your heart. Ask him to heal your heart. And like I said, one of the things you have to do is you got to stop making excuses. You can't make excuses anymore. You're going to have to push past how you feel. You got to. That's the only way you'll get out of that. Once you get out of that, I'm telling you, I've been going to my church for 2 years now. I've been out of my cave for 2 years. Well, I've been out a little bit more than 2 years. I started visiting churches. But I've been officially out of my cave for 2 years. And I can tell you right now, I actually see the need. I see why God pulled me out of my cave. I honestly can tell you, I see why it's a dangerous thing, because Satan likes to segregate you, isolate you, and then kill you. And I saw what the enemy was doing with me. He started pulling me away from people so that he can take me out. Because the Bible says there's safety in a multitude of counselors, not by yourself. And he knew that with people, they could tell me that when God you heard, that wasn't this, that wasn't that. He knew that. So he kept bringing me outside of people so I could think everything that I heard was God if it said what I wanted it to say. He isolated me. And he was really trying to take me out. And do I deal with that to this day? Yes. I still feel sometimes I want to isolate myself. Even going to my church, there are times where I feel like, you know what? I don't really want to deal with people because, like I said, you're not going to see perfect people in church. There are times where I feel like I want to go back inside my cave. I'm telling you, I deal with the temptation. I want to be raw with y'all. I deal with the temptation to quit and go back in my cave, to even move back to Florida and just go back. But I can't, because there's something in me that won't let me quit. There's something, and I know who that something is. Not a something, is a someone that's saying, press your way on through because I want to use you. So what I've decided is that him using me is more important than my feelings. Did you hear that? Him using me is more important than how I feel. My fear, my offense, all that, him using me is the most important. And that's my goal. I say, God, there's a lesson in everything. So you have to get past that fear. You got to get past it. All right, does somebody else have a question?
Yes, ma'am, I have one.
Sure.
Can you hear me, Miss Tiffany?
Yes.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. My name is Markayla. I just had a quick question for you. Before I begin, I just wanted to put a disclaimer out there that anything I say, especially to the people listening, please just take it as a grain of salt. I'm not a minister, and I'm going to be very careful with people's souls. But I just wanted your opinion on something, because it's something that I was debating about. And it's about tithing. And recently, maybe like a month or two ago, I had stopped because I had learned some information from my Bible about, it's in the book of Galatians. Paul was speaking in chapter 3, where he was talking about the law and how the Lord Jesus became the curse on the cross, and how it is foolish to follow the law when the Lord, you're still choosing to live under the curse when the Lord has already set you free from that. And so, I've been tithing for years. And I went to this battle, mentally, and I think it was more so me. And I asked the Lord, I said, I'll give you anything you want. It's not about the funds, it's not about the money. I'll give you anything you ask of me, but I want to make sure that I'm living right for you, because that matters. So because of what I've read, and from my understanding of what I've read, I laid it down. But
then there are certain churches that that I was going to. They still preach that, and Paul says that means that we are cursed to go to that. Now, I don't want to make a mistake. I do agree with funding something you believe in. That's different than tithes. I believe in giving offerings. If you're preaching a good word, people need to hear that. I don't mind helping out, but the whole ideology of tithes is still tied to the law of Moses. It's still a part of the law. From my understanding, again, everything I'm saying, take with a grain of salt, test it. But I've been grappling with that, trying to figure out, is it okay to still even attend churches that believe that? Or am I incorrect? Am I in error? What are your thoughts about that?
You know why I love y'all? Because y'all are asking questions, and this is how I know when God calls a call together, y'all are asking questions for struggles I've had. Things I've had to get delivered from. So I literally pulled away from tithing some years ago, and we wrote a book against it. Well, I spoke against tithing because I was convinced that it was the law, practice, and all that. And so I stopped tithing, and God was blessing my money. And I was like, God, you're doing good with my money. What have you? As a matter of fact, He delivered me from debt, and it seemed as if my tithing friends were not doing so well. And so I was really fearful of going back into tithing. So once I finally got my church home, to my horror, it was like they were preaching tithing, and they would do the confession for tithing. I'm like, okay, I know God called me here. However, I'm against tithing, or what have you. So long story short, one particular day, I took my pastor's mentorship course, and I said, hey, he had his email. I was like, hey, I don't believe in tithing. I sent him a list of questions that I had that I, over the years and stuff. And I was like, I don't necessarily believe in tithing. And he told me, he said, hey, let's do lunch. I said, okay, sure. Or what have you. But here's what I did. When I came to lunch, before I came to lunch, I prayed. And I said, God, he's going to say something, and I'm probably not going to agree. However, I want to go with an open mind. I don't want to go with my mind made up thinking I'm going to teach him. I don't want to go with my mind made up thinking I'm about to educate him, open my heart and my mind. So when I went and we sat down and he started explaining to me, I got free within 5 minutes. It was a real quick explanation. And he told me, he said, first and foremost, tithing was never under the law. One of the things he showed me was that tithing came before the law. Abraham paid tithes to Melchizedek. And so that came before the law. Now, in the law, they still had it in the law, but that came before the law. And he told me, he said, tithing is never designed to pay God for his love. It's always about giving him the first fruit. The goal is to keep you from going into idolatry. Because if you give God the first fruit of something, you won't worship it. And he said, God wants the first fruit of your praise. He wants the first fruit of everything that you have. So this is the way you keep it from becoming an idol. Now, I can't explain it as eloquently as he explained it to me, but I got delivered when he explained it that way. I realized in that moment that it wasn't about 10% and it wasn't about money, that it was more so about my heart. It was more so about me not trying to pay God for his love, one. And it was also about me not trying to fall in love with my money or relying on my money. And so the explanation about Melchizedek tithing came before the law. That helped me. That blessed my life. And Abraham was rich, and he paid tithes in Melchizedek. And he was rich. He was filthy rich. So it has nothing to do with the law, even though I can understand, because I did the same studies that you did. I probably read some of the same books that you did, and they tied it all up to the law, but it really wasn't tied to the law. It was something that Abraham did, get this, without even having a command from God. God did not say, go pay tithes. He did that without a command from God because of his love and reverence of God. He paid tithes in Melchizedek. And
may I ask you, ma'am, I haven't read that verse, but I need to read that for myself, but I am genuinely curious. If it was not classified as tithes, and it was not something that God commanded, so there was no set percentage, would that be classified as offering, which I do agree with?
Well, let me see. Give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get the scripture for you, because I believe when you do these type of talks, you got to give people the scripture. Okay. It was classified. It was named as tithes. That's the way they labeled it in the Bible. He paid tithes and made Melchizedek. And he gave, and this is where we get our standard, a tenth. The word tithe means tenth. He gave a tenth. So that's where we get our standard from. However, we are now under the law of grace. And one thing my apostle always teaches, and I completely agree with, he said, if you want to say grace or what have you, I don't remember what he was talking about, but you would actually be paying more than 10%. You would actually be giving more than 10%. So 10% is basically a standard. It's not a law that you have to get 10%. That's a standard. So remember, the standard is the bottom percent. Then you can go higher up from up there. Abraham set the standard for 10%. And then the church, that's the standard for 10%. Some churches teach that as a law, like you better give or you'll be cursed. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that your heart will determine the state that you're in. If you have a heart where you love money, then you are cursing your money. But if you have a heart for God, you're going to give, and there's going to be a standard. Like I said, he said, this is Genesis 14:20. It said, and blessed be the Most High God who has delivered your enemies into your hand, and He gave him tithes of all. So the word tithes means tenth. You'll find that in just about every translation, the word tithe was used in that. So he gave, and that's just the standard. That's the bottom percent. So tithes is not law. Your finances don't go under a curse when you go under the law. Trust me, I was scared of that too. I was afraid because I saw my friends fighting, and God blessed me when I wasn't tithing. However, I was giving. I was giving or what have you, and I can truly say I was probably giving more than 10% of what I earned. I was just giving. I was like, okay, I will pray and wait, and I hear a number in my head, and I give that. That's how I was doing things. I wait. I was like, okay, I heard 50. All right, 50 right here. I'm giving 50. So one thing I heard, I started struggling with that even after I got delivered from it. I started struggling with it one day, and I was like, okay, wait, especially when my finances went under attack. I was like, God, did I do wrong? Did I go back under this law? I started struggling with that again. And I watched this video from Apostle Alexander Begani where he talked about, tithes and all this other stuff. It's not law. But one thing he said that really delivered me was that he said, if you go to a church that preaches tithes, you need to give your 10%. Because that's honor. You're showing honor. So if you go to a church where they're teaching, he said, you need to give your 10% or what have you. And so,
may I ask you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but may I ask you, when churches word it like that, when they teach it as as such a requirement, is that them teaching from the spirit of the law?
Well, it could be, but sometimes it may not be. But the thing is, it's not about how they teach it; it's about how you receive it. Because it's when you give,
that makes sense.
Yeah, you give from your heart, and so when you give to God, you get to bless it. You get to speak over it. You get to be a cheerful giver and say, God, I give of and your intention. You never give to pay God back because you can never pay him back. And that's when you start thinking of a law of mine. Well, I'm doing this because it's a requirement. You give because you say, God, you've been good to me. You've been faithful to me. And I want to make sure that I'm giving. And then you can start off with tithe as the bottom part. But as God blesses you more, you can increase that. So you don't think about, the spirit that they're necessarily in. You want to think about this. You want to just make sure you stay in the right spirit of your heart. You say, God, I'm giving of my heart because you're good, you're faithful. And Lord, I'm giving this. This is what I'm giving. However, if you want me to give more, just lay it on my heart. Lay it on my heart. Just give me a number. And I do that.
Miss Tiffany, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. But I did have a question about what was the chapter and the verses. I do want to read that eventually. What book was that?
Genesis 14.
I'm sorry, would you say something 14?
Genesis
14.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Yeah, it's something I'm going to have to pray about and just ask the Lord to just give me more wisdom and knowledge. I was never tied into it, but I was in a state where what I read, I felt like I couldn't negate, but I was so used and accustomed to what I did.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel for a long time. I felt my heart in the situation. And so when I gave it up, as I mentioned earlier, I told the Lord because I kind of felt guilty as if it was like I want to keep my money. But I said, I'll give you anything you ask of me. It's not about that. I just don't want to be in error with you. It's this is not what you call them. The Bible says that Satan deceived the whole world. So many people will be living many ways that God never called us to. So I wanted to make sure that whatever I did, I was aligned with him and not what the world said about him. So,
Yeah.
And I thank you so much for your wisdom.
Oh, you're most welcome. I want to leave you with this. Remember, to think along those lines is to think law-minded. Oh, I don't want to do this. I want to make sure that I'm doing. When we talk about doing works, we're dealing with the law. I don't want this. I don't want to be doing this, and I don't want to do that. So it is to go law-minded to begin. Okay, if I pull my money, maybe I please God. If I don't do it this way, maybe I please God. I found that pleasing God is just a heart condition. It's really about what goes on in your heart, the conversations, the intimacy. I found that the way we used to think about God, and God, I think a lot of churches, when we come out of religious churches, we have to get delivered from. Even though we are running from the law, we still have law on our breath. And so a lot of times we're thinking, okay, I should do this, or I shouldn't do this, or if I do this, God's going to punish me. And so we look at God like, okay, God, my heart. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to do the right thing. And we keep on saying, I did this. I thought this was right, or what have you. And I found that it wasn't like that with God. It's more so about relationship. So if let's just say you go to a church and the church does something you don't agree with. I found, at one point, like one thing I used to freak out about, like I did a book called Top Heavy Bottom Fed, and I had to do a lot of studies about religions. And I found the word Easter is demonic. Like, yeah. And so I don't agree with Easter. I agree with the church I was going to at First Resurrection Sunday. That's what we said. He taught about. And so when I got into my church and they said Easter, oh yeah, my little tail started freaking out. Like, oh God, I was over there. I'm saying on my breath, God, I say resurrection. You know me, God. That was religiousness. God, you know me. And then I had to realize, Tiffany, you have a relationship with him. God knows you ain't got no relationship with Easter. God knows that. Why do you feel the need to dance and try to prove yourself? And he showed me, he said that comes from bad relationships. It blew my mind. He said you've been in relationships with people where you've always had to prove yourself. You're always trying to prove yourself. Like, no. I didn't know she was going over there. I didn't know she was going to have guys over there. No, baby, you came into those relationships when you're in a relationship with somebody who knows you, who genuinely loves you, you don't have to do all that explaining. Because they know, you know what, that's not her character. Because of our relationship. And so I came to understand that I didn't have to do all that anymore. And it's been a while. God is still unraveling. He's still breaking stuff off of me. But I had to come to understand, Tiffany, you don't have to perform to get God's attention. God has a relationship with your heart, not your limbs. And if you keep thinking that he has a relationship with your limbs, you're still law-minded. So I thought, I got to pull my money into the church. I got to pull it back out. I got to do this. I got to do that. It was all about what I did. It was all about, oh, my dog. Puppy, I'm sorry, y'all. My dog came up with this really, really wet nose. But gosh, he got me off guard. Put his wet nose on my elbow. But I came to the understanding that I was really law-minded and religious. It was nothing my pastor said. It was nothing. I just started seeing it on my own because of all these racing thoughts and fear and worry. God did not give us a spirit of fear. But all of these things were going through my mind. Oh my gosh, Lord, I ain't sinning against you. God, you know me, you know my heart, you know this. And God had to tell me one day, relax, daughter. You got a relationship with me. I'm looking at your heart. And that's where my relationship is with. My relationship is with your heart, not your hands. My relationship is with your heart, not your legs. And when you have my heart, you will use your hands and your legs to do the right thing. And so even in church, you're not going to agree with 100% of everything that may be preached. Some things could be wrong. And some things could just be above your understanding. You're not going to understand, but it doesn't mean it's a bad church. It just means that, again, it could be error or it could be above your understanding. Maybe you're not there yet. So just deliver yourself from the whole law. Now, I got to do this, I got to do that. God has a relationship with your heart. It's those intimate conversations, not that you have at church in front of people. It's those things that I talk to him about in private. When I'm in my room and I'm in my prayer room or in my bedroom and I'm talking to him and I'm telling him God, this is my heart, and I did wrong, and I shouldn't have did this. I said this, and I shouldn't have said that. And God, I don't know. I need your help because I feel like I'm a mess. And I find myself sounding like Apostle Paul. I find myself sounding like King David sometimes. Like, I'm a mess, God. I'm a mess. It's the relationship that you have with him that makes him say, I'm going to give you grace that people don't understand. Is what happens in private, not what happens inside of the church. Is that relationship in private? It's matter. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I said, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
No, it's that relationship in private. Because that relationship in private manifests in church. That's what you see in church.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I said that's so good because it goes back to what you were saying about earlier about people, how the enemy likes to isolate you. I feel like, the more we get more specific, like, what does the Lord say about this? Was this right or is this righteous? The more we begin to feel like we see other Christians that may do something slightly off from what we do, and we feel like we can't go to that church. We can't hang with these people. They don't know the truth. And it's not like we're judging them, but you want to live in the truth so bad that you become alone.
Yep.
Because everybody's not following the same laws as you.
And everybody doesn't have the same sanctification. Depending on your call, God may give you a sanctification. I went to a school of deliverance, and we're talking about that there. But everybody doesn't have the same sanctification as you. God pulled me off secular music. A lot of people don't believe they have that testimony. And so for a long time, if a Christian listened to secular music, it freaked me out. I'm like, you listening to that stuff? I'm like, you ain't hear from God? And I had to come to understand that, wow, God doesn't want us filling our spirits or our souls with trash. I had to understand that that's something he placed emphasis on. That was my level of consecration because of who I am, because of what he wants to do with and through me. And I can't put my level of consecration on somebody else, because they may not be able to handle my level of consecration. And so I've argued with friends about the music they listen to. And I had to get to the point where I had to finally say, okay, I still preach the message. Don't listen to anything that teaches you to do something that God told you not to do. If it's talking about fornication and fighting, you shouldn't be listening to it. Anything that teaches that. However, when I tell that to a friend now, I say that to a person and they don't receive it, I no longer get mad. I no longer, be like, I gotta withdraw myself from them. I gotta get away from the dang holy. I stopped doing it. And I allow God to deal with them. Wherever they are, I allow God to deal with them. Sometimes your assignment is just to sow the seed. But he said another man's going to come and water, and then it's him that gives the increase. So I had to learn, I'm not here to save everybody. I'm going to get to a couple of more questions real quick. My dog is actually requesting to go outside. He's putting in his petition right now, sitting at my door. So anybody else have any questions before I get your question in quick? I know y'all been waiting.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're most welcome. Questions? Don't overthink it. Get it in. Okay. We still got a few people on this phone, and I know somebody got a question, so I'm going to give it 5 seconds. If I don't get a question, I'm going to go ahead and close out. 5, 4, 3.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. I've been going to the church I'm at now for about actually longer than 2 years, off and on, but consistently now. That's been my church home for almost 2 years. I've actually been visiting a couple of other churches. There's one that I go to now. I find myself in my church, in the morning, and then this other church is actually, and I like, I love my church. I love both of them actually. So I kind of go to both on Sundays. This second church, I kind of feel like I'm not sure if I want to kind of maybe join this church. I'm not sure if God is trying to, telling me I should, but at the same time, I feel like there for a reason at the second church and actually in my own church.
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you what you're doing. You just described an adulterous affair. While the church supposed to teach the same message, this is typically what happens in an affair. I can be with a guy, or a guy can be with me because I'm not a cheater. So if I'm in a relationship with a guy, and he could be with me and what have you, and everything's good, and he meets another girl who's good, and what ends up happening is he gets confused because both of us are good people. So he's like, I don't know which one to go to. I don't know which one to which one to commit to, or what have you. I'm with Tiffany. Tiffany's a really good girl, but at the same time, Tasha over here, Tasha's really decent as well. I don't know if I really want to commit to Tasha. So that's confusion. In a case like that, if God led you to your first church, that's where you stay. That's where you sit unless he tells you otherwise. For me, my church, I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. For me, I'm a deliverance fanatic. I like the ministry of deliverance because that's where God called me. I know that. My church, they do deliverance, they teach deliverance and all that. But, I go to deliverance conferences. If a deliverance conference hit this area, I'm probably going to be there or what have you. So my leader be like, we do the deliverance, but we do this and all this and what have you. And I'm like, yeah, that's good, but I'm still pulled to deliverance conferences. So what does that mean? That means that if I was to find a church here in Atlanta, Georgia, that was a deliverance fanatic like I am, that, they were just casting out demons like crazy, and it is like, let's do it. I would want to emotionally join. I would feel like that's my church. I would feel like committing to them. And all our honesty, I would get to the point where I don't want to leave my church, but I would probably join. I would want to be a part of both. Just to be honest with you, I would probably want to be a part of both. But that's not necessarily what God has called me to do. So what God has called me to is the church that I'm at. And so what he's saying is, while it's okay for me to be, gung-ho because that's my thing, at the same time, God chose my leader for a reason. God chose my church for a reason. God put me there for a reason. And so while I think I know what I want based on how I feel, based on what excites me, God knows better than I do. God knows better than I do. So it's to say, if God put you at that first church, that's where your commitment needs to lie. That's where your commitment needs to be. Because again, there are churches here in Atlanta that, all our honesty, I'm in Atlanta. So there are going to be churches here. I can go there and be like, ooh, I like this. They don't do this in my church. Ooh. And then I can be going there and I'm like, man, I like this. And then if I'm there, I end up like, I don't want to leave my church. But at the same time, I kind of like this one too. I think I'm falling for this one too. But I made a commitment first because I knew that was going to happen. See, this is why I'm doing the soul management course, because I want people to learn how they're wired. I knew that was going to happen because I know my soul. I knew that was going to happen. I knew I was going to get into the church. I was going to go through the excitement, honeymoon phase and what have you. Then I was going to get to a point where maybe they want, maybe things kind of level off. It's kind of like a relationship. And I knew that I was going to probably come across the church that I was going to be like, okay, everything feels good in here. I like this. And I knew that I would probably start entertaining thoughts of, maybe God called me here. Okay, maybe I really didn't hear from God. Maybe I didn't hear. I knew I would entertain that. So what I did was, once God brought me to my church home, I made a commitment. I'm going to stay here unless you tell me to move. Because what was I doing? I was managing my soul. I was managing my emotions, because what is the soul? It's made up your mind, will, and your emotions. I was managing my emotions because I knew that at some point I would meet somebody who looked better than my husband. I want you to catch that, because at some point when I get married, I'm going to meet somebody who looked better than my husband, who, talk better than my husband, but I've already made a commitment to him, even right now, to be faithful to him. So I'm not going to give the other guy a chance, because I know even though the other guy may be good, he may be committed, he's not mine. He's not mine. Doesn't mean I can't go to another church or visit. Oh, of course not. I can go visit another church. I serve in my church, so typically I'm not going to have time to visit another church. However, there are times where I will have an opportunity. For example, the conference or what have you, if it's not happening on a Wednesday or a Sunday, and if I'm not having to serve my leader at one of his places, because I serve, then I can go run off into a conference or something like that and just, entertain that part of myself that loves deliverance. I can go entertain that and learn as much as I can about deliverance and all that. But I had to speak to the immature part of me, because we all have that immaturity. The immature part of me will get into a church. And even though I didn't do this in my first church, I just had to recognize the immature part of me will probably get into a church. Things will level off, and it's like, okay, it's good. I like it here, but I just feel like I need something else. And then I go to another church, and then they're giving me that. And all of a sudden I go to another church, they're prophesying, they're laying me out, and we casting out devils. And now I'm like, yay, I think I'm in love again. But here's the thing. If I don't make a commitment, what's going to happen is I will leave my church now, go to that church, be completely in love with them. 2 to 3 years later, I will find somebody else, find another church that's laying me out, because after 2 to 3 years, they probably ain't laying me out as much no more. That's just Tiffany. We done laid out, we done cast out every devil she had. We ain't laying her out no more like that. And so I'm sitting up over there feeling neglected. I'm seeing the new people get laid out. I'm like, dang. Then I go to a new church, and they come up to me, they say, woman of God, God says this. And I'm like, hey, hallelujah. And so now, and then they start laying me out all again and stuff. And they do a little deliverance, and I'm excited. So now my season up again at this other church. See, that's an emotional thing. My season up again. So now I'm in a new church. Now I've done to that church what I did to my previous church, and the cycle continues to repeat itself. And I found myself always in churches during the honeymoon phase when everything is good and I'm getting laid out and my wig laying across halfway across the sanctuary, and I'm sitting up there slobbing at the mouth like, I love this place. And then it finally kind of dries up. Then I'm like, you know what? And that's why I'm going to tell y'all a little thing. That's why a lot of times a lot of prophets get mixed up. Some people have true prophetic calls on their lives, but they run from church to church based on their feelings. And they feel like, and they use these terms where my season ended. My season ended. But what they're really talking about is their feelings. I just fell out of love. Well, when you get married, do you leave because you fell out of love? No, you rekindle. You rekindle. How do you rekindle it? Communication, counseling, lingerie. Sometimes you gotta do some things to rekindle the relationship. And so that's the same thing with our relationships with people. Sometimes when it comes to church, we think that it's okay for us to run from one church to the other because it's a church. So they're supposed to be able to accept it. But when I started to understand God more, I came to understand that the same thing, the temptations we have in relationships, we have with churches. And it's not a good thing to go from one church to another. It's not. It's always good to stay committed to the church God sends you to. Sit there, stay there. And then if God tells you to move, move. And this is the reason why a lot of pastors, they are, sometimes they can sound like they're being territorial. I understand that sometimes they can sound like, like they're trying to keep you from going to visiting so many churches. They be preaching about, you going to the church and you just like, yeah, right, whatever. You just don't, but I really understand why they say that now. Because when they say that, it's more so what they're saying is, if you're going to all these churches, you're going to end up confused. And you're going to end up falling in love with 2 to 3 churches. Then you're going to be like, I don't know which one I'm supposed to be with. It's hard to choose between the two. When in reality, God called you to one, but you had an emotional experience with the other. And you're still in the honeymoon stage with the other. And then you'll keep doing that. So stay at the church that God called you to. Stay right there until God tells you otherwise. Unless God tells you, because he may never say otherwise. But just stay right there and prove to yourself that, hey, I'm going to be committed. I'm going to be committed to the vision of this church. I'm going to be committed to my leaders. I'm going to be committed. And then if God says move, then you make sure you have your multitude of counselors that you can test that. Okay, I think God's telling me to move from this church. And your multitude of counselors can tell you, yeah, I think that's God as well. Or they can say, no, that ain't God. That's your feelings. Because you got offended with your pastor. And so now you feel like God is telling you to move when he's not telling you to move. Yeah, I tell people this because a lot of prophets really destroy their ministries. They really attack their own ministries because they go from church to church based on how they feel. And I understand. I'm telling you guys because I'm still immature in some areas. I understand. So trust me, like I said, I'm gung ho for deliverance. So you put me inside of a church where folks are getting laid out deliverance. I'm like, yeah, I want to be here. I want to be here. And my church, there's deliverance and all that. And I'm serving in my church, so I'm at the back in the corner somewhere, And that's what I need right now. I don't need to be at the front. Come out. I need to be in the back. I do deliverance, whatever, but I don't need to be in the front because I'm gung ho for it. And so sometimes people are gung ho for prophecy. So it's just God telling me, to slow down. So just slow down and stay where God wants you to be until He says otherwise, or unless He says otherwise.
Okay, that's funny. That's like kind of crazy because at first I thought, I said, well, if I think I may, have to go there for a particular reason, and I just kind of want to know how you felt about it because I was feeling so guilty about it, like I was cheating on my church or something. So I went and talked to my pastor about it.
Yeah.
Because I just kind of felt that I was like, okay, it feel like I'm kind of in the middle of, And at first I thought it was just me kind of, wanting to visit other churches and, just like the fellowship and everything. And then
yes.
When I was like, oh, look.
Sometimes we're looking for something that we can only get in our prayer life. Sometimes we're looking for something in churches because sometimes we want to make a quick fix. And after your church and laid you out like 4, 5, 6 times and you still have to deal with the same old issues, it's just like, okay, maybe there's somewhere else. And you hear about miracle signs and wonders in somebody else's church. You're like, I want to go there, But a lot of times it's not so much a casting out issue or a impartation issue. Sometimes the issue is God's just trying to mature us. He's developing us through time. And that's the part of development none of us like. Because it's just like, okay, I get it. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. I'm doing all this stuff. I get it. So just give me the blessing right now. Okay, will you? And He don't do it. And then 2016 passed, 2017 to 2018. It's like, okay, what's wrong? And then another church sent up, and you start hearing stuff. Okay, maybe it's the church. Maybe I need to go. Maybe God is upgrading me. Maybe God, we start thinking like that. But that's really our own immaturity on display. And so you just have to stay put and just say, you know what, God, I'm committed. I'm committed. And I found, lastly, that commitment to a church is really proving to yourself that you can commit. Like one of the things I had to prove to myself was that I could commit beyond my offense and beyond my honeymoon stage. Because, typically with people, I would kind of bail out. And I had to learn, to face my own commitment issues because I would love, be in a relationship as long as we going up and we are on. But when things would kind of level off, I was like, yeah, now they're going to start going down. They're going to start plateauing. And, I try to get out of a relationship before I start doing that. And I had to break out of it, and I had to learn that it's okay. Because relationships do this. They're like a wave. They go up, they go down. They go up, they go down. They go straight. There are times of stability. And then for the average person, the times of stability are the scariest because there's no activity. There's no turbulence. There's no nothing. Those are typically the times where we look for some type of jolt to wake us up. We look for something to make us excited again. And we'll go places or what have you. And we'll do that in friendships. We'll do that in relationships. We'll do that in churches. And that's why we have to get control of our own soul, our own mind, and say, no, you know what? You're going to stay right here until God says, and unless God says otherwise. You're going to stay right here. You really have to speak to your soul and tell your soul. I found it out in the book when David was telling himself, he said, rejoice, O my soul. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within him. You have to really talk to your soul and tell your soul what to do. You really have to. And you have to tell your soul because your flesh is always telling you to do one thing. Your flesh makes sense of everything. Like I can make sense of moving. Like one of the things I want to do is I want to move to another country. I can make sense of it right now. I promise you I can. I'm bright like that. God gave me that type of intelligence. So I can make sense of it. I can put the theory together and I can make it make sense. But at the end of the day, I know deep down in my heart it's not what God's calling me to do. Or at least right now. But I have to sit still, and that's what I've been doing. I have to sit still and let God do everything. You know, let Him develop me, let Him grow me out of everything. Because I found that God doesn't take you out; He grows you out. He grows you out of things. Churches, some churches don't grow, so there are cases where people do outgrow churches. And what that means is if you have a relationship with God and you're studying, there are cases when that does happen. I think that's mostly happens with like small churches where they're preaching the same thing again and again and again. I think that can happen, but for the most part, unless God tells you to move, you have to get past your commitment, your temptation to quit, and just go ahead and stay right there unless He says otherwise. I keep saying until, what I mean unless.
Okay. I've been to your church too. I like you. I
Awesome.
had a good time at your church.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people come that watch me. They come over, and it's funny because when they come in, they got a church home, and they sure be tempted to leave. Like, I want to come here. I want to come here. I'm like, yeah, no, don't do that. You better. I've never had that conversation with a person, but I've heard people say, I really like your church or what have you. But yeah, there's always a temptation to leave. There's always a temptation to leave. We are uncommitted creatures by nature, but we have to force ourselves to commit. We really do. By nature, we like what's best, what feels good. But yeah, like I could walk Milo down the street. He's acting crazy. Sometimes I could trade him for a poodle if I wanted to. But I made a commitment to him, so that's my dog for life. That's my dog for life. All right, does somebody else have any questions?
Miss Tiffany, I could think of something. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, thank you to all the sisters asking the questions. I'm learning so much from them. It does kind of relate to what I'm thinking about. I just kind of had to form like which question I want to ask, but it kind of goes back to like how the brothers are like pursuing us hardcore, and then they just ghost on us. And I've had this happen so many times. It's in slightly different ways. It's been every single one of them. And the first part of my question is, why are the men of God not calling our brothers into account and saying, you don't treat your sisters like this, you need to protect them, why, it's evil. I at least feel like they've used me for their validation, like they're just validating themselves. And then when they got that validation, they're like, okay, I'm done, and then they move on and they do it to another sister. And then the second part is also, my responsibility. If you had any more advice on how to guard my heart, because I am a big-hearted person too. I don't know really I don't know how to shut it off. Like if I have to look at guys as like, I don't trust you, I don't trust you, I don't trust you, until like they've been tested and proven. I'm not sure how to do that.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So first question is, why do men in church allow? So the question I want to pose to you is, how many times has this happened to you?
Oh, it's so many. I think it's been almost every time.
I mean, how many
I've never
would you
been
guess?
married.
How many times would you guess?
Like in terms of the brothers?
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm losing count. But there's two very recent significant ones, and one of them was a leader that I trusted, and I would have never saw it coming, never. I've followed this guy's ministry for 2.5 years, and he thought he was falling in love. He kept saying that I was his wife, and then an intense month and a half, and it's over. And it happened with another brother in Christ, and they always start off like so strong.
Okay. How many years has this been going on? Just a guess.
The other significant one that started it began 4 years ago.
Okay. So,
if you could say.
Okay.
Just in that time, but in that time I try not to date. Like, I'm not a serial dater or anything.
Okay. You may not be a serial dater, but I'm going to tell you a truth that is going to help you. I've been married twice. And you guys have heard me say this before if you've been following me. I've been married twice. The first time I got married, I was a babe in Christ. I was actually unsaved, just got saved and what have you. So I was pretty much still in the world. And he turned out to be an abusive cheater. He had a lot of great qualities to him. He double did a striptease to me many times with him. Like, I saw flesh, I saw the romantic side, but he had his issues. Well, when I broke it off with him, I got the applause of people. They said, good, you left him. Praise God. Hallelujah. You know, it's a good thing. Tiffany, you're a strong woman. You did what most women wouldn't do. I jumped into another relationship. I jumped into another marriage almost immediately. Got married, and of course, he was cheating, and he had some beliefs that were witchcraft beliefs. It was a whole lot of demonic stuff happening in that relationship, and I tried my best to fix it. I tried my best to do everything.
Hey, sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Can whoever's moving around, can they put themselves on mute?
Yeah, I'm about to get them as well. Okay. So, what I ended up doing was I said, well, God, I started praying and I started maturing in that relationship because I started dying to myself. Now, when I got out, people said, hey, great idea. So proud of you for getting out of that relationship. You didn't deserve that, because anybody that came in contact with me in that relationship with that particular guy, everybody wanted me to leave him. My mom, I don't care who, they were like that. You don't deserve to be treated like that. That right there, that's his culture. And what have you. But nobody was willing to check me and say, why are you getting in those relationships? What is it about you? Which is the deliverance I needed, because I was pointing the fingers outwardly when it should have been pointed back at me. I say that to say that the issue isn't the guys. See, if I go outside tomorrow and I was to put out on my front lawn I got 200 pair of shoes in my house. Yeah, I got to get rid of them. Got to get rid of the majority of them. If I was to put them out on the front lawn, and I was to put even stuff out, furniture and stuff out there, and I was to say free, come get it, I would have a whole lot of people running around my lawn, grabbing stuff or what have you. People of all standards, people of all walks of life. I would have a whole lot of people walking around on my lawn. And it would be easy for me to say that these people suck. Right? Because they're coming and taking advantage. And let's just say I said to them, listen, the only thing I want from you guys in return is, let me make sure I still got you online. Okay. But the only thing I want from you guys in return is I want you to give a seed. Hello?
Yep.
Okay. Just to make sure. But my thing was saying no people on the conference call. I'm like, what? It hung up. But then it would come and they would take. And because I'm nice and because I'm a good person, because I wouldn't do people like that, I've had the issue in the past, and I still struggle with that, with thinking that people are just like me. Thinking that just because I'm nice and because I'm good and because I try to do the right thing and I'm morally sound, what have you, I always like to think that people, like, it is such a far-fetched for me to think or to even accept that people are not like that. So if I said, listen, all I ask is that you guys sow a seed, because this stuff costs me something. Let's just say I was saying, hey, I need the money for my rent. So y'all, listen, just sow a seed. So I would have a sister that comes up, 200 pair of shoes. I would have a sister that comes up, get 30 pair of shoes. And I'm looking at her loading her car with the shoes or what have you. Then she would turn around and I'm like, okay, you're going to sow a seed? She'd be like, I'm going to cash app you. I'd be like, okay. She'd get in her car, send me a $2 cash app. Now, I feel disrespected and angry. How dare her? But I never set the standard. So the thing was, I was just hoping that by me giving something away so freely, that they would see the value in it. And for 30 pair of shoes, dog, she could have at least gave me $100. $3 per shoe. It's like $3.33 per shoe. She could have at least just gave me $100. This woman sent me a $2 cash app. Now, I could easily get mad at her. And I wouldn't get my freedom if I did. Because what would happen is I would have another one of those events where I would put stuff out and people would keep swarming. And I would keep doing, I would do that year after year after year, hoping that finally that somebody's going to come along and that's going to respect me. But at some point I'll grow up and I'll say, you know what? Let me set the standard. So now I'm going to go up and I put those shoes outside and I put on there $5 a pair of shoes. So now I don't have as many people swarming across my yard because now they are required to have a responsibility to me. They're required to give me of their substance. So it's an exchange now. They're required to give in order to get something. And so now my yard is empty. I only got like 3-4 people walking around looking at stuff. I don't sell half as much stuff, but I do make more money than I made in the previous ones. Why? Because I created a new standard. And so first, when it comes to the men, the reason you're attracting them is because you're assuming that they're just like you. And especially because they have titles. And I'm going to tell you that Satan does disguise himself as an angel of light. The Bible tells us that. When it comes to titles, you can't get caught up in there. You can't get caught up in the tongues. You can't get caught up in doing the huckabuck in church, falling out. You can't get caught up in that. You can't even get caught up in watching the man walk up and put his hands on somebody and the person fall out. Because the magic is not in his hands, or it shouldn't be in his hands. It's in the word of God. If it's in his hands, it's demonic. So the thing about it is, this doesn't trace back to them. This traces back to you. And when you get that, this is how I had to get my deliverance. Was I had to first come to understand that I was too freely giving myself to people. I was assuming that they were right. And so that helped me to negate my responsibility in every given relationship, because as soon as you said one thing, automatically I put a standard on you and you need to follow through that standard. You need to uphold that standard. And when they didn't, I'm just like, you know what, these people, it just don't make any sense. And so you said, why would the men allow other men to do that? They're probably asking the same question. Why are you allowing men to do that? And so a lot of times men in church are not going to get involved with other men in church's affairs. They're not going to get involved in that because they understand that if there is no food for the roaches to feed on, the house won't have roaches. Did you get that? If I'm not availing myself, then we won't have to deal with that. And so they let you get the revelation, because if they come and interfere, then you're going to feel like they're interfering in your relationship and they're causing guys to break up with you. Then you'll be mad at them. And so sometimes they have to sit back and allow you to make the mistakes until finally you get tired of dealing with that. You get tired of dealing with it until you finally get to the point where you say, never again, never again. So what God wants you to take from this is to raise your standard. Don't assume, because see, right now, because you haven't raised your standard, you didn't do what the Bible tells you when it said test the spirit. You didn't test it. You just assumed. You assumed because you're a good person and you love God, that they would be the same way. Not true.
And I'll tell you, Tiffany, like, these are guys that everybody else thinks is like the token single guy. Like, it's what the other girls admire, who they give as examples of, well, so-and-so single, he's a great guy. And so I did assume. I thought, I'm an honorable person. It's so hard for me to just even think about how someone could be so dishonorable. I can't do it.
Yeah, but there are two concepts I have to introduce you to, because I believe in us getting full freedom. The first concept is they're not that great of a person. Now, we know that they're not that great of a person. Some people, they look really good from a distance. But when you get close up on them, you really get to see their blemishes. You get to see how ugly they really are. So from a distance, they look like heroes. They look beautiful. Everybody says you need to get with him. But then when you get close up on them and you had that intimate relationship, you just like, dude is messed up. And then the second one is you're jumping into something and you are revealing yourself far too fast. And it's not necessarily that they're bad. Now, this isn't always the truth, but I'm just saying this is a possibility. The problem could be that they're not bad, but the problem is it could be that once you start to reveal yourself, they realize that you're not ready. See, because if you're jumping in too fast and giving too much of yourself too fast, that does chase good men away. I think that's important to know, because if we don't hear that kind of stuff, we continue to blame men.
Yeah.
We continue to blame
Which is
men.
funny because they push us to it so fast. So if you just follow them, you may fall into that if you don't know to keep pulling back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they push you and test you.
Yeah, and you don't.
And then I think, and I'm in it thinking, oh, you know, and I'm kind, and I don't want to emasculate them, and so, but in the end, they're not worried about my feelings in the end.
Yeah, but at the same time, remember the second concept. You know, as a possibility that maybe they are worried about your feelings. I'll say this way: if I was a guy, and I was good, and I went to church, and I loved the Lord and all that, and I wanted to be married or what have you, then I come across this female. She seems to be sweet. She seems to be so. From a distance, she seems like she's ready, and then I start to date her, and the more I date her, the more I realize that maybe her self-worth is not all that great. Her self-esteem is not all that high. She's putting too much on me. She's like I've become a hero to her, or she wants this relationship a little bit more than she should want it. And then I decide, yeah, I don't want that, because everything is happening to the point where it's too fast. And I push her back, and I get my distance, and I say, hey, I think we need to end things. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm a bad person. It just means that once I got close, I realized she wasn't ready. So that's a possibility. Once I got close, I realized she wasn't as mature as she looked from a distance. And that's not a bad thing, because we are all at some level of maturity. I'm mature in Christ to a certain extent. However, for the man that God has for me, for the man that I'm going to marry, maybe I'm not mature enough for him yet. It's a possibility. So he can come and meet me, and once we start talking, and I start talking to him, and then I'm like, nah, see, and then he realizes, okay, this is not it for right now, and then he takes a few steps back. Doesn't mean that he's bad. It just means that he recognized that I'm not necessarily ready yet. And if I'm not mature yet, and understand this, guys, everybody on here, that if you're like, well, I'm not mature, that's fine, because we all have to grow. But if I'm not mature yet, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to blame him, and then I'll get into another relationship. And then I'm expecting the other person to be different, but the other person comes in and comes up with the same conclusion. Yeah, she's pretty, she's nice, she's good. I feel like she got potential, but yeah, not right now. So those are the two possibilities. The one possibility is you keep giving yourself over to people who are not mature, people who are broken, people who, or as a possibility could be that you're not mature. But either way, what you want to do is when you're constantly seeing patterns, you have to give yourself time to not get in a relationship. You have to sit back and say, now, first and foremost, if the guys aren't mature, that means that you're not mature enough to choose them. See, so you have to give yourself.
I think there's a fear of no good men too.
Right. You have to
I'm just being honest where I'm at. Like, there's not one single man I could think of right now that I would, even consider marrying. I can't even think of one.
Right. And so what that shows is that you're still having a lot of maturing to do. Because at the end of the day, there are mature, good men of God out there. However, you've been influenced and you've been hurt by some guys who were probably not mature, and then you developed a conclusion. And I always tell people, God always delivered me from people. For example, if I was in a relationship, like if I had a friend, and my friend drew a conclusion about me, God would close the door on that friend. Why? Because she gives me no room to be who I am. If I'm gonna change, if I got an issue, she's not giving me room to change. She's not giving me room. She's already put a period where there should have been a comma. And so the same thing when it comes to men. After you got in relationships, the revelation God wanted you to get was that not that men are bad, not that men of God are bad, was that you're not ready yet. That's the only thing he wanted you to take from that. But if you take anything else and you put a comma or you put a period where there should be a comma, then typically what happens is you end up going from one relationship to the other in a bunch of bad relationships and coming up with the same conclusion. And that can become a lifelong issue. And to the point where you become one of those demonically bound women in the church who said, men ain't no good. And what have you? I'm telling you, these church men, look at them. I could look over there, the piano guy, he gay. Look at him. Look at him. You know, you start developing theories. Yeah, you start looking, and that's what the enemy wants. You start looking, you go to looking at the pastor, he preaching. You like, why is he moving his hand like that? What? Okay. He looking at sister such and such a little too long. Or what have you. So that's suspicion. That's suspicion. So you start suspecting things. You start noticing folks in the choir, a bro man pants too tight. You know, you start noticing things that you shouldn't notice. But the thing about it is, it all comes back to your relationship with God. See, you have to know the Father's voice before you can know his Son's voice. And if you don't know the Father's voice, you would date anybody who looks and sounds like him. You would come across the counterfeit. So anytime you come across the counterfeit, and especially if you're not flushing them out quick, that means you're not ready yet. And I think that the women of God have to be bold enough to tell themselves that, be honest with themselves and say, I'm not ready. Because typically what we like to do when we're not mature is we like to blame other people, because that helps us to feel like we're ready, so we can jump back into another relationship and look for something different to happen while we still have the same mindset. Remember, we talked about earlier, God doesn't bring people into your mindset. He delivers you from that mindset. He gives you a different mindset. Then he allows you to meet people. Biblically, back in the Bible days, I'm going to do one question after this, guys, because I got a dog who is really demanding to go outside. But back in the Bible days, the man couldn't get to the daughter. He had to go through the father to get to the daughter. And even after he signed this agreement, he had to wait for the daughter to grow up, because typically when they enter betrothals, the little girls were still young. So he had to give the father so much of his time, so much of his resources. He had to give the father so much before he can get the daughter. That was the purpose of the father. Now that we've removed the father, back in the 1800s, I think it was the 1800s, two women got up and said, hey, we don't want fathers in our way anywhere. We want to do things on our own. And we come to see why we need the father. We come to see as females why we need fathers, because fathers actually sift for us. They sift the guy. Yes. They show you this one is, because women are emotional. We believe what we hear. If it's got testosterone behind it, we believe it. As a matter of fact, if I do a conference call like this and I say, hey, guys, come and sow a seed, I can tell you, for 100 people on the call, one person, 2 people will come sow. Now, if I put testosterone on the line with women, and he says, hey, at the end of this, I need you guys to sow a seed. I need you to sow a seed. Listen, I'd be like, dang, what's going on here? My cash app would be going off, because people typically, that's just to show you the power of the male voice. That's the power of the male voice. Women, we fall under a trance when we hear testosterone. We're like, we didn't even like the guy. We just be like, dang, hello, woman of God. And so that's the reason why we need the multitude of counselors. So what you have to do in the future is, right now, first and foremost, you have to tell yourself you're not ready. Secondly, take the blame off of them and point it to you. I always say no season is over until you take accountability. If you point the fingers at the other people, you didn't get the lesson, which means you got to retake the test. You don't want to retake the test? Point fingers at yourself, because when you point fingers at yourself, it forces you to change. It forces you to say, I wasn't doing the right thing. I was too open. I started dating too fast. If you slept with him, I know that was wrong. I shouldn't have did that. It forces you to change. But if not, if you point fingers at other people, you'll give the next man the same thing you gave the last man, waiting and hoping for something different to happen. And it doesn't work that way. So then make sure you start being accountable with your relationship. You got a pastor, go up to your pastor, say, hey, pastor, I made mistakes in the past, so I want to be accountable with my relationship. The minute somebody asks for your phone number and y'all start talking, pastor, such and such, this is his Facebook page, this, he said that he want to be in a relationship, he wants to go out with me and all that. Be accountable. Don't let the guy in your house, definitely don't sleep with him. Talk to him on the phone. Don't talk to him late at night. Don't let him play his loving Keith Sweat songs in the background, or whoever he wants to play. Make him have logical conversations with you. It typically runs the wrong ones off. What you're experiencing is no different than what other women would experience if we open ourselves up. The difference was they got killed out. They got shot down in the process of the approach. Whereas you exchanged numbers and you had hope because you thought they were just as good as you were. So you were just giving out. Me, I stop them in the pursuit. As soon as they come walking up to me and they're like, hey, I can tell you guys, I went to this gym today, and when I got out of my car, there was this guy driving by, and he slowed down and he kept looking. He kept looking. Let me tell you what I did. I kept turning my head. I kept turning my head. What was I doing? I was saying, don't stop. See, I was using my body language to say, you're not going to get my number. It's not going to happen. I utilized the power of my body language. Now, if I had smiled, he would have stopped. If I had turned back, he would have stopped. I looked at him, and I had no choice but to look at him because he was crossing. He was driving in front of me, and I was trying to cross, and he was in my way. Sorry, watch. But he was in my way. And he kept doing it. Then I had to look again. But he was really looking for the invitation to stop. I didn't give it to him. And so a lot of times women will give the guy the invitation to stop with a simple grin, or, they'll do something that gives him the invitation to stop. He got shot down on delivery with me. And that's what you have to learn to do, is shoot him down on delivery. How do you do that? Ask a series of questions. You said, how do you guard your heart? First and foremost, take some time and be with God. Secondly, you're going to have to spend time with God, a lot of time with him, and let him build your self-worth. Secondly, have your multitude of counselors. Ask God to send you some good, godly multitude of counselors. These typically are men who they're not attracted to you. Most of the time they're older, maybe they're married, and they love God, and they kind of take you in kind of like a daughter figure, or what have you, and you and be willing to submit your relationship. That means if the dude said no, you go ahead and trust enough to say, okay, don't argue with him and stop calling him and say, well, I just feel like he doesn't want me to be with nobody. He's acting like a father. A father's supposed to chase out the wrong ones.
Yeah, I really want that.
And then next, when it comes to like being alone with these guys, don't give them this. One of the things you want in any given relationship is, y'all got to hear me when I say this, you want to chase them away fast. That's what people don't want to hear. If they're not the right one, I want them to go fast because my time is valuable. I don't want to entertain them for 3, 4, 5, and 6 months. I don't even want to entertain them for 1 month. I want them to go fast. So what I'm doing is, in the beginning, I was looking for my dog, make sure he wasn't doing them crazy. But in the beginning, I'm going to already start having the conversations with him. Where are you in Christ Jesus? Making sure he has a pastor. If he is a pastor, I'm still going to be waiting to check his fruit. I'm not going to just assume he's my husband because he speaks in tongues. I'm not going to assume that he's going to do right. I'm not going to assume that. I'm going to still talk to my multitude of counselors, be accountable. He tries to lean in for the kiss, he ain't getting it. Dude, no, you that's something you got to earn. And what I'm doing is I'm having logical conversations. You're not calling me every night at 11 p.m. so we can breathe hard on the phone. Because I know you're probably over there doing something to yourself you shouldn't be doing. No, you over there trying to get me stirred up. No, I want to talk to you at a logical hour so we can have a logical conversation. I'm looking for that type of stuff. I'm looking for him to say, I'm praying. I've been praying about you. And even if he say that, if God said you're my wife, I'm not believing that. I'm not believing that. I'm not taking that in. I'm not taking it in as a fact unless God tells me otherwise. If God tells me that we are in agreement, if God don't tell me that, I'm not going to believe it just because he's a man of God and he said, God said you're my wife. I don't care how many folks he laid out at the altar. At the end of the day, I need to hear from God. That's the lesson God wants us to get. I need to hear from God. There are a lot of men who are going to walk up to you guys who will say, God said you're my wife. A lot of them are prophet lying. And then there are some of them who genuinely believe they heard from God, but they heard from their soul. They heard from their flesh. And if they get with you long enough, they're going to walk away from you. They're going to walk away. Why? Because they're just trying to entertain something within themselves. And at some point, they don't feel like they're getting that from you, or they feel like they've gotten what they want from you. And so there's no other reason to invest time and energy or money into something they don't necessarily want. So you have to let God take you off and be alone with him and let him raise your standard to the point where they can't reach you. Meaning they shouldn't be calling you up on the phone, not even as a brother. Because they're a brother in Christ, a friend. They shouldn't be calling you up on the phone. You see them, hello, and you keep it moving. Don't let them constantly keep talking in your ear, because That's why you want your multitude of counselors. Somebody go to talking to you, and they're playing on your niceness, they're playing on your kindness. Yeah, well, I have my uncle in the faith, or you just say my uncle. Since you said you like to meet me, and I like to introduce him to you. Why we got to talk to him? I mean, it's kind of new in the relationship. Why do I need to talk to him? Well, I just like to do that because I'm really accountable, or what have you. That's gonna chase the guys away, really, and that's what you want. Trust me, that's what you want.
Yeah.
When there's no feelings involved, I want him to run. I want him to run so fast that he makes light jealous. I want him to run faster than the speed of light. I want him to run. I had to get delivered from the concept of trying to keep him. I had to get delivered from that. I think the majority of women, 80%, maybe 90% of women have to get delivered from that. Get delivered from the concept of trying to see if they hold on. No, I want him to run. I want him to run. I want him to say, no, she know for me. And I want him to go over there and go chase somebody else, because I don't want to waste my time, or his, because I've learned the value of my time. And so that's the same thing with you.
Yeah.
Just remind yourself that not everybody has your heart. Not everybody has your intentions, your motives. Not everybody has your stability. What you have to do is just have your multitude of counselors, and then be honest with yourself and say, I'm not ready right now. And when you tell yourself that, when you say I'm not ready right now, then you study the word of God, spend time with God, get you some mentors. When you start doing that and you start building and doing things that you don't understand, God is building your confidence in that. He's building your view of yourself. He's helping to change your perspective of yourself. He delivers you from the perspective that a lot of times that came in generationally, family saying, oh, you're going to be a gift basket creating wife with 2-3 babies or what have you. When God says, yeah, no, but I want you slinging out devils. I want you casting out devils. I want you doing this. And sometimes we are slaves to what people say we ought to do, or we're slaves to what culture says we ought to do, when God has a different view of us. And that's the reason why God doesn't allow us to get married until we get delivered from man's opinion. And so you take your time and let God heal you, let him deliver you, cut off all access to those guys. Like, they shouldn't even be texting you or calling you. Cut off all access and spend that time with God alone. Ask him to send your mentors, make a commitment. I made a commitment. God, send the mentors. I won't quit them. One of the things that pastors and mentors deal with are quitters. And I'm going to tell you something that hurts. It really does. It hurts. Me being a mentor, I can honestly say, I've always said I have a heart for pastors, but I have more of a heart for pastors now that I am a mentor. And you have people that quit, and especially the people that you believe in, it really does hurt. It really does hurt, because you've invested time and energy into them. So ask God for your mentors, and then when he sends them, stay put. Stay put. Don't run out on them. Stay right there, and they're going to tell you stuff that don't make sense to you, but just trust the process, and God will bring the right one in due season.
Okay, thank you so much, Tiffany. That's such good stuff.
Oh, you're most welcome. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. All right, one more question, then I got to go.
Hello? Yes, ma'am. I have a similar question. It seems like everybody's on the same wavelength, but I was in mine for years, and I have a mentor, and she told me I wasn't letting go the other day when she was praying over me. And I guess sometimes I may have like flashbacks on what would cause me to be in something with a person that long and not see it.
Easy. We stay in relationships for a long time with people, and we don't see them because we're not growing in those relationships. So growth changes your perspective. The way that a 4-year-old sees a 10-year-old is different than how a 10-year-old sees a 10-year-old. A 4-year-old sees a 10-year-old, and a 4-year-old is all about self. And then they have to lift their neck and look up to them because the 10-year-old's taller. And so if you get into a relationship at a 4-year-old with another 4-year-old, your perspective it stays the same. Because you grow with the person, your perspective stays the same. But if you get into something new, it changes your perspective. It forces you to stretch. So it's easy to be in a relationship. As a matter of fact, relationships stunt your growth. This is the reason why God doesn't want us in relationships until we're mature. relationships typically stunt our growth. And so when you're in a relationship with somebody, a woman can be in a relationship with an abusive man. And despite what people tell her, she still sees the good in him because she's in there. She's soul tied to him and she sees his potential. Remember, I told you about the striptease. The devil will keep showing her his potential. Every time she starts trying to back away from him, the devil will flash his potential in front of her. And then she feels like, well, I think I was on the edge of a breakthrough and somebody's going to come along and they're going to start where I left off, and they're going to end up helping him to reach his potential. They're going to be there when he reaches potential, and then I'll be on the other side feeling stupid, feeling like I should have stayed in there for a few more months or a few more years, and then I should end up reaping what I should have reaped. That's the lie, and that's the deception of the enemy. That's the lie that the enemy tells people, is that he's almost there, but you're going to have to get to it. And so people don't grow in the relationships. Most of the time, if you start growing, you're going to start experiencing growing pains in a relationship. So if I'm in a relationship with somebody, with a guy, and I begin to grow in Christ, now I've done this before. I was married and I experienced this before, and I begin to grow closer to Christ and he's not growing closer to Christ, then the relationship starts to have more of a strain on it. We start, because I'm actually getting closer to God, light, revelation. He's still in the darkness. Light and darkness have no communion. There is no fellowship between light and darkness. When light shows up, darkness flees. So you wonder why he's constantly leaving the house. But when it comes to that, there's a strain. So here's what happens to a lot of women. A lot of women get into relationships with guys where they're unequally yoked, and then they stop growing intentionally, because every time they try to grow, it's not something they do consciously. Sometimes it's something they do subconsciously, because every time they go to church, he punishes them. This is typically what the enemy does. He will punish a female by, for example, she goes to church, now the dude's not speaking to her. Or he didn't come to church with her, and now he's starting to hang out with his friends. But she starts to pick up that every time she doesn't go to church, every time she doesn't do this, that he rewards her. He's ready to reward her with sex, with gifts. He's giving her of his time. And so women typically pick up on it. It's not always something that's communicated verbally, but sometimes it's communicated through action, and we pick it up through action. And so a lot of times we just pull away from the church and we'll just sit there and entertain the relationship. Now, our intentions are, at some point we'll get the guy back in church, but God knows it's not going to happen. It's the same thing when God said to Solomon, don't marry those Gentiles, don't marry those women, because they're going to turn your hearts from me. That's the same thing. If you marry somebody who's broken, God says, hey, they're going to turn your heart from me. Now, you're going to have to try to win them with your behavior, but that's a lot harder. It's a lot easier for them to turn your heart from God than it is for you to turn their heart to God. A lot of times we feel like we're up for the challenge, because it's easier to date a person who's in prison than it is to date somebody who is free. So a lot of times we just give ourselves the opportunity. The devil will flash his potential. The devil also flashes history. So you end up seeing his history like, oh my gosh, I know what happened to him. His mama hit him. His mama abandoned him. His daddy wasn't there. And so once you feel like you know what's wrong with him, you feel like you know what it takes to fix him. But you can't grow, because every time you try to grow, there's a problem. So you end up in a relationship staying stuck at a certain point in a relationship. There's no growth. So you stay stuck at that certain point in a relationship, because if you grow, you lose your relationship. These are not things, again, that are communicated audibly. Oftentimes, these are communicated through action. So we have different languages and different ways of communicating. We have body language. We have our spoken language, but there's also a language called action. And so with that particular language, a lot of times we learn by demonstration. We see people doing stuff, and then we respond by the choices that we make. And a lot of times with women, we don't grow because the people around us are not growing. It's not something we communicate with them audibly. It's just something that we communicate. Well, you're not doing this, I'm not going to do it, or what have you. And so you end up in relationships with people who aren't growing. And so you don't grow because you're in a relationship with somebody who's not growing. So if you was in a relationship with a guy for 4 years and he didn't grow, so you're still stuck at the same point you were 4 years ago when you first got into the relationship with him. So when you break up, you end up dating his spiritual doppelganger. You end up dating somebody who is just as immature as him, because you didn't grow. And so what God wants to do is separate. God likes to put space and time between relationships so that he can develop you, so he can get you to grow up and mature and to see yourself the way that he sees you, the way that he designed you. That way those people no longer have access to you. But here's the thing about a void. A void is like a black hole in the soul. It is hungry. It'll suck in anything that comes near it. And a lot of times what we do typically as people is we feel like, well, as soon as we come out of a relationship, it rips a bigger piece of our soul off, and then it creates an even greater appetite. So we jump in another relationship because this guy, you find something different about this guy. And a lot of times we translate different as meaning better. And it's not the truth. It's just that this is a different person. And so we jump into another relationship, and then we still don't grow because if I go to church, then he's not as interested in me. If I read my Bible, I notice he's not as interested in me. If I do this, but if I'm out twerking, he there. If I'm out with my friends, like if I take him around my church friends, he doesn't want to come around, or he's not that interested, or he's scrolling through his phone. People train you by doing stuff like this, just scrolling through their phone, just ignoring you when you bring them around certain people. But when I bring them around my worldly friends who are out and they twerking and they dancing and popping and locking, he up and he laughing and what have you, and he's hugging on me and he's rewarding me. See, he's not communicating it audibly. He's communicating through action. So he's rewarding me by holding on to me. He makes me feel good. So then that's the communication that I pick up. And so I no longer go around my church friends as much. I no longer go to church as much. I'm always calling Tamika now because they like to twerk and have act a fool. And he loves that. And so I'm doing all of these things to hold on to my relationship. And it works. I end up holding on to him for 4 or 5 years. But in that 4 or 5 years, because I don't have a relationship at church, I'm not going to church as much, I'm not reading my Bible as much, I'm not growing. So by the time he walks out of my life, I'm still the same age I was when he came into my life. I'm supposed to grow every single day. Every time I read a scripture, I grow. Every time I study the word, I grow. Every time I go to church, I grow. Every time I go to church on Wednesday, I grow some more. Every time I fast, I grow. Every time I pray, I grow. But when I get into a relationship with somebody who stunts my growth, when I get into a relationship when I'm immature, it will stunt my growth. And then from there, I end up in this system. Now it's creating this black hole in my soul, this thing called a void that God wants to fill up, and it's growing. But every man who comes and takes a piece of me, that black hole is growing. And so I find myself constantly getting into relationships, but I'm not growing. I'm not growing. And the message that God wants to convey to his people is simply, we grow, but the thing that has to happen is you have to surrender. You have to get to the point where you say, I need time alone. I don't need to be in a relationship. And you spend that time chasing God way harder than you've ever chased any man. You got to be calling him because when you're in a relationship with a guy, the relationship is starting to fail. A lot of times we call and you get the voicemail. Well, no, that's not the sound for voicemail, but you get the sound for voicemail or what have you. I haven't been in a relationship obviously for 5 years. Last relationship I was in was 5 years ago when I was married. But we get the sound for a voicemail, and then we're just like, did he block me? Is he avoiding my calls? So we call him back, get the sound of voicemail. Okay, now I'm curious. I'm wondering if he blocked me. I'm gonna go and download the app, and I'm gonna call him from a different number, and see what have you. We end up doing those type of things. We're constantly trying to chase the guy, trying to figure out, because all I need for you to do is to answer the phone and tell me what's going on right now. God wants us to have that type of chase with him, and even greater. He wants you to chase him with everything that's in you. And in doing so, sometimes you'll find that it feels like he's not responding to you. It feels like he's not responding the way you want him to respond, but he wants to develop that relationship, that chase, so that whenever you chase him, you appreciate him more. You even begin to appreciate your relationship with him, so much so that when somebody comes along and requires that you chase him, you like, devil, you a lie, I'm chasing God. I've had guys who were interested in me, and I'm going to tell you something. Guys nowadays, there are a lot of guys who, I'm gonna call them what they is. They feminine. I'm sorry, they feminine. There are guys nowadays who, They may have masculine qualities. They can talk like men and they can walk like men and even dress like men. But a lot of them are feminine. And because they want the female to chase them. They want things to happen. Well, that when God shows me that lets me know that the dude is not ready because he lacks the self-esteem to go chase a female. It takes a man because when you're chasing a female, there's always that big chance that you're going to get rejected. And men who are afraid of rejection are not ready for marriage. They're not ready to date. Men who are afraid of rejection are not ready. That's a sign. Because if you get with him when he's afraid of rejection, he's not going to be delivered from his insecurity. That insecurity is going to manifest in a relationship. It's going to start off with him saying, I love you too fast. And then it's going to move into him wanting to know who you are on the phone with, why you didn't answer your call. The fear of rejection is going to manifest itself. You always think you're getting ready to break up with him. It's always scary. So you end up in this relationship with somebody who God was trying to heal. You end up going into the nursery and bringing somebody out and trying to raise him up. And God says, put him back. He's not ready yet. Put him back. He looked like a man, but if you were to look at him, you would see the scared little boy who got rejected by his mama. You would see the scared little boy who got rejected at school, who got tormented at school, who still needs healing and deliverance. God says, look again, take your time. But the problem with us is we think I can raise him. Because we are women, we got wombs. We feel like I can bring him and I can show him how much I love him and he'll become the man. No, what ends up happening in relationships like that is you take on the mother role. So your relationship becomes the equivalent of spiritual incest. You take on this mother role where he comes in and he feels like, in order for me to keep getting the benefits of you, I got to give you this, this, and that. But at some point in a mother-son relationship, the son's going to grow up and want somebody else. He's going to want somebody that allows him to be a man. So that's what happens in a lot of these relationships where women come in and take on the motherly role. They end up having a mother-son relationship that's twisted and perverted. But the dude actually starts to mature some. And as he starts to come into teenagehood spiritually, he starts being attracted to other people. Because that's normal when you're raised by your mother, to be attracted to other people. He starts being attracted to other people because he wants to exercise his legs as a man. But with you, he's only allowed to be a boy. With you allow him to, to act immature or what have you. So what has to happen is you have to give yourself time. You got to take yourself away and say, no relationship right now. I'm going to spend time in the presence of God. I'm going to spend time studying my word. I'm going to spend time going to church. I'm going to serve in my church. I'm going to do this. I'm going to build my business. I'm going to write my book. I'm going to do everything God tells me to do. I'm going to do all those things. If God starts saying, I want to get you to eat right, you start doing all of those. You go through this whole process until God brings the right one. And that's the thing that most Christian women cannot accept. It scares the living crap out of them because it requires a lot of commitment and responsibility, dedication, and perseverance on our part. And there is no promise about how long it's going to take, because it's like if God would say, if you would do this, I'll give him in the next 3 years, we would commit to it, but we don't know.
He got somebody right after our relationship who he was going to marry. Excuse me for interrupting. And I was going like, okay, God, was it something I did? I didn't get nobody after being with this person this long, but right after he was with me, he got somebody like the next week and said that's who he was going to marry.
Yeah, of course. Well, chances are he was already with her, number one. Number two, he told you he was going to marry her because he wanted to make you jealous. And number three, there's a possibility that what she required of him was higher than what you required. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. Okay. I need to lose some weight. That's a given. There are women out there who are younger than me who look by the world standards 1,050 times better than me. They good looking. They look like models. They look like they could step outside of the pages of a magazine. But do you know that me being not in shape, me being 41 years old, and they could be 27, do you know that I can snatch the guy and have a ring on my finger faster than they could? The same old guy. Let me tell you why. We go to the table, we got a different set of standards. What makes her attractive is her face and her body. What makes me attractive is my personality. So When we're sitting at the table and we're exchanging words and we're getting to know each other, even though she's an option, I'm sitting there saying, no, dude, you can't do that for me. No, I'm not accepting that. No, I won't do that. And so from there, he starts to think, wow, I can't believe she's willing to let me go. She won't lower herself to my standards. She's holding her price. She's like, I'm a diamond. You got to pay this for me. I'm a diamond. Okay, well, you don't want to pay that. Okay, well, it's nice to meet you. Well, that's good. Okay, we'll have a good life. And he's used to women who realize, like, when he stand his ground, women come back. Okay, I tell you what. Okay, just give me $75. Just give me this. Okay, and I'll go ahead. All right, he's used to that if he holds himself out. But I'm not doing it. I get up. I'm like, hey, no problem, dude. At the end of the day, I respect you, but yeah, no problem. So he's looking, he's like, well, hey, I can't believe she's willing to walk away. What does that do? It changes his perspective of me. So now all of a sudden, the girl who's 27 and pretty with the snatch waist doesn't look as good as me, or there becomes a struggle. So he starts talking to his friends. He says, I got this dilemma. I got this girl, man, fine. She's 27 years old. Got everything going for her, man. I'm telling you, she good looking, she this, but she ain't the brightest bulb in the pack. You know what I'm saying? She ain't dumb, but she just, yeah. I caught her playing with crayons one day, and she just was having too much fun. But there's this girl, named Tiffany, and man, she could stand a couple of treadmills and a waist trainer, all that. 41 years old, this, that, and the other. Now his friends are like, okay, I think this is kind of common sense. No, but you don't understand. You got to meet this girl, because this girl here, she told me this. Her confidence, I love her mind. Like I can sit there and talk to her. Like I can sit and stare at the other girl for hours, but I can sit and talk to her for hours. So it's such a, I don't know. I feel like the other one, she looks good on my arms and all this other stuff. I can take her to these events.
Right.
But Tiffany can help get me into those events. We will be a power couple. Like we will be really, really out here doing major things. And it becomes a struggle for him. Now, he comes out of a relationship. He was with a girl maybe 10 years. And the girl didn't have as high standards as me. And he never put a ring on her finger. Would come, date me 3 months and be at the store looking for a ring. This is why I don't date. I tell people that this is why I don't date, because I'm gonna tell you, dude's gonna be at the store looking for a ring. He'll be 3 months in. How much is that one? $3,000. No, I need something more expensive than that, because y'all don't understand why. Because when I come to the table, I come confident with my price. I don't back down. You cannot get Rolls Royce to give you a discount. You cannot get Rolls Royce to give you a discount. They stand firm on their price. And so I come to the table as a Rolls Royce. I don't care what condition I'm in. I come to the table as a Rolls Royce, and I don't lower my value. I don't care how fine a man is. I don't care how many people tell me, ain't nobody going to ever get with you like that. Your standards are too high. Say what you want to say. At the end of the day, I know my worth. At the end of the day, I know my work. So I'm going to be Rolls Royce sitting at that table listening. Yeah. Okay. The terms of that contract are not for me. And I push it away. Now, it confuses the other girl. But the other girl, because she's sitting there like, I was with him 10 years. How is it that you got him to do that? Because you sold yourself cheap. And anything if you sell yourself cheap, you are telling that person, I'm not worthy. Because you get to communicate your worth. Do you know I can communicate that I am far more worthy than the women in Hollywood if I stand my ground? I don't care how they look. I don't care how fine they are. I can communicate that. Now, to a shallow man, it won't necessarily stop him from leaving me. At the end of the day, I still have his respect when he walks out the door. And I'm going to tell you something that's important. I still have his respect. You know what that means? That means that no matter what, he can't say a shallow thing about me. At the end of the day, he still looks at me. And I'm going to tell you, I set a standard that no other female can reach. A lot of women don't understand this. I can set the standard so high in a relationship that no woman is ever able to attain it. He can go out there and get with a fine woman in Hollywood who got a lot of money, and he's going to enjoy her money. But what she'll find, that if I would allow him, he would still be calling me. He would still be calling me.
Have a divorce divorced from his wife.
Huh?
He's talking about he want to marry another woman.
Say that again.
He want to marry another woman, not even divorced from his first wife.
Oh no, you never entertain somebody who's married. I won't even get on the phone with them. You know, because that right there opens you up for the spirit of adultery, and God won't bless that automatically. I learned that the hard way. You know, don't ever. Anybody that's married, I don't care if they say we signed a divorce paper. The last test I got was in 2015 when this ex came out to me. He was like, my divorce should be finalized by Wednesday. And I told him, no, sir. First and foremost, you still married. I'm not falling into that trap. And then secondly, even because I'm divorced, I understand it still takes time for you to heal after the divorce. Like there's going to take time for God to clear out all of the clutter of your soul that was brought in from your rejection and from your relationship. The soul tie has to be broken. It's a lot that has to be done after a divorce.
That's all. And then he's talking about he's going to get married to this girl. And I'm like, you're not even divorced from your wife yet. And I was thinking about there's still some healing in that.
Yeah, but see, the issue is not him. The issue is you communicating with him. Because you're trying to convince him, which is what women do. We try to convince people. We try to show them. As a matter of fact, a lot of times, there are going to be people listening to this video. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. They're going to take this video. They're going to take this little clip and play it for somebody in the same situation. You know what they're doing? Because they feel like if somebody else said it, he'll believe them. And it's not going to happen. When you're dealing with somebody like that, trust me, guys, I put 12 years into marriages. When you're dealing with somebody like that, you're dealing with a deaf person. Jesus said, he who has ears, let him hear. Not everybody got ears. They got a set of things on the side of their face that we identify as ears. But God is talking about the heart, the ability and the desire to hear. Who opens their heart to hear what God is saying. And not everybody opens their heart. They can hear you with their natural ears, but they want nothing to do with that. And so a lot of times as females, we're always trying to get people to open up their heart. Hear me what I'm saying. It's a waste.
Pastor, you would think he could hear God clearly because he was a pastor.
Yeah, and if he ain't hearing God, he sure ain't gonna hear you. If he ain't hearing God, if I can deliver women from one thing, that is stop trying to convince people. Stop. I put too many years into that, and it took me. I wish if I could go back into my 20s and know what I know now, I would be rich and fine. Yeah. Listen, I would be rich and fine. You know, if I could go back into my 20s knowing what I know now, we waste our time trying to convince people of our worth and of their error. I don't do that anymore. I can see a brother in Christ and say, hey, bro, yeah, you might want to stop doing that. He don't listen. That's it. I'm not going to go there. I can see.
Why would you waste time like that? And I even told him that before, you know, we were really just being friends at that time, and you still do it.
Yeah, but you're wasting your voice. You're wasting their time. The Bible says, don't cast your pearls to swine. Swine represents, okay, think about what pearls. If I was to take pearls and throw them into a herd of pigs, what God is saying, they're going to trample over it. They're not going to sit there and value what I just threw at them, because to them, it's just pebbles. So God is saying, don't throw your wisdom at somebody who doesn't have the value or the sense enough to value it. Don't do that. And a lot of times we spend our time, we do it anyhow because we think, well, he's a good guy, and I know, and he listened to a couple of things. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. Once I realized it, even a female friend, if I'm talking to a female friend of mine and I'm trying to give her some advice, the minute I realize she ain't listening, I stop. See, it took me, that's years of mastery, guys. I'm trying to tell you, it took me years to get to where I am right now. Years of mastering that. Once I tell her, I say, sis, you need to stop doing this. You need to do this, and the other. If she go to bucket, I leave it alone. And I said this to you guys before. I become Miss Celie on The Color Purple. You remember that scene where, you know what? See if I can pull that scene up for you guys because I love y'all. Let me see if I can pull this scene up. I become like Miss Celie on The Color Purple. I'm just gonna sit there and watch you set yourself on fire. Give me a second. When Mr. went to put that kerosene. Yes, let's see. There's kerosene. Color Purple. Now I'll be showing this on the video, guys, so you probably won't hear anything.
So much you are helping.
Thank you. Let's see. Where is that scene? Okay, here it is. Now you're gonna see this on the video.
Help me, Burlington. Help me save money.
Give me a second. I gotta wait for the commercial. All right, I'm gonna play this on the. You'll see this on the video.
I'll make it myself.
I was showing this to a friend one day. We really laughed about it. I told her this is how I am with people these days. Sorry about the cursing. Give it a second, guys.
Why you put the pipes up here and nobody can get to them?
Hold on one second, guys. I know you probably don't hear it, but I got it playing. I'm gonna have it on video. Give me 1 second. I'm just showing y'all on video what it looks like. This is how I am in these days. I'm telling you, it took me a long time to get here.
Butter?
In the cooler on the shelf.
Y'all probably can't hear because it's playing on my phone, but give me a second.
Ain't warm enough. How you work this stove, huh? Ain't hot enough.
And this is me right here. I pull up a chair and I just watch. I let people be. I ain't wasting my time.
Keep my oven hot. You put some time.
This is me right here in these days. Give me a second, guys.
Trying to cook up here. Still hot enough. I'll get it hot for you. I'll show you how to make it. Yeah.
1 second, guys. We're almost there. That's me right now. Y'all probably couldn't hear that. Are y'all still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really hear it.
You couldn't hear? Okay. You'll see it on the video when I post it up. There's a part on YouTube. It's called Suge Avery's Breakfast. If you want to look at it, where
Oh no.
yes, that's me these days. See, back when I was younger, I spent a lot of time trying to convince people, and my heart was right. And I tried to show people the way, this is what, and I would spend time crying, talking to them. I would get witnesses. I did everything. And eventually I had to grow into understanding that you can't come against a person's will. Like, people have to want what you're giving them. If they don't want it and you give it to them and they reject it and you keep giving it to them, you're doing what's called force feeding. Now, anytime you give people something they don't want, you start forcing it, you're starting to flirt with witchcraft. So I had to learn to stop doing it. I had to learn to just, okay, when it comes to my friends, for example, I call a friend up, I say, hey sis, that guy I saw you with the other day, be careful, this, that, and the other. I can tell her. Now, I tell her that if she go to bucking, I'll say something like, call your spiritual father, or I say, if she go to bucking, I leave it right there. I don't argue no more. I don't cry. I ain't finna sit up there and get mad at her. I ain't gonna stop talking to her. You know what I do? I do like Miss Seeley did in that scene. I go sit down, grab me a rocking chair, and let her play with the fire. I sit there and I let her do what she feel like is necessary, because what's gonna happen is God will confirm what I said. I don't have to confirm it. I ain't gotta prove it. I ain't gotta scream. I ain't gotta hoop. I ain't gotta holler. God will confirm what I said. So what happens is, typically the girl runs out, she jumps in a relationship, don't want to hear me, get mad at me. I'm not hearing from her half as much. Okay, that's fine. You have fun. I know it's going to be a few months, maybe even a year or so, but she'll get the lesson. That's not my job to get it. God wanted me to plant the seed. That's it. But another man comes and water. Is God who gives the increase. That's what you got to get there. You got to hear that scripture that way. My assignment was to tell her, That's it. I planted the seed. Another person comes and waters it. Somebody else gonna come along and say, "Hey, sis, you need to watch that guy." I know you said that y'all just friends, or I know you said y'all just taking it slow, but I see some stuff in his eyes that ain't right, and I noticed how he was doing this and what have you. And she say, "I'm just tired of folks always getting in my relationship. Everybody got something to say, and it's mighty funny that everybody that's saying something is single." I don't say nothing. I don't say nothing. Because right then and there, baby girl needs a lesson from heaven. And one thing I love about God's lessons is not only will God give her the revelation, will God give her the lesson, but God would also confirm that I was looking out for her. He'll confirm that. So I leave it alone. I let her go about, get her a relationship, be posting up to social media now in a relationship. I ain't tripping. I ain't mad at her. Because at the end of the day, guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen? At some point, he's going to do exactly what I said he was going to do. At some point. And I'm going to get a call from her. I'm going to tell you what this call sounds like. It sounds like this 100% of the time. "Hey, sis. Hey, what's up, girl?" "Nothing. What you doing?" "Nothing." "Oh, I was thinking, I saw something in the store for you the other day, and I wanted to get this for you." "Oh, thank you." See, what she's trying to do is trying to buy her way back in. Because she knows she messed up. And she realized, hey, I was looking out. "Oh, girl, yeah, I saw this at the store the other day, and I want to get this for you." "Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Well, you don't have to do that." "Yeah, but I just wanted to do it." "Okay." And so she talks about it. "Well, how's your dad? How's your family?" "Oh, they're good." See, I already know the conversation is going. She want to get to the relationship, but she don't want to jump straight into it because she don't want me to know that that's the reason for her calling. But she gonna get to it. Oh, and so I say, "Hey, girl, what about, let's just say, Robert? Whatever happened to Robert? How's Robert doing?" "Girl, please." "Oh, y'all broke up?" "Girl, wasn't nothing. I had to finally just leave him alone." Then right then and there, that girl she will go all off into my ears. "He did this." And from there, I'm sitting there just like, okay. Now you want 3 hours of my time to dump about Robert? No. People learn their lessons on their own. I'm trying to get y'all delivered from the idea that you got to convince people. Because people are not going to receive what they don't want. And sometimes there's a truth we don't want, but sometimes, even though I don't necessarily want to hear the truth, I know I need the truth, so I go ahead and open myself up, but not everybody. And so you have to test every communication when you're talking and there's a resistance. Stop trying to convince men and women that of anything. You tell them the truth and you leave it there. You planted the seed. That's all you were supposed to do. After that, you leave it there. God will bring somebody else to water it. If it's true, if it's truly from God, if you're seeing truly, God will bring somebody else to water it. Because see, we think if we convince people, we can help change them and we can be effective, or we can be an agent of change in their lives. And stop. Y'all deliver yourselves from that. Stop trying to raise other folks' sons. Stop. Leave him alone. If he's not already there, then you don't want somebody you have to lead, hoping that eventually he'll come to lead you, because again, that becomes a mother-son relationship. And eventually he's going to grow up. He'll grow to a certain level of maturity and start dating other people, because it's only natural for a man to outgrow or to grow up in his mother's house and go be with somebody else. One of the biggest issues for women is we like to try to convince people. We will build our case. We'll circle the runway. We are good lawyers. But at the end of the day, we are really just wasting time. That time that you spend 2-3 hours on the phone trying to convince him is time you could have spent in the presence of God. That's time you could have spent in worship. Huh?
I learned that the hard way, like you said.
Yeah, you have to deliver yourself from that when it comes to friends, family. I don't care who it is. You have to deliver yourself from thinking that you have to convince people. Like if I say it the right way, if I say it long, if I say it with an attitude, if I say it softly, if I say it with tears, they'll receive it. Nope. I just say, "Hey sis, don't go over there to that house. Girl, ain't never supposed to." Okay. And I catch my friends with the okay, and my friends will sit back and they say, "Why'd you say that so quick?" I said, "Okay, you grown. That's not my job. I'm only here to just tell you. You do what you do."
Right.
And I just leave it at that.
But it seemed like he didn't get it. He thought I was mad with him, but I wasn't. I was just telling him.
Say that again. Say that again.
So I was when you said that about like the relatives, and I was had a conversation with my uncle on his period, and I was just telling him something about his finances because I'm over his money, and he was saying that I was mad with him. And I was just explaining to him what I was doing.
Yeah. And if I'm over his finances and he go to bucket, I'll give him his finances back. Find somebody else love you.
That's what I told him. I said you're more than able to do it, but he don't want to do it.
Yeah, no. I let him have somebody else or what have you, and let him, because sometimes people got to go there and learn their lesson. You don't put yourself in a situation where you're underappreciated because it wears down on your self-esteem.
Yes, ma'am.
It wears down on your self-esteem. And sometimes people mean well, but they just don't understand it is taking a toll on you. And so in a case like that, okay, I'm going to be turning your finances back over to you, and I love you.
He has like a mental illness, and he just feel like he's not capable.
Yeah. Well, even people with mental illnesses, he got enough sense to say you're not doing right. He got enough sense to understand right from wrong.
That's what I think.
You got enough sense to understand. If you trainable, I'm gonna teach you. You teachable. If you got just a little bit of what you can understand, I'm gonna teach you. I got a dog here, and some people don't think you can train a dog. My dog can shake hands. My dog go upstairs. He go upstairs. He learns a lot because if you're trainable, I will train you. If you're teachable, I will teach you. And when it comes to people, you have to always make sure that you're not putting more into a relationship than that you're getting out, and don't allow people's circumstances to dictate because you don't want to end up stressed out and frustrated and overwhelmed just because he, like you say, he has no illness.
I already have a mother that I live with, and I'm overseeing her, and so it's like and I took this on after my daddy died because he was doing it.
Yeah, and see, you can't keep doing that with everybody. You can't take that, because sometimes that can take a toll on you. So you have to be prayerful about all that stuff and find some other folks in the family. Yep. Hey, y'all come take over this. And they come back, hey, come get you good, they got you. I'm telling you, it's something about them 40s that get you. I'm telling you, it's something about them 40s that get you, change your mind. They good, they got you real good. But they taking my money, and you'll get it back.
Dad was on his dying bed, and I just wanted to honor him and take over what he was doing because he was dying.
Yeah, but I've done my part. I honored him, and that's it. When they go to bucking, you ain't finna kill me. That's my thing. You ain't finna kill me. I'm gonna live every bit. God said 120 years. I'm trying to stretch it. I'm trying to get them 120. And if I gotta be stressed out, yeah, nah. I'm gonna live and not die. Will live and declare the works of the Lord, even from a nursing home. But you ain't finna sit here and kill me, because you arguing about your money. I got a relative who, if you dealt anything with his money, you would go through some stuff.
I was the best, but over his money, everybody else was over his money wasn't the best. But you keep coming up against me.
Yeah, and that's why somebody else would be over his money. I am not gonna sit. Yeah, somebody else would be over his money. I'm not gonna sit there and allow people to hold me in a spot talking about you're the best candidate, or what have you. At the end of the day, if they don't respect what you're doing, if he okay, auntie such and such, come get over your brother's money. Come get it, because I'm turning it over to you.
I just to make sure I was in the right way I was thinking.
Oh yes, most definitely. I'm telling you, there's something about them 40s, guys. I'm trying to tell you, it's something about them 40s that make you start. That wisdom hit you, and that will to live. I'm trying to live. I've seen people pass away. I've seen people pass away prematurely because they were worried about the family. My mom is a good example. My mom, even though she passed away from cancer, I can truly say my mom carried the weight of the family on her shoulders. And I used to tell her to stop, but she wouldn't listen. I would tell her, and she felt like I was so anti-family. I was like, Mom, these people will kill you if you let them. And she carried the weight of the family on her shoulders, and it was wearing her down. Even on her deathbed, she was trying to fix stuff in the family. And so I refuse.
That was my dad. I think that's why he died prematurely.
Yeah, I refuse. And I'm not going to follow that through. My family, no, I love you, but I will love you from a nice, respectable distance. I will love you from a good distance. You be over there. All that dysfunction and craziness, you keep that over there. You ain't bringing it to my house. And
Amen.
anything crazy, you can keep that. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to live long. Unless God says otherwise, I'm going to live long. Because anything that comes after my peace, I cut it. Bye. Going on over there. Going over there with that crazy stuff. I'm not going to sit there, and I'm not. And one of the things my mom used to try to get me to be convinced of that I just would not buy. My mom used to try to convince, this is family. You know, family do this. I'm like, Mom.
But they fuss.
I'm like, they ain't doing that for you. They're putting the weight on you because you let them. I said, Mom, they ain't going to do that. Stop. She tried to convince me, and she could not figure out, why can't I get this girl to understand that this is her family? And she needs to just open up her home and her heart. No, because I see what they did to your house and to your heart. So no, they're not going to just come walking up in my house and start disrespecting my stuff and tearing stuff up and then use the fact that we family and be driving me toward my grave. No, the devil is a lie. No, I'll be the one that's... The devil is a lie. They just have to call me stuck up or whatever they want to call me, whatever word they need, whatever verb or adjective they need to try to figure me out. They can call me whatever they want, but I'm going to live. I'm going to live long. They are not taking me out. I'm not going to be over nothing. They say family reunion. Tiffany, will you be over the family reunion? Sure. Then they start acting crazy. You know what? I'm turning this over to Cousin Bessie. Cousin Bessie, have a good time. You like to stress yourself out with all that Jezebelic stuff? Well, nah, you go ahead. Cousin Bessie got y'all. But she like to control stuff. That's fine. But she get it done. She get it done, don't she? So y'all have fun with Cousin Bessie. I'll be over there chilling. I'm telling you, I'll be Miss Sophia in the rocking chair. Just watch y'all set yourselves on fire. I ain't got time. It's something about them 40s.
Introverts and they don't understand that. That's the reason why. Because like I was telling my mother today, I don't like men.
You know, like, yeah, mess. I thought you said you don't like men. I was like, huh? I had to listen again. I said, you don't like what? Huh? And I thought about, I said, mess.
I just don't like that kind of.
Yeah, and it's the same with me. That's the same with me. I'm an introvert, and one thing about me is that negativity, positivity I absorb and negativity I absorb. Like whatever is around me, I tend to absorb it, and it drains me. Negativity drains the crap out of me. And it drains me so much if I'm around negativity, I will come home and go to sleep. I will sleep the whole day because I got to recharge. And so I stay far away from negative people. Far away from them. I give myself permission. And I tell myself all the time when it comes to family members and stuff like that, this is the thing I often say to myself. I say, I forgive you in advance. And what I'm saying is whatever happens to them, I'm praying for them or what have you, but I am not assuming the responsibility. I'm not going to say, well, I should have did this a little bit more. I should have did that a little bit more. I give myself the permission to release people. I give myself the permission. If they dysfunctional and crazy and I try to help them and I try to give them some wisdom, knowledge, and understanding and they go to bucket, you know what? I'm good. I'm good.
Tell me some personal things. I said, no, that's still your money. What you do with it, but he's wasting it. But I'm going like, you know, I was just telling him how to spend it, you know, so he would have money. But
I ain't finna go through nothing where I gotta argue with folks over stuff that ain't no man. I gotta sit there. If I gotta sit there and
his money, he wouldn't do my daddy like that. Because my daddy would tell him straight up.
Right. Nope. That somebody else would go right back. It'd probably be a male. Somebody else would go right over that family, and they can have fun with it. You take your peace. The Bible says, "Seek peace and pursue it." I ain't losing my peace for nobody. I love people enough to not let them run me crazy. I love them enough That's relationship preservation. I'll preserve the relationship by saying, okay, Auntie Betsy, they want you to come take over Uncle Leroy money. I'm turning it over to you. Well, baby, oh no, you good, you straight, you straight. And they be calling me, well, Auntie Betsy, I'm good, you straight. You take right on over, have your fun. I ain't got time. I'm gonna keep my peace over here. I'm gonna keep my peace, and I'm gonna live long.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna keep my peace, and I'm gonna live long.
That's how my daddy ended up with it, because my auntie had enough of him, so that's how he ended up with it.
Yeah, and that's what I said. My mom, she left this earth prematurely. I believe right now she's in heaven. If she could give a blessing, if she can come give her testimony, she would tell you, yeah, give them their money, give them their thing. Don't. Because I believe people in heaven know their lessons now. They learn that, hey, sometimes we fight for things and we try to help people who don't necessarily want to be helped.
And I believe that what you said, because my daddy was too young when he died, and he was carrying the family, as you talk about.
Yep.
He was the one that kind of carried the family.
And my brother was the one that I had to talk to my brother. He finally stopped. After he saw what happened to my mom. My brother was carrying the family, trying to fix all the family relationships, and that's family. Yeah. But now he got a chance to see, and I'm like, family will kill you, and then show up at your funeral and fall out and cry. They'll kill you and show up. And be sitting up there coming up doing a eulogy. She was a good person. She, we could call her up. Yeah, y'all the reason she laid out there in that coffin.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'm not gonna let them kill me. They not gonna kill me. Now they need somebody to take my mama's spot. The devil is a lie, not me. Not me. My brother removed him.
I was praying on the fast. I reverse all the arrows back to sender in the name of Jesus. They know generational curses, they gonna be reversed. It's not coming this way.
That's right. That's right. Well, ladies, it's been awesome. It is 4 a.m. and I better get off of here because my dog has laid out on the couch and he
taking up all your time.
Oh no, y'all fine. He laid out on the couch or what have you, so he's dealing with his bladder issues, and he's laying on the couch and staring at me at the same time. Huh?
I appreciate everything. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're most welcome.
Tiffany, thank you.
Thank you.